once the most powerful Azura in Long Kingdom's history in another world. He sacrificed himself in a battle against the monster wave. After tens of thousands of years, he was reborn into a poor teenager named Zhang Yu. Along with that came the appearance of the system. The system gave him countless rewards for being AFK, making him an overbearing figure standing above all others. From then on, he aimed for the top position in the other world with the occupation of Beast Tamer. In Earth's star Long Kingdom, Lawhai City, tens of thousands of orange gold lightning bolts struck the city from the sky at night, a chaotic scene beyond description. Countless monsters from another world broke into the real world, and humanity welcomed an immense disaster. They were huge, with ferocious forms, destroying everything. Neither humans nor materials were spared. The three-eyed demons, with long and large lower fangs, and the green-bodied beast demons, several times larger than humans, were preparing to attack their prey. Fortunately, heaven did not abandon humanity. Humans faced the demons from the alien beasts with fear and panic, and the ground cracked along with large rocks. A mark appeared on the back of human hands. Through the mysterious mark, various special occupations were awakened. The mark was a circle of golden light with incomprehensible characters forming a magic circle. From here, humanity began an era of national job change. Many people represented different occupations. Assassins, archers, tanks, swordsmen, and gladiators were all diverse, each with their own strengths and power. Among the many awakened, there were only 3 mythical grade job holders. One was a man with long, black hair and sharp, golden eyes along with his sword. He wore iron armor and a mask covering half of his face. He came from Dingta Kingdom, the demon sword master, Alfred. There was a man completely covered in iron armor, riding a majestic fire dragon with soaring momentum. He came from Igwa Kingdom, the Hell Dragon Knight, Ruisi Difu. The other was a man covered in ice and snow, with a chilling aura emanating from his body. He wore a set of armor that shone with a silver light, and his body was strong. He came from Hanlin Kingdom, the Frost Magic King, Quan Ji Hyan. These 3 represented the 3 strongest people currently. Because the mythical grade job holders were so powerful, Dingta Kingdom, Igwa Kingdom, and Hanlin Kingdom had always led other countries in the progress of conquering the other world. 100 years ago, Long Kingdom also had such a gifted and outstanding job holder, stepping steadily and carrying the sound of iron armor. The man carried a shining aura, with a majestic presence and a confident smile on his handsome face. He held a sword in his hand and stood in the midst of a smoke-filled battlefield. He was the top powerhouse of Long Kingdom, Azura. Azura stood on a cliff, and the huge monsters in the sky looked down at him. They seemed to have encountered a powerful enemy, and were wary. He only spent 10 years to create the highest record in Huaxia. Azura annihilated countless monsters. The image of him gently slaying a 3-eyed red monster with a single sword strike demonstrated overwhelming power, making him the first to clear the 17th world. Azura rushed forward, and his sword shone and emitted a terrifying power. However, during the invasion of the strongest level 9 beast tide, countless monsters with fiery red eyes, of all kinds, screamed shrilly and were in a frenzied state. They were like a tsunami, emitting a terrifying death aura that frightened anyone who saw them. He rushed forward, holding his sword in his hand, forming a surge of power and a dazzling golden light. Azura, in his capacity as a level 8 job holder, single-handedly defended the rift. He protected Long Kingdom. Azura, half of his face illuminated by the light, the other half contrasting with the illuminated side, also sacrificed himself. He lay in a coffin, alone, causing many people to mourn, be grateful, and feel thankful. The full moon hung in the sky. The night sky was clear and full of stars. Today was the 100th anniversary of Azura's death. At night, Long Kingdom cities were lit up with tall buildings. The day before, a memorial service had been held in the capital, Longqing, and top-level job holders from all over Long Kingdom competed to attend. The voice of the news bulletin from the TV on the street said, at the same time, according to statistics, this year our country has 12.35 million awakened participants. An increase of 11.3% compared to last year, creating the highest record since the other world descended on Earth's star 110 years ago. The news reporter continued, core job holders account for 10% of that rate, far exceeding the record from the year Azura was born, perhaps. We can look forward to the birth of the next Azura. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck from the sky as if confirming his words. In an old and simple room, Jiang Yu lay on the bed sleeping soundly. Outside, the evening light served as the only source of light for the room. In the silent darkness, a strange voice rang out, "Another world. The great gate to another world is about to open, please job holders be prepared." That voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, causing him to gradually wake up from his sleep and open his blurred eyes. Next to him was a bottle of medicine. "The gate to another world is about to activate," the steady voice announced, but it made his eyes widen. His face was gaunt from not eating for days. The voice continued, "Please job holders be prepared." He hurriedly jumped out of bed in a panic, as if not believing the reality that he had committed suicide and was still alive. "Didn't I die already? Where is this?" Jiang Yu sat on the bed blankly, surveying the simple room with his eyes. Suddenly his head throbbed violently. He raised his hand to hold his head, clawing at his hair and crying out, "My head hurts so much." Awakening to the job that the whole world recognizes as the most useless, it's not even worth my time to waste. "Jiang Yu, your younger brother's medical expenses are 2 months overdue. If you don't pay them, take him home to take care of him." Fragments of past memories flashed back, about the time before he committed suicide, like broken pieces of glass, appearing incoherently. A poor man awakening as a beast tamer will die sooner or later in the other world. "Younger brother, I'm sorry I'm useless. I can't save you, and I can't save myself." Every word and image that appeared in his mind was a tragic memory that made him clutch his head in pain. These memories, who is this? He raised his hand in the air, trying to move, and thought to himself, unexpected. 100 years later, I actually came back to life in a person with the same name. He sat up, looked out the window, and the light from the street lamps and the moon illuminated the dark room. Beast tamer, no wonder. This beast tamer job mainly relies on pets to fight. In addition to raising one's own level, the growth attributes of the pets cannot be inferior. He thought, picturing a beast tamer and pet backing each other, representing a mutually beneficial relationship. Someone once calculated that to train a powerful beast tamer, one must at least be rich enough to be the envy of everyone. For ordinary people, awakening as a beast tamer is indeed not considered good news. A failed life, the trash teenager Jiang Yu resorted to suicide. He stepped out of bed, recalling bit by bit the memories of the deceased Jiang Yu. The bottle of medicine was still rolling on the floor. He went to the cabinet, on which was placed a framed photo of himself, a picture of a timid boy with a self-deprecating demeanor, the opposite of the Jiang Yu in front of him now. He picked up his jacket and said to himself, "I was once Azura, the strongest awakened person in Long Kingdom. But I have taken over your body, awakened again." He put it on decisively. Azura, the person who entered, said to Jiang Yu's body, as if talking to him in front of a mirror, "I will shoulder your responsibilities and regrets, and conquer the dog-eat-dog other world out there." He raised his hand in front of the mirror, making a fist bump gesture, sending a message to the old Jiang Yu. "The gate to another world is about to activate, please job holders be prepared," the system voice sounded. Before Jiang Yu, a hole of light appeared, gradually expanding for him to enter. Activated, Jiang Yu cracked his knuckles, his eyes looking seriously towards the door, ready to fight at any time. The space gate gradually expanded, and the light and aura it emitted were dazzling. The streams of light gathered together, making the gate open wider and wider. The space door, the door expanded to a certain size, the light changed from white to cyan with streams of light converging towards the gate. When Jiang Yu's hand touched it, it passed through, and those streams of light wrapped around his hand as if beckoning him to enter. He stepped into the space gate to another world, and the system's voice immediately rang out, "Hello, esteemed job holder Azura. The system has checked that you have been offline for 36,552 days." As he entered the space, the system began to compile and announce the rewards Jiang Yu received while offline, the progress of the conquest from the last time the job holder Azura left the other world was World 17. The profit of offline hanging is 70 points per second, and the total reward is additional power energy of 222,066,496,000 points. Congratulations, you defeated the level 9 beast tide for the first time, completing the mythical achievement of Peerless level 9 Otherworld. Before Zhang Yu, a round bag of items appeared among the streams of light, which was the reward the system announced. Receive the reward, a mythical grade treasure, the Supreme Divine Edict. The Supreme Divine Edict has been automatically used. Congratulations on receiving a permanent buff. The profit of power energy when online and offline in the other world is multiplied by 10,000 times. The reward bag gradually disappeared, indicating that it had been used and that the effect was now in effect. You received an additional hanging profit of 999 times, which is 221,0438,935,004,000 points of power energy. At this time, a pillar of blue light wrapped around his body, along with the enormous number the system announced, making everyone's eyes pop out. Hundreds of trillions of power energy, Zhang Yu asked back, unable to hide his surprise and joy. The highest level beast tide in the other world, the first time clear reward, is this rich? The system continued to announce steadily, you received a job reset, please select one of the following core mythical grade jobs. Before him, a list of jobs provided by the system appeared, including Knight, Undead Knight, Warrior, Dark Swordsman, Assassin, Shadow Catcher, Priest, Holy Priest, Mage, Purgatory Fire Mage, Archer, Shadow Hunter, Beast Tamer, Necromancer. 100 years ago, I awakened as an epic grade warrior, but the strongest core job in the other world is actually a Beast Tamer, he said with regret as he recalled. It's just that the power energy needed to upgrade oneself and pets consumes too much, leading to overly difficult development. However, he said softly, his hand reaching out to touch the system panel. If I have been reborn and have hundreds of trillions of hanging profits, Zhang Yu smiled confidently because he could choose what he wanted. The first choice was naturally Necromancer. Zhang Yu finished choosing, and the system immediately announced, congratulations on becoming the 4th mythical grade core job holder, Necromancer, the advanced job of Beast Tamer. As soon as the announcement ended, a stream of air rose around him, causing him to sigh. 100 initial taming stars, TSK, this intensity is worthy of being a mythical grade job. After that, a job introduction from the system appeared, Necromancer, Magic System, mythical grade core job, Messenger of Awakening in Hell. Necromancers are proficient in the power of the dead. Only death can excite necromancers. Taming Magic, 25 stars, Taming Magic Power, 18 stars, Taming Health Points, 20 stars, Taming Physical Defense, 18 stars, Taming Magic Defense. 19 stars, Skill, Soul Harvest. When a necromancer kills a monster in another world, there is a 1% chance to harvest the opponent's soul and turn it into their own pet. Pets obtained through this method cannot be traded, and can only be used by oneself or as materials for other pets to devour and upgrade. Skill, Undead Evolution. All pets of a necromancer can evolve through same grade pets. High grade evolves into mythical grade, and the loyalty of pets is infinite. Skill, Death Reduction. All the experience needed for all pets of a necromancer to upgrade is reduced by 50%. The IQ of a common beast tamer's pet can be obtained through rare quest rewards, and the quality cannot be upgraded. Images of a necromancer and a common beast tamer appeared, showing the clear contrast between common and mythical grades. Unexpectedly, a necromancer can not only evolve pets, but also harvest monsters to make them their own pets. Worthy of being a mythical grade job. In my previous life, I relied on an epic grade job to clear World 17 in a short 10 years and become the leader of Long Kingdom. In this life, I'm starting with a mythical grade job. He looked away as he flew in the space gate, and remembered his time as Azura. I must perfectly clear to the final world, not only in Long Kingdom but also become the strongest person in the world. He smiled slightly, and made up his mind. Upon arrival, the system's notification rang out, welcome to the first world of the other world, the origin of nightmares. Based on your login location, the system has assigned a safe area for you. Doomsday Town. Then there was a reminder from the system, reminder, fighting is prohibited in the safe area. Do you want to continue using the ID Azura? If not, please confirm a new ID. After listening, Zhang Yu responded, do not use, new ID, Ling meaning 0. And surpassing everything is only 0. Zhang Yu officially stepped into another world, The scene opens in a town in the evening light. The location is the Doomsday Town. The first world, the source of nightmares. Is this the other world? It feels like the real world, it's so magical. A girl among the job holders exclaimed when she first arrived, but for Zhang Yu, this was probably not strange at all. Another man looked around and said, "Didn't they say there are monsters everywhere in the other world? Where are the monsters?" Following that, another boy replied to the man, "This is the safe zone, big brother. The monsters are outside." The system announced, "A mission in the first world has been issued, which can be checked in the quest interface. The mission has started? Is anyone looking to team up? Should we prepare something first?" Hearing the system's announcement, everyone around them became lively and teamed up to form groups. While Zhang Yu only stood on the side to look at the mission of this world. A quest board surrounded by blue flames appeared before him. The quest content was, "Origin of Nightmares, First World, when darkness covers the land, and the magic creatures sink deep into the slumber. Beneath the earth awaken, the world will welcome disaster. As a lucky survivor, you are forced to break the structure of the apocalypse, break through all kinds of disasters, and break through the dark night. There are 2 main missions with the following descriptions. World Mission 1, please accumulate and kill 1,000 monsters in the first world, completion progress is 0 out of 1,000. World Mission 2, please accumulate and collect 10 silver coins by killing monsters or performing missions in the first world, completion progress is 0 out of 10. After completing the above world missions, the teleportation channel to the boss subworld of the first world can be activated, and defeating the boss can enter the second world. It seems that the normal rule layout of the other world has not changed in the slightest. Go buy some equipment first, and then go do the mission. Closing the mission board, Zhang Yu concluded and gave himself a direction. Arriving at a weapon shop, other job holders had also gathered to buy equipment, and the shop owner's voice rang out, "Welcome, welcome." The equipment shop owner, Shares, was a man with angular features and a funny pointed mustache, but his expression remained serious as he greeted customers. "What do you need?" While everyone was looking at the selection of equipment, Zhang Yu looked around the store and thought to himself, the system's equipment store is the same as before. It can only provide some basic rudimentary items, and the best equipment is only 1 star. Seeing that he seemed to be a potential customer, the shop owner approached Zhang Yu and whispered, "Friend, if you are not satisfied with these items, the store can also provide better quality equipment. But it needs a little copper coin." Without saying much, Zhang Yu generously threw out a bulging bag of coins and requested, "This is 100 copper coins, give me a 1-star magic staff. Please receive your magic staff, welcome to come again next time." Under the astonished eyes of the other job holders, Zhang Yu was given a magic staff wrapped in a faint halo by the shop owner as he requested, "Brother, the newbie gift pack only gives us a total of 100 copper coins, you threw it all away?" A boy looked at him in surprise and asked. Another man chimed in and advised, "That's right, a 1-star magic staff doesn't add much attack. Buying a 1-star weapon is not as good as buying a full set of rudimentary equipment, it's too much of a loss." "Thank you for the reminder," he politely replied, but he naturally ignored the reminders of the other job holders, and he walked away calmly after receiving the magic staff in his hand. But only weapons with a star rating can be refined, so wouldn't the attack power be increased? A girl asked after he left. Hearing the girl's question, the boy explained the refining mechanism. Refining equipment requires power energy, which can only be obtained in small amounts through farming monsters on quests. Something so precious is not enough for leveling up. Who would use it to refine a 1-star magic staff? I think there's definitely something wrong with his head. After he left, besides those who kindly reminded him, there were also those who sneered, "He's spent all his money, and he doesn't have any defense. I see this kid will definitely encounter disaster." Later I don't know where this bumpkin is from, he doesn't have any knowledge. Whether it's here or outside, you can't take half a step without money. For an ordinary job holder who has just leveled up, it is indeed not worth it to spend all their money to buy a 1-star piece of equipment. Zhang Yu paused in his steps and said to himself, "The power that ordinary job holders farm is extremely limited, and they basically can't bear to use it to refine a 1-star piece of equipment." He looked down at the magic staff he had just bought. In his hand, the magic staff showed its attributes: Blazing Fire Magic Staff, 1 star, for mages and beast tamers, level 0, can be refined, magic attack +5. A very ordinary magic wand can increase your damage a little. Unfortunately, the thing I don't lack the most right now, a faint confident smile appeared on his lips, an absolute confidence, is power energy. Saying that, he poured his power into the staff, and it began to emit faint golden magic forces, starting the process of refining the magic staff. Following that, the system quickly confirmed and announced, this refinement consumes 1 point of power energy, and at the same time there is a 1% chance to upgrade to a green attribute. The higher the attribute, the greater the refinement consumption and the lower the success rate. The top of the staff lit up, and he replied, yes, the first refinement is successful. Continue to refine, yes, continue to refine, continue, don't stop. A stream of energy made his hair fly back, but Zhang Yu did not stop and poured points into refining the magic staff. And continuous announcements were made, refinement +1 successful. The staff shone and emitted a large energy through countless refinements, making it seem like it was about to explode. Success, the system finally announced. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in anticipation. This equipment has been upgraded to the highest level, the magic staff shone, and streams of energy gathered and wrapped around it. 1 refinement 132 times. Total consumption of 985 points of power energy. Congratulations on receiving the golden attribute, Fire Flame, Pioneer Magic Staff. Refining 132 times in one go, this is the confidence of hundreds of trillions of power energy, he couldn't help but exclaim, reaching out to touch the magic staff that was still completing the refinement. And examining its attributes and description, Fire Flame, Pioneer Magic Staff, 1 star, Mage, Beast Tamer, level 0, magic attack +26, attached attribute is IQ +2. Burn, each time the wearer attacks, the enemy will enter a state of being burned for 3 seconds, losing 20 points of life per second, a magic staff born from a strong fire. All enemies will be burned to ashes. Preparations completed. Zhang Yu was full of confidence as he held the magic staff that had been refined to a new level and proceeded to carry out the mission. Next, the fun begins. The nightmare of the new job holders starts here, inside the gloomy forest. A large explosion caused a stir in a section of the forest. The scale was not too large, but enough to attract attention. A warrior was fighting fiercely with a mouse, but its shape was like a fierce wolf, several times larger than a normal person. The monster mouse seemed unperturbed, its red eyes becoming even more ferocious when attacked. Its long mouth and teeth were bared as if to tear him apart. This is the lowest level monster? It's so thick-skinned, I can't even fight it. The warrior looked in horror at the huge monster mouse in front of him, and screamed. But if we professional players get hit by it, we'll really die, he shouted, jumping up and down as the rat landed a punch, shattering the ground. Just then, a fireball with terrifying power shot out, dazzling to the eye. Its might not to be underestimated. It struck the monster before it could defend, powerfully landing a fatal blow that pushed the giant rat back. This stunned everyone as the monster was instantly killed. The system notification rang out, activating the flame ignition effect of the immortal extermination staff. Zhang Yu was the one who attacked, watching from afar as the giant mutated rat was killed by the fireball. The system then announced, you have killed a level 1 giant mutant rat. Experience points +2, energy of strange +1000, you have received a 10,000-fold increase in energy of strange buff. Zhang Yu stood assessing the power the staff provided. A mythic-level professional player inherently possesses full base attribute points, plus full-level equipment. Common professional players need a team to kill a mutated rat, but now he can kill one with a single move. His strike silenced those who had been struggling to fight it, leaving them staring in disbelief, temporarily unable to process the situation and stunned. After recovering, they began to exclaim in shock, damn, what kind of magical damage is that? The equipment is all golden. Is he an old professional player? Impossible. Who has so much energy of strange at the beginning to refine a newbie staff like that? Regardless, he must be a big shot. The three of them stared intently at Zhang Yu, their eyes clearly showing a desire to rely on him, as he was indeed a thick thigh they could confidently latch onto. After attacking, he pondered, level 1 monsters give too little experience. To ensure maximum experience gain, I can only kill monsters above my level. In the nightmare origin of the first world. Besides low-level giant mutant rats, there are also level 3 to 4 poisonous spiders, level 5 to 7 armored scorpions, level 8 to 9 berserk boars, with forms and names similar to, but more terrifying and ferocious than, normal animals. Along with the final boss of the first world, the level 10 furious boar king, a large boar with long, curved tusks that seem capable of piercing the internal organs of anyone unlucky enough to encounter it. He cast his gaze far into the forest, towards the higher-level monsters. Currently, monsters from level 3 and above in the abandoned factory are his best choice. Just as he was about to leave, a whirlwind suddenly swept through, leaving behind a trail of smoke. A voice rang out, "Big brother, why don't we team up? We have soft support. Meat shields and damage dealers." A team of 3, 1 male and 2 females, blocked his path. The 2 female mages, with their fiery figures and inviting eyes, were inviting him to join their team to leech off him. "That's right, big brother, can we follow you? I'm a priest and can heal." "No, I don't need it." His gaze was cold as he looked down, like a threatening monster, resolutely rejecting the invitation of the 3 professional players, causing them to shrink back and cautiously reply, "We've disturbed you." He left, leaving the group behind staring at Zhang Yu's departing figure, not daring to try to stop him. They were intimidated by Zhang Yu's gaze and aura, as if they had encountered a ferocious beast. One person said, "Hey, did you guys feel that just now? His aura was even scarier than the monsters." One of the girls agreed. Looking at Zhang Yu's back, they saw a terrifying abandoned factory in front of him. Clearly, there were stronger monsters inside, causing them to exclaim, "The direction he's heading in is the abandoned factory." It's said that the monsters there are very high level and extremely dangerous. Is he planning to solo it? As expected of a big shot, not taking the normal path. Another mutated rat was sent to its maker by Zhang Yu, letting out a long squeal with its long teeth. Following that, other monsters appeared, such as poisonous spiders. System notifications rang out continuously. "You have killed a level 1 giant mutant rat, experience +2. Energy of strange +1000. You have killed a level 3 poisonous spider, experience +8, energy of strange +30,000. Strikes from his staff repeatedly pierced through their bodies, instantly killing the monsters. You have killed a level 3 poisonous spider, experience +8, energy of strange +30,000. You have killed a level 3 poisonous spider, experience +8, energy of strange +30,000. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have leveled up, HP +30, mana +12, free attribute points +6. Zhang Yu's gaze was frighteningly serious. He didn't know how many monsters he had killed. But he was now level 2. The next level up requires 250 experience points. Another monster stood before Zhang Yu's attack, the staff in his hand glowing as he prepared to fire another fireball to kill it. A thunderous explosion sent the poisonous spider back to its ancestors. The system announced again, "Congratulations, you have leveled up, HP +30, mana +12, current level 3, the next level up requires 1000 experience points." He stood alone, surrounded by countless monster corpses, a scene of carnage. Next, the system continued to announce the unlocking of a new skill. "Congratulations, you have unlocked your first active skill, and received the system's early-stage skill reward. Small fireball." An image of a fireball appeared as a demonstration. Unexpectedly, the leveling up increase for a mythic level professional player is 6 times higher than that of an ordinary professional player, immediately increasing by 3 levels. The freely distributable attribute points are as high as 18 points. Zhang Yu looked at the leveling up points he received and couldn't help but sigh at the clear difference. After some consideration, he began to allocate the points, saying to himself, "This pure beast master, its early-stage growth path is similar to a mage. Therefore, I must ensure fast casting, stable damage, and then improve agility." He distributed the points on the system as follows: Intelligence +8, Agility +5, Spirit +5. As for the initial skill, its power is not great. For professional players with limited energy of strange, they usually wouldn't waste it here. He looked at the system display, where only small fireball was unlocked. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't lack in this life is energy of strange. A faint, confident smile appeared on his lips. One could guess what Zhang Yu would do next. His finger quickly tapped on the fireball skill, max it out. The system then announced, consuming 10 points of energy of strange, your small fireball skill has been upgraded to D-grade. 1 out of 10, damage increased to 112%. Just like when refining the staff, the system notification rang out continuously, accompanied by, consuming 10 points of energy of strange, your small fireball skill has been upgraded to D-grade. 1 out of 10, damage increased to 114%, consuming 50 points of energy of strange, consuming 3000 points of energy of strange. Congratulations, your small fireball skill has been upgraded to C-grade fireball. 0 out of 10, damage increased to 140%, special effect, burning damage increases by up to 6% every second. Zhang Yu smiled slyly as he looked at the system display and said, not bad, a fully upgraded initial skill can have damage as high as 140%. The system continued to announce, congratulations, your fireball has broken through to Super Fireball A grade, reaching the highest skill level of the current professional level. Please continue to upgrade after the second job change. After upgrading his initial skill, Zhang Yu was alone in the deep forest, opening the system display to view it. He looked at the system's main quest panel and said, based on this progress, completing 2 quests in the first world, I should be able to reach level 8. When I challenge the final boss and complete the first world's passage, that will be enough. While looking at the quests, another pained groan attracted Zhang Yu's attention, causing him to glance over. Is anyone there? From the direction of the sound, there was a large house with old wooden gates. The sound came from inside. Zhang Yu followed the sound and pushed open the gate, entering. It was quite dark inside because there was no moonlight. When he pushed the door open, moonlight could finally enter and illuminate the area. The NPC was shaped like a man, covered in wounds, with one leg missing, in agony. Zhang Yu looked at the NPC and said, other than the fact that players die a real death, this game is almost no different from a normal game, quests, instances, and now an NPC in front of me. My wife and children were all killed by monsters. Adventurer, can you help me kill those hateful scorpions? The NPC pleaded in distress. The system then announced, plot triggered, accept quest, exterminate scorpions, yes/no. And Zhang Yu naturally accepted the quest. He was secretly pleased, as NPC quests usually reward better equipment than what monsters drop. He only had 1 staff right now, so this quest was worth doing. After accepting the quest, the NPC's quest details appeared. Quest details: exterminate scorpions, ordinary quest, difficulty factor 10. Please kill all the armored scorpions in the Doomsday Factory. And their leader, Armored Scorpion Emperor, 0 out of 30 completed. Rewards: experience plus 500, silver coins plus 1, energy of strange plus 300, random 1-star equipment plus 1. While looking at the quest, he suddenly paused, thinking, there's movement. But when he looked behind him, he saw no one, only silence, misty fog, and the eerie whistling of the wind. Zhang Yu chuckled, clearly noticing something as he said to himself, it seems there's more than just monsters here. But for now, completing the quest is my top priority. In the shadows of a gap in the wall, 3 red eyes stared at him, as if waiting for their prey. Walking towards the quest location, he wasn't afraid but smiled and said, mid-level monsters of the first world, armored scorpions, long time no see. 3 ferocious armored scorpions appeared before him in an attacking stance. A description of them appeared to the side. Armored scorpion, physical type, common monster. Level 5, HP 290, physical attack 40, physical defense 28, magical defense 25, skills, armor, impact. Scorpions that have mutated due to environmental pollution. Their tough armor can block a large amount of damage. The armored scorpion activating its armor skill will greatly reduce your attack effectiveness. The scorpion shrieked as it attacked. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate but took a stance, summoning his staff and saying, come on. The scorpion didn't hesitate but charged forward, wanting to tear him apart. Its 2 large, sturdy pincers and tail attacked him. Streams of magical light gathered in Zhang Yu's hand. Super Fireball Art. A large fireball created by Zhang Yu struck the scorpion, its power truly greater than a normal fireball. The armored scorpion activated its armor skill, colliding. The scorpion let out a pained shriek as it was hit by Zhang Yu's attack, flames erupting around it because of the fireball. Following that, he didn't stop but began to gather flames from his staff, preparing to launch another fireball, not giving the scorpion any rest. When the fireball struck the scorpion, another large explosion rang out. The system announced, "You have killed a level 5 armored scorpion, experience plus 15, energy of strange plus 50,000. Although Super Fireball Art has immense power, it also consumes mana very quickly." He retreated, dodging the large explosion from the fireball. "I remember when the number of common armored scorpions decreases to a certain extent," he thought while fighting, continuously launching fireballs, eliminating any scorpion that appeared before him. Without pause, it will trigger the appearance of the armored scorpion emperor. An image of a scorpion appeared in his mind. "It's here." After eliminating some common scorpions, the armored scorpion emperor finally appeared from underground. Its body and pincers were several times larger than those of the common scorpions. "If I can kill this guy before all my mana is exhausted." Zhang Yu took a stance, beginning to prepare the next fireball. The force was so strong that it sent him flying backward, but the fireball was launched, still full of power. The large scorpion didn't care but casually used its tail to swat away his fireball. However, the fireball only burned a little of its outer shell, causing him to click his tongue in praise. "Tsk, still as thick-skinned and fat as ever." The armored scorpion emperor didn't hold back and attacked with its tail, but Zhang Yu quickly ducked, dodging the scorpion's attack. Then how about this? His attack targeted a seemingly soft spot, close range, so the attack would be stronger than attacking from a distance. The attack was so strong that it sent him flying back because of the force of the explosion. The monster shrieked from the large explosion nearby, and it was clear that this attack was painful for the large scorpion. Then it collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Zhang Yu jumped to the side and said, "Luckily, I exhausted all my mana, barely managing to immobilize it. Now I just need to land one final blow on the Scorpion Emperor, and the quest will be complete." Zhang Yu approached the scorpion, which was no longer able to fight, preparing to strike to complete the quest. Suddenly, from behind him, a man rushed out with a sinister expression, brandishing a knife, aiming to stab him. "He, we're the ones completing the quest. I'm the one who will harvest the Scorpion Emperor." One person appeared from behind and another from the front, wanting to steal his credit for the monsters he had fought and kill him. However, he lightly dodged the knife from behind, surprising the sneak attacker. "You finally came out." He smiled and glanced at the two people, as if he had known all along. The sneak attacker stared at Zhang Yu and asked, "In the end, you discovered us a long time ago?" Energy gathered in his hand, remembering the two different types of people in this different world. Some honestly level up, while others specialize in using underhanded methods to secretly kill people and steal their goods. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong target. The enemies I have faced, he turned and glanced at the two wicked people, are 100, 1,000 times stronger than you. Zhang Yu launched a powerful attack, the terrifying power and oppression of the Azura in Zhang Yu's body. How could it be? The man was so frightened that he froze, his eyes wide as he watched the fireball flying towards him. A scream of despair as one was sent flying by the fireball, probably dead. The remaining person was stunned to see his companion blown away and didn't realize that Zhang Yu was right behind him. He turned to look at him and said, "Weren't you out of mana? How can you still activate a skill?" He began to panic and think, this guy isn't a newbie. Zhang Yu faced the question and said, "If I didn't say that, how would you be willing to show yourselves?" From within the fire, a small purple-red flame flew out. The system then displayed a notification. "Congratulations, during the process of killing the armored Scorpion Emperor, you have triggered the Soul Harvest effect of the Necromancer class. Do you want to acquire the armored Scorpion Emperor as a pet?" Zhang Yu looked at the flame on his hand and couldn't help but admire his luck today. "It seems my luck isn't bad. Already activating the class effect so quickly. Harvest." As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, the flame on his hand flared up fiercely. Each step he took was enveloped in a faint purple aura after he harvested the scorpion. Then, with each step he took, a wisp of black smoke emanated from under his feet, looking extremely eerie. The assassin looked in the direction of the gradually forming magic power and paled in fear, as if he were looking at a ghost. Zhang Yu now looked no different from a demon. Something gradually formed behind him, and the system announced, "You have obtained a pet, Armored Scorpion Emperor, common grade." The large scorpion that he had just defeated had now become Zhang Yu's pet. The aura it emitted frightened the professional player. A description of the Armored Scorpion Emperor was displayed to the side, with high stats even though it was only level 0. The effect of the Necromancer class had taken effect. Your pet, Armored Scorpion Emperor's, loyalty is infinite. After looking at the description, he began to think. Beastmasters are difficult to grow because pets need to rely on the Beastmaster's experience to level up. The system display continued to show additional descriptive information. The effect of the Necromancer class has taken effect. Your pet Armored Scorpion Emperor can devour 10 pets of any common grade. To increase to elite grade, and can be upgraded to mythic grade at most. The effect of the Necromancer class has taken effect. The experience required for your pet Armored Scorpion Emperor to level up is reduced by 50%. His thoughts continued. In the early stages, it requires double the experience to level up, and later on, with more pets, the requirements are n times greater. Ordinary people simply can't bear it. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't lack right now is experience points. This wasn't a problem for Zhang Yu. He turned to look at his scorpion and gave it a thumbs up. It also responded with an adoring expression. Level up in one go. Just like that, he leveled up his first pet in one go. The Armored Scorpion Emperor's D-grade skill, Armor, had been upgraded to A grade, Steel Body, A grade. Passive, reducing 30% of the damage the Armored Scorpion takes. This made the other person stunned and shout, "You, who exactly are you? A normal Beastmaster can't possibly possess strength as strong as yours." He didn't care and replied, "From the moment I accepted this quest, I felt someone watching in secret. I guessed that you were assassins who rely on stealth, specializing in robbing lone players." "Right." As he spoke, he rubbed his scorpion's head, "And we happened to receive the same quest, so you planned to ambush me at the final moment, harvesting the Scorpion Emperor. Damn it, I've kicked an iron plate this time." He thought and cried, "I have to run quickly otherwise." Zhang Yu ignored the other person and said to the scorpion, "Friend, go, show me your strength." Just like that, the scorpion lightly used its tail to lash at the man's stomach, causing him to vomit on the spot. The man clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground, pitifully begging Zhang Yu, "Please, don't kill me." Zhang Yu didn't waver, waving his hand to order the scorpion to kill him. In this world where the big fish eat the small fish, if you want to eat others, then you have to be mentally prepared to be eaten. Facing the scorpion, the man let out a terrified scream without even a chance to explain himself. The NPC gave him a thumbs up with joy, different from his initial struggling and suffering. "Thank you for avenging me. From now on, you'll be my good brother Carl." After completing the NPC's entrusted task, the system announced, "Congratulations on completing the quest, exterminate scorpions. Received rewards, experience points plus 500. Plus 1 silver coin, energy of strange 300,000. Received equipment, magic amulet, congratulations on receiving equipment, armored boots, congratulations on leveling up. HP plus 30, mana plus 12, free attribute points plus 6, current level 4, the next level up requires 2,000 experience points." "Let's see what the equipment is," he said, opening his inventory after receiving the rewards. 2 pieces of equipment appeared, a necklace with a beast tooth-like gem, described as follows: Magic amulet, 1 star, level 4, can be refined, all classes. Mana plus 5. A necklace rumored to be forged by magic. Wearing it can grant you powerful mana. The other item was a pair of shoes, armored boots, 1 star, all classes. Level 5, can be refined, physical defense plus 7, magical defense plus 6. Sturdy boots that can provide some protection to professional players. It's like having a pillow delivered when I'm sleepy, equipment to increase mana when I'm lacking it. Let's refine them both. Zhang Yu excitedly refined both 1-star pieces of equipment in one go. Immediately, the system announced, number of refines, 125, total energy of strange consumed, 2,499, congratulations on obtaining equipment with golden attributes. Holy Domain, Origin of magic, number of refines, 158. Total energy of strange consumed, 2,985. Congratulations on obtaining equipment with golden attributes. Heroic armored protection. After refining, Zhang Yu wore the necklace and boots, radiating an imposing and confident aura. With these two pieces of equipment, I and the Armored Scorpion Emperor can level up to level 5 faster. Boom star. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared in front of him, interrupting his train of thought and catching his attention. Other professional players also looked up at the system's large notification board. Area announcement: attention all professional players in Doomsday Small Town. A hidden secret realm has appeared near Doomsday Small Town, Doomsday City, level 5. This secret realm will last for 1 hour. Professional players are invited to challenge the secret realm. The first person to clear the secret realm can receive generous rewards. Level 5 secret realm? Everyone present was stunned by the system announcement. He looked at the notification panel and said to himself, not too far. With my current strength, I can get the first clear reward for this secret realm. Zhang Yu's face was full of determination to win, and he clenched his fist, vowing to himself, I must get it. Before the gate to the secret realm, people had already started forming teams. Hey, anyone want to go in with me? I heard the rewards for the first person to clear the dungeon are very generous. You can get rich. Another person heard and said, with our levels, entering a level 5 secret realm is suicide. We can earn money later, but we won't have a life to spend it. The person who had spoken earlier replied, that's why I said we should team up. There are so many people who want to challenge the secret realm, Zhang Yu thought, looking at the bustling crowd behind him. Get out of the way. Suddenly, another arm pushed him aside. Please, President. Other burly men cleared the way for Liu Yao, who was wearing golden armor. Beside him was Lin Yuaner, holding his arm. Who is he? So flashy? Liu Yao had a handsome face and was clearly a rich young master. Someone heard the question and answered, don't you know? That's Liu Yao. The son of the top rich family in Lehigh, Liu Yao. The 3 largest pharmaceutical companies in Lehigh City all belong to the Liu family. His net worth is tens of billions. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. That's right, this young Master Liu has always been arrogant. Just the equipment sets for his subordinates cost tens of thousands each. Zhang Yu, why are you here? Lin Yuaner suddenly noticed Zhang Yu standing to the side. The original body's ex-girlfriend, he thought, looking at her, remembering the memories of the original owner being abandoned because she was vain. Her name was Lin Yuaner. Lin Yuaner spoke up, pointing at his face and mocking, a common beast master, who can't even afford rent. You're not thinking of trying to clear the level 5 secret realm, are you? Zhang Yu was no longer weak and submissive. He frowned, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he threatened her. Do you have a problem with that? What's wrong with Zhang Yu? Lin Yuaner was stunned by Zhang Yu's attitude. Shouldn't he be like before, begging her for a chance like a licking dog? Lin Yuaner glanced at Zhang Yu with disdain and leaned against Liu Yao, saying, only powerhouses like my Yaoji have the qualifications to clear this special secret realm. Some people shouldn't bother with wishful thinking. Liu Yao also chimed in, letting Lin Yuaner shyly snuggle into his chest and sneering at Zhang Yu, the taste of being dumped isn't good, is it, brother? I'm telling you. People need to know their place. It's useless to resist to the death. Just some worn-out shoes that I used to wear. If you like them, you can have them. Zhang Yu didn't bother with the adulterous couple and turned his face away. As for the special secret realm, I think the one engaging in wishful thinking should be someone else. Lin Yuaner was furious at being called worn-out shoes and shouted loudly at Liu Yao, Zhang Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yao, look at his arrogant appearance. Quickly help me teach this guy a lesson. Sounds like you want to fight. Zhang Yu didn't hold back and smiled mockingly, his eyes as sharp as knives, threatening, I advise you to cherish your life. Lin Yuaner was even more loud after being threatened, arrogant. Yao, I know best how much weight he carries, just a useless piece of trash. Zhang Yu looked deep and unfathomable, and around him, there was an imposing aura that made Liu Yao think, his level and profession are unknown, as if he's intentionally hiding them. He raised his hand to signal to stop. Liu Yao pretended to be generous, and said casually as he left, forget it. This young master is in a hurry to clear the secret realm, and doesn't have the energy to waste time here with you. I'll spare your dog life this time. He and his subordinates and Lin Yuner stepped into the gate leading to the secret realm. Brothers, have you brought all the resurrection scrolls? Let's go inside the secret realm with me and get the first clear. Yes. The group of subordinates cheered, eagerly following him into the gate. Lin Yuner also closely followed Lu Yao, batting her eyelashes and putting on a dependent demeanor. A person came to Zhang Yu's side and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Brother, accept it. Poor people like us can't compare to these rich second-generation guys. If you feel that you are poor and can't compare to others, then you should think of ways to make yourself stronger. Zhang Yu was no longer the same as before. He was originally Azura reborn, and the Zhang Yu of the past was already dead. The original Zhang Yu was poor, that's true, but what does that have to do with Azura me? TCH, still acting tough, the person who had comforted him said dismissively after being rebuffed. Behind him, there were still people clicking their tongues in admiration of Lu Yao. TSK, have you guys heard? Resurrection scrolls cost 3,000 each in the trade store, and they each have one. In the square, there were more words of admiration and envy. As expected of a rich second-generation guy. I heard that this scroll can be used at most 2 times in 7 days. Which is equivalent to having 3 lives. It seems that the first clear this time will definitely be for the Supreme Guild. Inside the secret realm, there were basically Lord-level monsters guarding the checkpoints. A cold and evil gaze appeared in Zhang Yu's mind amidst the darkness. With my current strength, I'm more than capable of dealing with the common monsters, but I'm afraid I won't be able to handle that final Lord monster. Zhang Yu began to consider combining himself with the Armored Scorpion Emperor, unless I and the Armored Scorpion Emperor both reach level 5, and then combine that with full-level equipment and skills. I can ensure that there won't be any mistakes solo. So he turned and left, preparing to level up himself and his pet. On the other side, Lu Yao and his group had already entered the secret realm through the spatial gate. As soon as they arrived, Lin Yuner began to complain. Yao, he bullied me like that, why didn't you avenge me? Lu Yao explained with a somewhat uneasy expression, there were too many people just now. What if someone used the excuse that Lu Yao abused and killed professional players to deliberately damage the reputation of the Lu family and the guild? Then it would be more harm than good. Then he coaxed the sulking Lin Yuner, don't worry, sooner or later, I'll make that trash beast master kneel before you and apologize to you. Hearing this, Lin Yuner happily said, Thank you, Yao. I know you're the best to me. The pets of ordinary beast masters need the same experience as their masters, Zhang Yu thought while fighting alongside the Armored Scorpion Emperor, fire blasting from the staff, continuously critting and burning. Fortunately, the pet of a necromancer has its leveling requirements reduced by half. In the early stages, I just need to let the Armored Scorpion Emperor kill a few common monsters, and it will be able to level up quickly. Zhang Yu, like a monster, continuously launched fireballs and had the Armored Scorpion Emperor eliminate common monsters to level up. Oh my god, isn't that the poor guy who was bickering with Lu Yao? A group of 3 people hid behind a wall, looking at him in surprise. So he's so powerful? A level 5 scorpion, yet it was directly one shot. TSK, I misjudged him. I shouldn't have looked down on him just now. Brother, can you take me to level up with you? Let's be friends. A group of girls stood in front of Zhang Yu, looking shy and expressing their desire to get to know him. Another girl said, Brother, can I be your girlfriend? I swear that no matter what happens, I won't betray you. No, Zhang Yu said with a cold face, brushing past the 3 girls, causing all 3 of them to be stunned. Just as he finished leveling up, the system rang out with a notification, Attention professional players of Doomsday Small Town, the level 5 secret realm, Doomsday City, will close in 10 minutes. Zhang Yu thought, increase the defense for the level 5 Armored Scorpion Emperor. It'll act as a meat shield in the front, and I'll focus on dealing damage in the back. He reached out and continued to buff his pet. The scorpion was now described by the system as becoming powerful, master, laying bound species, defense type, loyalty, infinite, level 5, experience points. 53,000, physical attack 22, physical defense 39, magical defense 35, HP 140, mana 9, skills, steel body passive, grade A, reduces 30% of the damage the armored scorpion takes. He looked at the necklace emitting a blue light and thought, plus the equipment that regenerates mana quickly, the fireball art can be continuously cast, increasing the efficiency of killing monsters. 10 minutes is enough. Zhang Yu confidently stepped into the spatial gate leading to the level 5 secret realm to challenge it. Inside the secret realm, there was a thunderous explosion, and fire erupted. Lu Yao, with injuries all over his body, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, I was just a little bit away from defeating that Lord Scorpion." One of his subordinates said, "President, the Lord Monster is level 7. A bunch of level 2 professional players like us are just going to give them our heads." Lin Yuner was also worried about Lu Yao, advising Yao, "The monsters in this secret realm are too powerful. It's more important to keep our lives." The subordinate, holding a scroll, added, That's right. While that monster hasn't caught up, we should quickly use the resurrection scroll to leave here, otherwise we'll definitely die." Suddenly, there was movement, and Lu Yao became vigilant. "Someone's coming." The group looked up at the high rocks and saw a figure standing there. Seeing that it was Zhang Yu coming alone, the group was stunned and exclaimed, "Why is it him? You're coming alone to challenge a level 5 secret realm? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Lu Yao glared at him with resentment, and warned. Zhang Yu didn't respond but looked down at Lu Yao's group with an arrogant expression, clearly showing disdain. Lu Yao was provoked by Zhang Yu's expression and rushed over, shouting, "What are you laughing at? Today, this young master must teach you a good lesson." Behind him, Lin Yuner tried to stop him. "Yao, don't be angry. This kind of poor ghost can't afford resurrection scrolls. He's just here to commit suicide." The subordinate chimed in. "President, that monster will catch up here soon. It's more important to leave here first. A fool who doesn't know his own limitations. You better die in the secret realm so this young master doesn't have to personally take action." Lu Yao was dragged away by his subordinates and Lin Yuner, angrily cursing until he left. Zhang Yu didn't care much and said, "It's good that they're gone. I don't need to care about those noisy people." The stone floor suddenly cracked, showing signs of something emerging from the ground. A giant scorpion, several times larger than a normal person, appeared. It could be seen that this was the boss in this setting. Zhang Yu wasn't afraid and challenged, "Come on." The secret realm scorpion boss appeared, armored scorpion leader, level 7, physical type, Lord Monster, attack 80, physical defense 55, magical defense 50, HP 1240, skills, armor, impact. As expected, it's the scorpion leader. Unlike those minions, just its health bar is several times thicker than theirs. Zhang Yu summoned his armored scorpion emperor with interest and ordered, "Go!" The two scorpions charged at each other, fighting madly, as if wanting to tear each other apart. Their health bars were continuously reduced by the damage inflicted by the other. Seeing that his pet had the upper hand, Zhang Yu thought, "Very good, the armored scorpion emperor's added equipment and inherent skills are enough that even a level 7 Lord Monster can't beat it." He began preparing to launch a fireball. Super Fireball Art. Fireballs continuously struck the Lord Scorpion, causing it to take continuous damage along with the burning effect. The Lord Scorpion continuously took hits but still stood firm. Its outer armor was tough, and the magical attacks so far hadn't dealt too much damage to it. When the Lord Scorpion attacked, Zhang Yu's armored Scorpion Emperor used its pincers to block it, and Zhang Yu stood on his pet's back, preparing for his next attack. Then he gained momentum, preparing to throw fireballs at the Lord Scorpion. 6 consecutive shots. 6 fireballs struck, aiming straight at the Lord Scorpion's head. After taking the previous attacks, the Lord Scorpion's head seemed to be badly injured. It began to lose its footing and growl. Zhang Yu's armored Scorpion Emperor charged forward, roaring and attacking the Lord Scorpion, landing the finishing blow. The boss let out a pained shriek. Then the Lord Scorpion completely collapsed, covered in injuries, completely defeated by Zhang Yu and his armored Scorpion Emperor. Zhang Yu stood on the Lord Scorpion, feeling satisfied. It's only SOSO. Just after defeating it, a system notification appeared outside. "Congratulations to the professional player, Ling, for clearing the level 5 secret realm, Doomsday City. For the first time. Received reward, Black Iron Grade Secret Realm Scroll +1. Outside, there was another commotion. Cleared it? So quickly? The professional players outside were in an uproar. "Who is this big shot, Ling? So awesome, he actually cleared the level 5 secret realm. Everyone's only at levels 1 to 3 right now, right? The boss in the level 5 secret realm has to be at least a level 6 to 7 lord. How did he kill it? Lin Yuner and Lu Yao outside were gaping in shock. Lu Yao sat on a stone and said suspiciously, "Could it be your ex-boyfriend?" He went inside for a few minutes, and the announcement appeared. Lin Yuner widened her eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Absolutely impossible. You saw that he hid his ID, and he doesn't even have a pet. How could he defeat a level 7 monster alone?" Hearing this, Lu Yao comforted himself, "That's right. It must have been someone else. To be able to kill the scorpion leader, this person is definitely not ordinary." Lu Yao leaned his sword on the ground and said. He ordered his subordinates, "I want you to immediately find this person with the ID link for me. Spare no expense, recruit him to my supreme guild, and work for me." The subordinates shouted yes. Inside the secret realm, after eliminating the Scorpion Lord, Zhang Yu looked at the items that had dropped and sighed. The drop rate for Lord monsters is indeed much higher than for ordinary monsters. Coins, maps, equipment. He walked among the dropped items, heading towards a scroll. But the most important thing is this scroll. He looked at the scroll floating in an energy ball, and the system displayed a description: Black Iron Grade, can spend 1000 energy of strange points to upgrade to Bronze Grade. After opening, it is guaranteed to receive 5 silver coins. After opening, it is guaranteed to receive a Black Iron Grade reward quest. The professional players chattered endlessly, "Oh my god. Since the appearance of the Otherworld secret realm scrolls in the first world have only appeared 10 times. The professional player, Sword Dance Tianya, the secret realm scroll isn't bad, but it's a pity it's the lowest grade." Countless comments from other professional players appeared before him, expressing surprise at the appearance of the secret realm scroll. Zhang Yu read the comments and said, "I can upgrade the secret realm scroll, it's not just a few thousand currency. Press the upgrade button." As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, the system continuously announced, "Consuming 1000 energy of strange points, congratulations on upgrading your secret realm scroll. From Black Iron Grade to Bronze Grade, consuming 2000 energy of strange points, congratulations on upgrading your secret realm scroll from Bronze Grade to Silver Grade." The scroll's appearance continuously changed with each upgrade. When the scroll completely transformed into a new appearance, Zhang Yu said to himself, "A King Grade secret realm scroll has never appeared in the first world. If it were launched on the market, it would be worth at least several 100,000 currency. For ordinary professional players, this is definitely a large sum of money." Zhang Yu firmly grasped the scroll in his hand and said, "But my goal is to clear the Otherworld." The system then announced a quest: "You have used a King Grade secret realm scroll, level 5, gold coins +1. Congratulations on receiving a reward quest, rescue survivors. King Grade. Please complete the quest within the time limit, you will receive generous rewards. Difficulty factor 100, rewards unknown. A King Grade reward quest, just escorting an NPC." Zhang Yu looked at the quest details and summarized it in one sentence. Before him was a map with the words, "Level 10, Furious Forest" written on it. Zhang Yu looked at the map and rubbed his chin. "A level 10 map? I'm only level 5 right now." Images of wild boars and their system descriptions flashed through his mind. Raging boar, physical type, normal monster, level 10, physical attack 100, physical defense 68. Magical defense 65, HP 720, skill, raging charge. Description: boars in a state of rage are not easy to provoke. Before approaching them, consider whether you can withstand a 500 kilograms impact. Recalling the description, he couldn't help but be wary. Moreover, raging boars usually prefer to appear in herds. It might be a little difficult to deal with them. Forget it, I'll find that Irene first, and then decide. He entered the forest with the goal of completing the mission. On the other side, Irene was being chased by a wild boar, screaming, "Don't chase me!" Suddenly, a thunderous explosion targeted the boar chasing Irene, killing it instantly. Irene leaned on Zhang Yu and asked, "Brother, did you come to save me?" Zhang Yu simply grunted in response, looking at the burning corpse of the boar. After finding the NPC he needed to protect, the system displayed a notification: "Survivor Irene found. Remaining mission time, 10 hours. Other boars roared repeatedly and began attacking Zhang Yu and Irene. At this time, Zhang Yu was on alert, saying to himself, "Is it related to the mission?" As soon as I found Irene, the boars in the forest started getting agitated. A large boar with long tusks charged at him. Zhang Yu took Irene and dodged to the side, while simultaneously activating the fireball art. The boar cried out as it was hit. The fireball dealt significant damage, and the burning effect continuously drained its HP. Zhang Yu and Irene were now surrounded by a horde of ferocious boars, one after another. They're so tough. A mythic-level professional player combined with a golden attribute staff and A-grade fireball art couldn't take them down. He had to protect Irene. So it was difficult to fight. If Irene dies here, the mission will fail. Armored Scorpion, cover me! He summoned his pet to help protect Irene and complete the mission. The scorpion charged in and fought with the boars. Its body was several times larger than the boars, pushing them back. On the other side, Zhang Yu also began to mobilize his magic power, deploying the super fireball art. When it hit a boar, the system displayed a notification: "You have eliminated a level 10 raging boar, experience points plus 40, energy of strange plus 100,000. It's effective. Armored Scorpion, keep it up! If we kill a few more, we can level up." Seeing that it was effective, Zhang Yu became more enthusiastic, attacking the boars alongside his pet. Notifications of eliminating raging boars continuously rang out from the system, along with a series of explosions that lit up the area. When will these boars stop coming? My mana can't withstand the constant attacks. Zhang Yu now had very little mana left. The NPC Irene worriedly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Zhang Yu just smiled lightly, glanced back at Irene, and soothed, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu was hit by a raging charge from a boar and cried out. As soon as it managed to hit, the boar ate a fireball art from Zhang Yu. But the boar stood firm in the flames, showing no signs of being defeated. It grunted, its outer fur only scorched by the flames, not affecting it too much. "Luckily, my HP is still quite high, otherwise, being rammed by a boar like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand it." Zhang Yu struggled to get up. The armored scorpion next to him also seemed to be weakening. The armored scorpion can't hold on for much longer. I didn't expect this bounty mission to be more difficult than I imagined. The boar's health bar dropped, and it couldn't move anymore. At this moment, Zhang Yu leveled up and rejoiced, "Great! Finally, the heavens haven't abandoned me. I leveled up twice. In this urgent situation, I'll increase my attack power first." At this time, Zhang Yu's attribute panel appeared: ID, None, Necromancer First Class Change, Mythic Core Occupation, Level 7, Experience Points, 0/100, Intelligence 26. Effects Spell Power, Agility 15, Effects Speed Crit, Spirit 15, Effects Mana, Endurance 10, Effects Defense, Constitution 10, Effects HP, Magical Attack 164. Physical Defense 18. Magical Defense 19, HP 230, Mana 192, Gold 0, Available Free Attribute Points 0, Energy of Strange 22,106,649,612,009,527. Description: a chicken that has just entered the other world. With no combat power, you need to work twice as hard to survive in the other world. Plus the equipment he received when farming the Scorpion Lord earlier. He wore a ring with a gem on it. Glory, Lord's Ring, Level 7, 1-star quality, Golden Attribute. Attack Power plus 35, Strength plus 3, no profession requirements, Penetration Clause. The wearer's attack can ignore 20 points of the opponent's defense. Description: the ring is made from the tough teeth of the Scorpion Lord, and has a good damage effect. He mobilized a large fireball above his head, which, with the addition of the equipment and mana he had just added, made it powerful and immense. The monster roared, and it was taken down with one hit. The system announced, "You have eliminated a level 10 raging boar, experience points plus 40, energy of strange plus 100,000. Great. Compared to before, when it took 7 or 8 shots to be effective, now basically 2 shots of fireball art can eliminate a boar." Zhang Yu regained his energy and became even more enthusiastic. Immediately afterward, fireballs rained down, and several forest monsters were continuously slaughtered. The system's elimination notifications rang out continuously. Zhang Yu was more like a monster than the boars, ruthlessly slaughtering them. Leading Irene out of that place, he stopped, propped his knees, and thought to himself, finally escaped from those boars. Next, I just need to bring Irene back to Doomsday Small Town, and the mission will be complete. Oh, I didn't expect you to still be alive in the secret realm. At this time, an uninvited person blocked Zhang Yu's path. It was Lu Yao, who seemed to have fully recovered, along with Lin Yuner, both with sinister expressions. I don't want to waste time on you underlings. Get out, Zhang Yu said bluntly, chasing them away. Lin Yuner didn't answer but turned to Lu Yao. Yao, you're all equipped with level 5 elite golden equipment. There aren't many opponents for you in the newbie area right now. Quickly teach him a lesson for me. Lu Yao also began to draw his sword and say, last time, consider yourself lucky to have kept your life. Now this young master will kill you. Zhang Yu wasn't afraid but challenged back, you want to kill me? Come on, I'm giving you a chance. He rushed over, swinging his sword high. I want to see if your mouth is harder or my sword is harder. Lu Yao's sword struck down but couldn't cut through Zhang Yu's arm. How is that possible? Lu Yao used all his strength but couldn't cut through, and was stunned. Lin Yuner was also surprised in the back. That poor ghost is just a beast master with nothing in his hands, yet Yao can't hit him. Is your performance over yet? Zhang Yu began to mobilize his magic power. Then next, it's my turn. At this time, Zhang Yu summoned a large fireball above his head. The scale and power of the fireball were indescribable. Lu Yao was frightened by his move and quickly tried to reconcile. Wait, I'm the president of the Supreme Guild, the eldest young master of the wealthiest Lu family in Linhai. If you lay a hand on me. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yu dropped the fireball, not giving him a chance to shout. Lu Yao rolled his eyes and groaned, damn it, one hit. He vanished, leaving behind his golden equipment. After eliminating him, the system announced, the professional player Supreme Glory launched a malicious attack on you. The opponent has turned gray. Eliminating the gray-named professional player within 10 minutes will not incur sin points. Zhang Yu looked and cursed idiot. In the other world, the names of normal professional players are white. But when a professional player maliciously attacks another white-named professional player, the attacker will temporarily turn gray. During this time, the victim's retaliation will be considered legitimate defense and will not accumulate sin points. And if the victim's retaliation fails and they are killed, the attacker will turn red and receive 100 sin points. Under the intervention of the rules of the other world, they are forbidden from entering safe areas and cannot escape the other world unless they eliminate enough monsters to clear the sin points. When a professional player dies, they will not only drop levels and experience, but will also leave behind a large amount of equipment and props. Zhang Yu walked over and collected Lu Yao's golden equipment. Lin Yuner was so frightened that she was stunned. He actually killed Lu Yao with one hit. How did he become so powerful? What do you want to do? Lin Yuner saw Zhang Yu approaching and panicked, thinking, what should I do? The resurrection scroll can only be used twice in 7 days. I already used one to escape the secret realm. If I use it all now, I won't have any chances later. She thought in panic, trying to find a way to prevent Zhang Yu from killing her. Darling, don't you know, since we broke up, I've always been thinking about you. But Zhang Yu and Irene didn't care, passing by Lin Yuner, leaving her stunned in place. He glanced back at Lin Yuner. Lin Yuner didn't attack just now. If I attack a white name, the mission will be affected. I can't waste time on these unimportant people. Lin Yuner, ignored, watched Zhang Yu's back and said angrily, how dare you ignore me? Zhang Yu, you wait. After being brought back to the safe zone, the NPC Irene bowed deeply and thanked, thank you, brother. Irene has to go home now. After completing the quest, the system notified, congratulations on completing the King Grade Gold Reward quest, rescue survivors. Rewards received, experience points plus 10,000. Silver coins plus 20, energy of strange plus 5 million, increased 10,000 times, received equipment, frost staff, received skill book, small ice bolt art. Received pet egg common grade. Congratulations on leveling up, HP plus 30, mana plus 12, free attribute points plus 6, current level 8. The next level up requires 9,500 experience points. Zhang Yu summoned the ice staff he had just received without saying anything, and a beautiful blue light emanated from his hand. Zhang Yu held the ice staff in his hand, and a description of the ice staff was displayed on the system. Familiar with the old operation, Zhang Yu clicked on the system and started to refine the equipment. The system notified, one click refine 144 times, total energy of strange spent 22,356 points. Congratulations on receiving the golden attribute, Ice and Snow Exterminator Scepter. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more energy of strange it takes to refine. Zhang Yu looked at the display panel. Fortunately, no matter how much it is, it's not a problem. That's right, there was a pet egg in the reward just now. Zhang Yu took out the blue egg in his hand. He also got a lot of ordinary pet eggs while farming monsters just now. He opened the system panel, and there were countless eggs of various shapes. Let's use them all as fodder for the armored scorpion. The scorpion behind him looked at him with sparkling eyes and infinite love because it was going to be fed. The system notified again and again, your pet, armored scorpion, common grade, swallows common grade raging boar pet, evolution point +1, current evolution point 1 out of 10. Your pet, armored scorpion, common grade, swallows common grade raging boar pet, evolution +1, current evolution point 2 tenths. Until the system panel turned purple, congratulations to your pet, armored scorpion, common grade, evolved into silver armored scorpion, elite grade. Silver armored scorpion, physical system, normal grade, master none, binding, type of defense, loyalty 100, each pet death will reduce 10 points of loyalty, loyalty cannot be restored. When about to not have a pet, it will rebel, level 8, experience points 0 out of 100, strength 4, physical attack 2, growth 6 stars, resistance 5, physical defense 5. Growth 9 stars, resistance 5, magic defense 3, growth 8 stars, physical strength 8, HP 80, growth 15 stars, spirit 3, mana 15, growth 4 stars, skill armored. Passive, grade A 0 out of 10, armored defense reduces 50% of the damage that the armored scorpion takes, increases 10% of the armored scorpion's defensive power. Reversed armor, has an effect with elite grade pets, A grade fatal counterattack. When the silver armored scorpion takes damage, 30% of the damage will bounce back to the attacker. Description: the armored scorpion is dedicated to defense, and can protect the beast's master in the front line, and resist for the master. The armored scorpion turned into a silver armored scorpion, and looked even more ferocious. Zhang Yu held the ice staff in his hand and said, not bad, a 2-star staff and a silver armored scorpion. Plus the golden equipment that Lu Yao just contributed, I should be able to go and fight the final boss of the first world. The other world gate opened, and Zhang Yu said, however, before that, I need to go back and replenish some supplies. So he brought the staff and entered the space gate to return to the real world. At night, light shone from the window of Zhang Yu's apartment. Zhang Yu casually returned home through the gate, not looking like someone who had just completed the main mission and killed countless monsters. At this time, the phone on his table rang, attracting his attention. When he answered the phone, the doctor's voice rang out, Mr. Zhang Yu, a final reminder, if you still don't pay the 390,000 medical expenses that your younger brother Zhang Zhao owes, the hospital will stop treating your younger brother. Send me your hospital's payment account number. I'll transfer it in 10 minutes. Zhang Yu looked at the items he had and sold some more golden equipment. Millions of currency flowed into his bag easily. Helping the original owner save his younger brother can be regarded as repaying this body. But suddenly the system issued a red warning, this equipment is in a bound state, and cannot be traded or dropped. Zhang Yu was helpless when he saw the notification. It seems that this is a negative effect of the 10,000 times amplification buff. The settings of the other world really have no loopholes. The equipment could not be traded, and selling all the silver he had would only get him more than 10,000 currency. He looked and sold what he could. I have to find a way to earn some money. Zhang Yu opened the forum of professional players to browse. Numerous transactions appeared on it. Selling a gold coin from the 8th world, 2,000 currency, inbox if you want to buy it. Newbie of the first world, please let me train. 200 currency an hour, and an additional 100 for each level. Are there any powerful professional players who can help my sister? Normal hourly training earns money too slowly. Suddenly, a job caught his attention. Wait, what is this? A red forum appeared with the content, new professional player of the first world, Linhai City, a big reward of 300,000 to hire someone to train. Below, there were countless comments of doubt and questions. How can there be such incredible training? It must be a scam. How is it possible? Scams can't pass the official verification of reward posts on the Otherworld forum. Don't you know? The reward is too high, isn't this rich? Whoa, a reward to take a life has appeared again. What's the situation? Explain it to the above. Zhang Yu didn't say anything and immediately called the poster. A look of interest appeared on his face. A reward to take a life, interesting. At this time, a girl on the other side answered the phone while sitting in front of countless computer screens. Hello, Zhang Yu opened his mouth first. I'm looking for the person who posted the 300,000 currency reward for training on the forum. What are the specific requirements? The first requirement is that it must be a new professional player of this class. The girl on the other side also directly answered the request. The second requirement is to take the designated person through the first world. Okay, whether it's the first world, the second world, or the third world, there's no problem, but I want 390,000. Zhang Yu frankly made a request, and the other side quickly replied. After the mission is completed, I can give you 400,000. When does it start? Zhang Yu asked over the phone, and the girl, sitting cross-legged on the chair, replied, 10 minutes later, she will wait for you at the Resurrection Spring in Doomsday Small Town. Zhang Yu re-entered the first Otherworld. He originally wanted to clear the first world, and getting an additional 400,000 for taking another person was a great deal. He looked around for the client. This deal was not bad, and it was a win-win situation. Suddenly he paused because he noticed someone. A girl, wearing a black cloak that completely covered her body, was timidly, Su Jinyan. Are you looking for someone to train? Zhang Yu took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her, and Su Jinyan nodded in response. Isn't that the Calamity Mage? Other professional players looked and started to talk. That's right, she always dresses like that, so you can recognize her at a glance. Isn't the Chicken Beast Master next to her the one who took the mission? TCH, people really don't need their lives for money now. The words were loud enough that both of them could hear them, making the atmosphere awkward. Zhang Yu spoke first to break the silence. Team leader, I'll take you to complete the world mission. He sent a team invitation to Su Jinyan, and she also reached out and clicked to agree. To clear the first world, you must first complete 2 prerequisite missions, 1,000 monsters and 10 coins. Did you know? They talked as they walked, but only Zhang Yu spoke. And Su Jinyan only confirmed with him. According to the settings of the Otherworld, professional players can't force damage on monsters that are 5 levels or more higher than them. Even if I hit the monster until it only has 1 drop of blood, if you can't kill it, it won't do any good. He summoned the scepter in one hand while explaining. Let's complete the prerequisite tasks first, and help you level up at the same time. Zhang Yu took the lead, his momentum as confident and oppressive as before when he started the mission. He easily took away a lot of blood from the scorpion with 1 hit, Super Ice Bolt Art. Zhang Yu was pleased with the thought, the skill book I received when I did the mission before. Although the power is not as strong as the Fireball Art, it is not bad as a support skill. The scorpion was frozen, so he turned to remind Su Jinjiao, what are you standing there blankly for? Attack! He made her react. She hummed and began to cast magic, streams of purple magic power gradually gathering on Su Jinyan's hands. Immediately afterward, the ice and the scorpion inside exploded. The system kept notifying, congratulations on leveling up. Su Jinyan was surprised, how can I level up 3 levels at once? Just as she finished killing it, another scorpion rushed out from behind, aiming at Su Jinyan, but Zhang Yu also rushed over at the same time. He took the time to take Su Jinyan dodged to one side before the monster pounced on her. After that, Zhang Yu mobilized the Fireball Art, aiming it at the scorpion. The scorpion exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. He hugged Su Jinyan, keeping his eyes alert, looking around to prevent his client from being killed, which was also money. Seeing that there was no danger, he released her and turned to look at her sitting on the ground, saying, "Get up quickly, let's go to the next leveling spot." Because he didn't know her name, he called Su Jinyan 400,000. How old are you? The girl in the back raised her hand to show the number. He also looked and continued to say, 21. Everyone can awaken their profession at the age of 18. You have probably entered the Otherworld 3 years ago. Why is your level still so low? Suddenly, Su Jinyan walked slowly, making Zhang Yu stop and ask, what's wrong? Thank you for taking me to level up. You can go. She pulled the hood of her cloak down, revealing a beautiful face but with self-doubt in her eyes, as compensation. I will give you 10,000, don't tell my sister. I thought you didn't know the story. John, you didn't care much about what Tu Jinyan said, only surprised that the person who had been silent from the beginning finally opened her mouth to speak. Don't worry, if I have agreed to your sister, then I can definitely help you clear the first world. Zhang Yu said with a firm tone, but Su Jinyan worried. Didn't you hear what they said? I am a disaster body, a jinx, being together will bring disaster to you. Hearing her mention it, he also said what he was wondering in his heart. Actually, I was a little curious just now, what is a disaster body? It's… Su Jinyan was about to explain when another voice interrupted. Oh, the Calamity Mage is out to harm people again. On the other side, a group of men with evil faces said, it's said on the forum that as long as you accept her mission, you will die in an accident, but if anyone can kill her, they will receive a super large amount of experience and energy of strange. They eagerly rushed up, shouting, brothers, today we must act for the heavens, charge. Most of these people are level 5 or above, and we are not their opponents. Su Jinyan was in a panic in the back, and said urgently, they are aiming at me, run away quickly. Zhang Yu summoned the staff and threatened, you want to move 400,000, have you gotten my consent? In the tension, another group of people came, oh, a gang fight, so exciting. It was none other than Lu Yao, with the same heroic aura, walking forward. The group who had provoked the trouble looked at Lu Yao and whispered to each other, Big brother, isn't that the eldest young master Lu Yao of the wealthiest family in Linhai? They must not be here to rob people from us, we are not their opponents. The big brother next to him also said, who needs you to say it, you worthless guy? The big brother came to try to please Lu Yao. Lu, young master Lu, we don't mean to offend you, but if you also want to eliminate harm for the people. Before that person could finish speaking, he was scolded by Lu Yao, shut up. Lu Yao came over and grabbed his collar. The tension between the two was as if a fight was about to break out. He said, oh, it's you, what a coincidence. Zhang Yu sneered and threatened, what, you want to come and ship equipment again? If I remember correctly, you can't use the resurrection scroll again within 7 days. Not answering him, Lu Yao just waved his hand to signal. Brothers, rushed to hit him. In the back, the gang took out knives and swords, ready to fight Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stood in front of Su Jinyan, guarding against him, waiting for the other side to strike first. Seeing Zhang Yu vigilant, Lu Yao raised a question mark, why are you reacting like this? Turning around and seeing his gang with knives and swords, Lu Yao panicked. Do you really understand what I mean? He hit one of his subordinates in the head and said angrily, I told you to hit him, is it to take this out? The gang remembered at this time and said, oh, right, I'm used to it. They came to surround Zhang Yu and Su Jinyan. Lu Yao's people were on both sides of Zhang Yu at this time. But then they all bowed respectfully in unison, each hand holding out a gift box. Su Jinyan huddled close to Zhang Yu, frightened. This is… Yao, what do you mean? Lin Yuanur asked angrily, but Lu Yao's attitude was to order, shut up. I know you're not afraid of force, and I don't want to use force, it's not sincere at all. Lu Yao, standing behind his men, smiled mischievously. Lu Yao began to multi-level market, he gave a confident smile and gave a thumbs up to him. I deliberately asked people to work hard to select rare treasures for you. Lu Yao began his monologue. As long as you agree to join our guild and contribute to us, then these are all yours. Not only that, I can also pay you a salary. He confidently offered a salary to Zhang Yu, 50,000 each month, causing everyone to be stunned. 50,000 is so high, I want to go too. Lin Yuanur said disdainfully, Zhang Yu, poor people like you who can only eat dirt can hardly get the proposal that Yao just made even if you work hard for 10 years. I say, you should obediently join Yao's guild. But in her mind she had already begun to calculate maliciously, now I'm helping Yao get people in, he will definitely be very happy, after he joins the guild. There will be a chance to teach Zhang Yu a lesson, one arrow hits 2 birds. Well, I only respect people who are more powerful than me in this life, or you can just use force and see, maybe I will consider it, he said with a faint smile. His eyes without fear or fluctuation. Lin Yuanur became furious when she heard this. Are you crazy, Zhang Yu? 50,000 a month, this is money that you may not be able to earn for a whole year, What qualifications does a poor ghost like? You have to bargain with Yao. People who meet the same frequency of people, she thought everyone was like her. You don't do things. Do you like being a dog? Zhang Yu didn't care much, but said a sentence that made Lin Yuan'er speechless. You? Are you going to fight? If you don't fight, get out of the way, don't block the way. Zhang Yu strode away, and Lin Yuan'er stood aside in confusion. Huh, is this still fighting? Let him go. Lu Yao stepped aside, giving way to Zhang Yu. Yao, are you just letting him go like that? He doesn't take you seriously at all, Lin Yuan'er shouted. Are your ears deaf? Young Master Fu said let him go. Lu Yao's serious attitude made Lin Yuan'er shrink her neck. Yes. Looking at the backs of Zhang Yu and Su Jinyan leaving, a subordinate asked, Big brother, this kid killed you before, and you have been magnanimous and didn't care about the old feud. Now he is so ungrateful, just kill him. Just after he finished speaking, the subordinate ate a punch from Lu Yao. What do you know? His eyes lit up and said, What you can't get is the best. If it's too easy to get, you won't know how to cherish it. Yao, didn't you want to kill Zhang Yu at all costs before? She hugged Lu Yao and acted coquettishly. When did you change your mind? You didn't tell me anything. Lu Yao pondered and said probably after he killed me last time. She repeatedly emphasized that his family was poor and couldn't afford golden equipment. Lu Yao approached and squeezed Lin Yuan'er's chin. But why is the damage of a normal beast master so high? This person is definitely not simple. He looked at Zhang Yu's back shining with brilliance. I must lure him into my supreme guild and contribute to me. Hearing this, Lin Yuan'er cursed even more in her heart. TCH, what is not simple? No one can understand him better than me. A poor ghost has nothing. Zhang Yu. You just wait for me. I must make you kneel before me again. Su Jinyan walked behind Zhang Yu and said, Thank you for protecting me just now. He immediately replied without turning his head, No need to thank me. If you die, where will I find 400,000? Or you can just give up. You can't complete this task, Su Jinyan said hesitantly. If you don't have confidence, why post a reward on the forum? Zhang Yu glanced back and said, And you can also break the appointment. Why do you have to enter the other world? You don't understand. I actually gave up a long time ago. It's my sister. Su Jinyan opened her information panel to one side. I said, I'm a disaster body. Forget it. Take a look for yourself. Special occupation. Zhang Yu was a little surprised in his heart. In the other world, in addition to the main occupations and the living occupations, there is also a special type of occupation. The image of a person seemed to be nurtured and confined in a fetus. As long as the limitations of the profession are broken, the earth will crack when breaking through. The probability of giving birth to high-level professions is extremely high, and it may even give birth to legendary or mythical professions. They shed their skins and turn into gods. Unfortunately, ordinary people cannot break these limitations, and can only be an ordinary person, enduring all the eyes of the world. Su Jinyan sat down dejectedly. Since awakening the special profession 3 years ago, I have tried hundreds of methods so far and have not succeeded once, plus the setting of the other world. I can't team up with teammates who are more than 10 levels higher than myself. The highest 2 people are level 10, how can they defeat the boss of the first world? Her voice was full of despair. You can go. Su Jinyan had no hope at this time, and a tear fell to the ground. What if I say I can? Zhang Yu spoke at this time. I can take you through the first world. These words made Su Jinyan look up at him in surprise. What? She jumped up and grabbed his sleeves. Are you telling the truth? 3 years. Su Jinyan trembled. I have been dreaming of breaking the rules of the profession and becoming a professional player respected by thousands of people. Zhang Yu reached out while Su Jinyan was still lost in thought. Could it really be possible now? Zhang Yu said smugly, Don't dawdle any longer. I'll take you to do the mission of the world first. In the first world, professional players must complete the mission of the world before they can obtain the qualification to challenge the boss. 1. Eliminate 1,000 monsters. Zhang Yu didn't delay and took her to kill monsters. The more monsters fell, the more coins fell, which was also the mission of the world. 2. Earn 10 silver coins. Su Jinyan observed the battle, and couldn't help but think to herself, is this his true strength? It hasn't been a few minutes, and he has taken me to complete the world mission. That's 1,000 monsters, and he dropped a lot of coins. After completing the mission and meeting the conditions, he turned to look at her. The prerequisite missions are over. Now is it okay to challenge the boss? She was startled and looked back. Okay, I don't have a problem. Seeing that her expression was a little sad, Zhang Yu cared and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Su Jinyan lowered her head and smiled wryly. "It's nothing, I just don't understand. A normal person as powerful as you wouldn't need to accept this kind of task at all." He squinted and pointed at himself. "Because I'm the second kind of person." Zhang Yu turned around, blushing a little because he had to lie. In his mind there was another thought: I'm really cold-hearted, and I can't say the truth that I'm crazy about money in reality. Su Jinyan admired and clapped her hands in praise. Amazing, amazing. At the same time, the system window appeared. Mission to clear the first world. 1. Collect 10 silver coins. The progress has been completed. 2. Eliminate 1,000 monsters. The progress has been completed. The prerequisite conditions have been met. Press to challenge the world boss. Challenge immediately. Think for a moment. She pressed challenge immediately without hesitation, trying to complete the mission. The system then confirmed. The system detects that you have activated the first world, the source of nightmares, the boss's realm. A space gate opened, and on the other side was the abyss of evil, where the big boss was waiting. Zhang Yu smiled lightly and asked her, "Are you ready?" Su Jinyan met with determination. Both of them stepped into the gate at the same time, ready to fight. The system immediately closed the gate when both of them had entered. You have entered the first world, the source of nightmares, the realm of the boss, the abyss of evil. The hourglass displayed the countdown timer. The challenge time for this boss is 1 hour. Please eliminate the boss Raging Boar King within 1 hour. The system carefully reminded, note, if you can't eliminate the boss Raging Boar King within 1 hour, or are eliminated by the Raging Boar King, it will be considered a challenge failure. And you must redo the prerequisite mission of the world before you can challenge again. He opened the hidden space and took out some useful items for her. Take it. She carefully hugged the precious items and was stunned. Resurrection scrolls, instant recovery potions. These are all expensive high-end items. Zhang Yu summoned 2 cards while explaining, although I'm more than capable of clearing it alone, no one can predict life and death in the other world, so it's always good to be prepared. He summoned his scorpion and put the silver armor on the scorpion, the defensive equipment that had dropped before, and the hero's armor of the guardian that dropped from Lu Yao. It should be no problem to withstand the boss's attack. Silver Armored Scorpion, Elite Grade, Physical System, Master Ling, Linked, Type of Defense, Loyalty 100, each pet death reduces 10 points of loyalty. Loyalty cannot be restored. When it returns to 0, the pet will rebel. Level 8, Experience 0 to 100, Strength 4, Physical Attack 2, Growth 6 stars, Endurance 5, Physical Defense 74, Growth 9 stars. Endurance 5, Magical Defense 65, Growth 8 stars, Physical Strength 8, HP 610, Growth 15 stars, Spirit 3, Magic Power 15, Growth 4 stars. At that moment, a large source of negative energy approached, causing her to tense up and look around. Zhang Yu smiled. It's here. He held the magic staff firmly in his hand, standing in front of the big boss. The Raging Boar King screeched piercingly, its ferocious eyes staring intently at the two. Its information panel appeared at the same time. Raging Boar King, Physical System Boss 2 stars, Level 10, Physical Attack 210, Physical Defense 140, Magical Defense 130. HP 9400. Skills: Rage, Terrible Collision, Trampling. Description: the ruler of the source of nightmares, guarding the gate of the first world, anyone who tries to eliminate the source of nightmares and enter the second world will be crushed by the Raging Boar King. Su Jinyan trembled and gripped the magic staff in her hand, muttering to encourage herself, Su Jinyan, don't be afraid, this time, definitely will be okay. But before, a dozen people teamed up and couldn't beat it, now there's only me and him. Zhang Yu observed her fear, and felt pity in his heart. It seems that she failed too many times before, and 400,000 is haunted by the Boar King. He stepped forward. Later, you just hide to the side and buff the silver-armored scorpion. She hesitated and looked at Zhang Yu. What about you? He confidently looked at the Raging Boar. Of course, I'm responsible for dealing with this boar. The Raging Boar roared as if it was provoked by him, and charged quickly. Zhang Yu also quickly dealt with it, using Super Fireball art aiming directly at the boar. The fireball exploded, causing the boar to lose 325 HP. The mist gradually dissipated, and the boar was not scratched by its thick skin. He looked at it, and praised it with interest. The boss-level monster is really thick-skinned and fat, and the attack is not effective. The raging boar seemed to be provoked, angrily bared its teeth and roared. The silver-armored scorpion, feeling annoyed, began to attack the boar. It used its sharp claws to strike repeatedly on the ground, confusing the boar. Zhang Yu, with the help of the silver-armored scorpion, used fireball art to roast the boar again on one side. The raging boar screamed, feeling its body burned and constantly resisted. He looked at the boar's condition and was relieved that everything was going according to plan. Very good, no matter how thick-skinned and fat it is, as long as the silver-armored scorpion can withstand its attack I can. Suddenly, the boar burst out with strength, as if it had been forced to use 100% of its energy. The silver-armored scorpion was unable to defend and immediately fell down, flying 10 meters away. The raging boar, as if it had been strengthened, became even more powerful. Zhang Yu hid behind the scorpion and observed it, snorting uncomfortably. It's really not that easy, huh? The boar ran towards him with 3 legs and 4 legs, using indiscriminate kicks and punches, wanting to crush him here. Su Jinyan shouted in fear, Zhang Yu, get out of the way! The scorpion was also frightened, and it only knew how to scream to threaten the boar because it could not retreat without the owner's order. Zhang Yu was not afraid at all, standing still and watching it charge. Just wait a little longer. He opened his eyes wide, betting his life on this decisive blow, just a little bit more. The boar's information panel appeared. Physical boss 2 stars, level 10, physical attack 210, physical defense 140, magic defense 130, HP 9400, skills rage, terrible collision. Trampling, description, the ruler of the source of nightmares, guarding the gate of the first world. Anyone who tries to eliminate the source of nightmares and enter the second world will be crushed by the raging boar king. The raging boar rushed closer and closer. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be killed. Zhang Yu glared his eyes and saw that the distance was close enough. It's now. He jumped into the air, nimbly swung his staff and used super ice bolt art. The boar was caught off guard, closed its eyes tightly and braked while enduring the stinging cold from the ice. Su Jinyan looked at him in confusion. The boss's status originally has a 50% probability of immunity to control, and the freezing effect won't last long. The boar roared, breaking the ice easily, and its whole body became more ferocious. She tried to keep her balance so as not to be blown away. It's over, it's gone crazy. It said that in a state of madness, the boar king will activate a deadly kick. The silver-armored scorpion stood in front to protect the owner from the boar. The boar was ferocious, its pupils filled with anger, wanting to rush forward and kill everyone here. Zhang Yu still maintained the use of ice control. 400,000, buff the silver-armored scorpion. Su Jinyan replied nervously, okay. With the additional blood buff, the scorpion immediately went to fight the raging boar. The boar was also not easy to mess with. It was insane but unbelievably strong. She watched the situation about to be reversed and became even more worried. Even if you buff blood, the silver-armored scorpion can't hold on for much longer. We need more powerful attacks. Zhang Yu comforted her, not long, just a little bit. The fire intertwined with the ice and cold combined, and Zhang Yu was all ready. He smiled lightly at the boar with full confidence. That's enough. The attack, Ice Bolt Fire Dance, combined fire and ice, aimed directly at the boar. Now the boar had to endure both heat and cold. Its body seemed to explode due to the fluctuating temperature. It resisted the flames while being held in place by ice and could not escape. Zhang Yu walked slowly over. Even if it's a level 10 2-star boar king, it can't withstand the crazy explosion from the level 2 gold attribute mythic equipment of the professional player. The attack became thicker and thicker, and the flames blazed even more fiercely. The boar was attacked in a chain. It only knew how to struggle painfully and scream, accepting to become a roast pig. Su Jinyan stared blankly at the flames engulfing the boss. She had never seen anyone use these 2 skills to such a high level. The boar finally gave in and collapsed, and the battle officially closed. The system immediately appeared. Congratulations on eliminating the level 10 2-star boss, Raging Boar King, receiving 100% of all rewards, experience plus 6,000. Immediately afterwards, there was a barrage of other rewards. You picked up silver coins plus 13. You picked up level 2 meat plus 16, skill book Rage, sacrifice 10% of defense power to increase 5% of attack power, lasts for 10 seconds, magic, level 10 madness cloak, 2-star quality, yellow attribute, occupation used for magic system, HP plus 320. Added constitution plus 5, endurance plus 5, explanation, magic support. When the remaining HP is not enough to block the current attack, it will automatically use the magic power value to neutralize the damage. Each 2 points of magic power value is equivalent to 1 point of damage. Zhang Yu read through these odds and ends put into the transaction to sell it. The skill book can be kept for the next pet. The last gift appeared. Description: the madness cloak is forged from magic, although mad but does not lose its elegance. Blood-sucking ring, level 10, 2-star quality. Yellow attribute, night occupation, physical attack plus 70, added strength plus 5, agility plus 5, explanation, blood-sucking. Every time the wearer attacks the enemy will recover 55 points of HP. Description: the ring is bathed in blood, only fresh blood can make it excited. Practice the madness cloak and madness ring a little. You can leave it for us and the silver-armored scorpion. At the same time, Su Jinyan also broke the curse. Congratulations, you have broken the disaster limitation of the disaster mage profession. She teared up with emotion, and she couldn't believe it herself. This is not a dream. I not only successfully abandoned the identity of disaster mage, but also evolved into an epic level core professional player, forbidden mage. The system immediately announced congratulations to all players who are currently in the first world. A large announcement board appeared in the hall. Congratulations to the professional player Ling, for eliminating the world boss Raging Boar King, and clearing the first world the source of nightmares. Congratulations to the professional player Su Yen, for eliminating the world boss Raging Boar King, and clearing the first world the source of nightmares. Everyone was immediately in an uproar and full of surprise. It's only been half a day and they have cleared the first world. Are you kidding me? Wait, why is there no information about others? Only those 2 people. I know that Su Yen person. She is a disaster mage without any attack power. She can only clear the level with the help of her teammates. What you mean is that this kid is dragging a mobile vase, soloing the world boss. That's really amazing. 2 red and blue gates opened, and the system window appeared. Congratulations on clearing the first otherworld, the source of nightmares. The second world, the zombie siege. The passage has been activated. Please enter the second world. Zhang Yu looked at both gates and thought for a while. The red road is to enter the second world, the blue one is to return to the first world. Let's solve the problem of food and clothing first, and then clear the second world later. Seeing him leave, she asked curiously, "Wait, where are you going?" Zhang Yu left a few words. "I'm going to find your sister to ask for money." Su Jinyan gently rubbed her chin, full of interest. So, he is the mysterious professional player Ling who was the first to clear that secret realm. At the center of Linhai City, the two-family building. Tu Jinyan coldly observed below, until the secretary came in. "President Tu, there's a phone call." It was Zhang Viet called to inform her the good news. "I have completed the task. I'll give you the card number. Transfer the money over." She was silent for a moment before speaking. "Wait a minute, let me verify first, I'll answer you later." Tu Jinyan smiled contemptuously, and took the paper from the secretary's hand. "It's only been less than half a day, and the task has been completed. The tricks of these swindlers are becoming more and more fake." Tu Jinyan returned to the real world, unable to restrain her joy, and opened the door wide. "Sister, I succeeded." Tu Jinyan looked at her younger sister in surprise. "Really?" Tu Jinyan smiled happily and recounted, "Yes, not only did I break the limitation of the disaster body, but I also became an epic level core professional player, the Forbidden Mage." Tu Jinyan smiled brightly, happy for her younger sister. "Epic level, our Tu family has never had such a rare professional player. You passed so quickly, there must have been a lot of people who helped you, right?" She smiled and raised one finger. "There aren't many, just one." Tu Jinyan was startled and stunned. "Only one person?" She couldn't believe it, and rushed to the computer to check the information to be sure. Tu Jinyan asked again, "Jinyan, the person who took you through, is he the person named Lin who is hot on the internet?" Tu Jinyan replied, "That's right." She bit her nails, and an idea popped up. "You broke the 100-year record, and are about to become the first group of people to enter the second world, with you here. our two families' position in Longwu will definitely increase rapidly. Tu Jin Yen stood up excitedly, immediately opened the meeting. To seize Lin for the Yen Yu, you must give up on any conditions for him. The scene changed to the outside of Zhang Viet's house. The phone was just answered, the voice from the other end of the line rang. The notification was clear as if every word had been predetermined. He said, "Hello, Mr. Zhang, your money has been received by the hospital. If there is anything you need in the future, please give us your orders." Hearing this, an idea flashed through his mind decisively. He thought, the 400,000 on the other side is still very trustworthy. What you say is what you do. Inside the house, he stood near the window, one hand holding the phone, the other hand in his pocket. His eyes were sharp, stern, exuding a domineering aura. His voice was low, with a hint of command but still polite. He said, "Well, that's good. My brother is counting on you. You must cure him." The other end of the line paused for a beat before speaking. The voice was gentle, tactful, like a gentle reminder mixed with goodwill. A warm reminder, "Mr. Zhang, your brother was seriously injured, and will need to be hospitalized for continuous observation and treatment in the future, and will need about 40 to 50,000 in treatment costs each month." He closed his eyes, his face flashed with contemplation, mixed with regret when thinking about his disastrous actions. He frowned and thought, 40 to 50,000 each month. I knew I should have agreed to that nouveau riche back then. In his thoughts, the image of Lu Yao suddenly appeared with his usual smug expression, his eyes carrying goodwill, making a proposal that was too good to be true, and he had flatly refused, leaving only a lingering regret. In the dimly lit space in the house, the light from the phone screen suddenly shone, breaking the silence in his head. The ringing sounded at the right time, making him pause slightly startled. He glanced down, one hand reached out to pick up the phone, his eyes still showing some confusion as he was pulled from the memory. He put the phone to his ear, his eyes flashing with curiosity, vague, half suspicious and half incomprehensible. He asked with a somewhat lazy tone mixed with suspicion, "Hello?" Immediately afterward, a voice rang from the other end of the line, gentle, clear, with a discreet politeness and confidence. The tone was coherent, decisive but not urgent, containing an invitation full of goodwill. "Hello, are you interested in joining the guild, Yenyu Pavilion?" Not. Immediately after that was a meeting between the heads of the Yenyu Pavilion Guild. The person at the other end of the line was revealed to be Tu Jin Yen, her voice carrying obvious goodwill, her eyes shining with anticipation mixed with a little careful calculation. As if waiting for an approval for the proposal just made, she said, "I am the Vice President Tu Jin Yen of the Yenyu Pavilion Guild. The company will provide 5 insurances and a housing fund, excluding a basic salary of 30,000 per month, plus a percentage of achievements." In contrast, he quietly listened to the proposal over the phone, his hand still holding the phone to his ear. A smile flashed on the corner of his lips, as if appreciating the skillfulness of how she was framing the issue, and an idea flashed through his mind, coming at the right time. His voice transmitted through the wire, calm, clear, with a hint of pride mixed with his usual composure. He said, "Okay, I'll join you." Hearing this, both she and Su Jin Yen couldn't hide their joy, and smiled together. Their eyes lit up, and they shouted, "Great!" Then, he smiled, his eyes shining with interest as if waiting to see the reaction from the other side, his voice still keeping his composure but containing a clear initiative. Gently emphasizing each word as if putting forward a bet that would benefit him, he said, "However, I have one condition. When the guild has important activities or needs, I will participate, but normally, you cannot interfere with my freedom." The scene shifted to the meeting room of the Yenyu Pavilion Guild. The person in charge sat alone in the front, their back clearly visible under the dim light, and the entire room was covered in a heavy silence. No one dared to speak, no one dared to move. The pressure from that upright posture made the atmosphere seem to solidify, and every breath became difficult. It felt like the entire room was locked in an invisible layer of ice, chilling and eerily silent. Then, the chairman of the two group, leaned slightly, his voice carrying anger mixed with helplessness. This is the person you said we must recruit no matter what." Immediately after his words, the people below began to murmur, and the originally silent atmosphere was immediately broken by annoyed discussions. He actually hung up the phone. "So rude. This kind of person who completely does not obey the guild, recruiting him is a hidden danger." The entire room gradually filled with discomfort, and a sharp reaction spread to his attitude. Hearing this, she took a deep breath, her eyes becoming much firmer, her voice carrying a clear affirmation and a desire, and every word she uttered seemed to be explaining and also protecting her choice. She said, "He is a new professional player who leveled up this year, and he took Canaan to the boss of the first world in just half a day, and even broke the record of hundreds of years. We must immediately seize this kind of rare talent." He frowned, his face showing obvious dissatisfaction, and he said slowly and hesitantly, "But..." Then, Canaan slammed the table and stood up, making the atmosphere even more tense. She panicked, her voice begging without stinting praise for him. She said, "Uncle, he is really amazing." Canaan spoke with a suggestive tone, her firm eyes facing the high-level leadership. She emphasized, "In my opinion, we can agree to his conditions first, and try to pull him into our Yenyu Pavilion Guild." Canaan's face flashed with joy, and a slight smile carried a hint of shyness as if waiting for consent. And she replied, "That's right," he just said, "he's not completely free, he will also participate when we have activities or needs." Seeing the clear plea from the two girls, he had to nod in agreement. He clasped his hands together, raised them close to his nose, his eyebrows were tightly knit. His eyes were closed tightly, his eyes were heavy with thought, showing the seriousness of the decision. He said, "Okay, but if he completely does not obey management, I will personally decide whether he stays or goes." Immediately after that, Zhang Viet's phone rang, signaling a new call. Before that moment, he was checking the rankings of the guilds, and smiled slightly, his eyes showing obvious interest when he stopped at a familiar name, and with it, his own thoughts quietly appeared in his head. He thought, ranked 5th in the provincial guild rankings of Zhejiang Province Longhua, although it is 2 levels lower than the Supreme Guild. It is not bad, the salary plus the percentage is enough for medical expenses. When he answered the phone, Canaan's voice rang from the other end of the line, soft, polite, mixed with a bit of flattery, her tone carrying a sincere humility. She said, "We agreed to the conditions you just proposed. When can you come to our guild to report?" Hearing this, he only slightly curled his lips, his eyes half closed, his attitude indifferent as if he didn't care much, and his calm voice, mixed with a bit of casualness and indifference, rang out through the phone, "I only work at home, I don't go to the company. Anyway, I'm in Lehigh City, the login locations of the other world are the same." That proposal made her unable to help but be stunned. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she reflexively exclaimed in surprise. She said this. Next to her, Canaan was also slightly stunned. Her eyes strayed with a hint of confusion as if she hadn't had time to digest what she had just heard. In stark contrast, he said impatiently, "What, you can't? Then forget it." The scene switched back. He smiled faintly, the light from the phone screen flashed reflecting a sharp light in his eyes full of meaning, on the other end of the wire. Canaan's voice rang out after a moment of silence, calmly accepting, "Okay, no problem, just do as you say." After the conversation, he stretched his shoulders, and the corners of his lips slightly curved into a relaxed smile. Feeling quite satisfied in his heart, he thought to himself, "This guild president is very easy to talk to. Solving the problem of my income, I can concentrate on conquering the other world." Immediately after that, the space twisted, showing a mysterious blue magic circle, and in the middle was a 6-pointed star shining brightly. The system started, and the notification said, "Please choose the world you want to enter." A crimson whirlwind suddenly erupted around him, as violent as hellfire, interspersed with pale white light. He smiled softly, a proud and authoritative smile. His hands clenched tightly, and his calm voice rang out as if giving an order, "Start the second world." He stepped into the space crack that was blazing, his body standing tall without wavering, and his aura was like a god descending into the world. As soon as he escaped from the crack, he was standing in another world, where it was gloomy, foggy, and the light was swallowed by darkness. The air was filled with a strong and rotten smell, as if this place was a dead land. A system interface appeared in front of him. It showed neatly in detail that, the second world, zombies encircle the city, the background, the end is coming, and the world welcomes disaster. Under the cover of dark smoke, human beings are constantly evolving, and zombies are about to encircle the city. As a survivor of the city of Nordine, please work with others to protect the city of Nordine. Otherwise, when the zombies break through the city, you will have no way to escape. World Mission 1, Clear a Secret Realm, Progress 0 out of 1. World Mission 2. Participate successfully in repelling 3 zombie attacks, Progress 1 out of 3. Note that after completing the world mission first, you can activate the teleportation channel to the second world. Boss Dungeon. Defeating the boss will allow you to enter the third world. After a quick look, he understood. He said, the lowest level of the second secret realm is level 15. And to complete the first task, you need to level up first. He immediately drew up a plan of action, calculating the details in his mind. He thought, the second task needs to wait for the opportunity. Just as he was analyzing, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced at the loud voice. Quick, the zombies will attack in 2 days, everyone take the time to prepare. A soldier, who seemed to be a commander, with a clear dot above his head, his face full of anger, his hands on his hips, and roared, the damn zombies keep attacking our city of Nordine. And the weapons in the warehouse are almost not enough for the brothers to use to resist them. He watched silently, his eyes probing, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. Every look and every breath carried the pressure of survival, he thought. Although the city of Nordine is a safe area in the second world, zombie attacks often occur, so this place is always full of a suffocating sense of tension. After a while, the commander approached, his hands spread wide politely, his voice as if it had been programmed in advance. He said, New warrior, a great battle may break out at any time. Can you go to the west of the city of Nordine, hunt some mutated zombies, and collect some materials that can be used to forge weapons for us? He nodded slightly, secretly assessing in his head, it's the best launch pad for his plan. He thought, there are more than a dozen missions in the city of Nordine. And the difficulty of this mission is the highest, involving the widest range of elimination from level 11 to level 20. Immediately, the system panel appeared and notified. You have received the mission, collect materials. He smiled, a crooked but calculating smile, he thought, but the reward for this mission is also rich. After completing a mission to the end, the second world will also be able to clear the level soon. Immediately afterwards, he looked up, his voice firm. He said, just leave it to me. The commander smiled slightly, and he politely replied, thank you, my friend. The scene shifted to the defense front line, which was being invaded by zombies, outside the city of Nordine, the defense of the military camp. And then, dark shadows flashed by, and a horde of gruesome zombies appeared. Unlike the ordinary zombies, their bodies were sinewy, their skin was dark brown as if they had been burned. Their eyes were white but their edges were fiery red, their teeth were completely exposed, and their mouths emitted piercing growls. Behind him, a pure beast appeared, its body large, its 4 eyes were scarlet red, its body was covered in dark purple scales, and its double tongues were as sharp as the scythe of death. It stood silently next to him, like a royal bodyguard. He walked slowly, holding a scepter in his hand, man and beast walking side by side, majestic and domineering. He said, let's begin. Immediately, the first attacks were launched. The power from the divine beast went straight into the zombies, burning their flesh, causing them to howl in pain. Super Fireball Art, -266, -50, per ice damage. One fell, another charged, but all were crushed before the overwhelming power. They roared angrily. Streams of power from the arms of the zombies shot out, blazing red like fire, accompanied by mysterious black mist towards the pure beast. They ascended with the speed of an altar. The pure beast counterattacked, and the intense purple power went straight through, crushing everything -1. He only observed, his eyes cold but also carrying a bit of regret, and he clicked his tongue and said the fire system skills used to deal with the fire system zombies cancel each other out. So the damage is greatly reduced. Then, from his palm, a white and blue light came out, like ice between the dark night. He said softly, then I won't use the fire system skills anymore. That energy was transmitted into the scepter, and his whole body shone brightly. His eyes turned completely white, and a cold and terrible aura rose from his entire body. He curled his lips, a cold smile drawn on his face. Let's see how long you can resist. Zhang Viet's cold eyes looked towards the zombie that was lying down, and then he stepped forward, his voice resolute, resounding between the battlefields. He said, Silver Armor Core, attract the hatred of the flame zombie. Before the order was finished, The pure beast immediately acted. It rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, the steel jaws tightened around the body and both hands of the zombie, preventing it from moving, and it could only growl in despair before the overwhelming power. The system shows his pure beast, level 8 bodyguard skills, berserk battlefield bloodthirsty level 8. Hog-like snout level 8. Hero's foot armor level 5. Meanwhile, his eyes were contemplative, his lips slightly opened a faint smile. That was not complacency, but a far-reaching calculation. He muttered in his head, he said. Very good, but the core's poison armor, hero-level equipment, plus the bodyguard skills and the blood-sucking effect created by the equipment, the fire-burning zombie can't beat it at all. Seeing the pure beast's interest in the zombies, he said helplessly with an astonished tone, he said, it's just, this kind of harmonious feeling is a little subtle. Next, he swung the scepter, summoning power. A light flashed. His eyes flashed like lightning, sweeping across the space. He said with interest, next. Immediately, the power of him and the divine beast coordinated, and a bone-chilling stream of ice pierced straight through the body of the zombie, freezing it from its feet to its head. Accompanied by wisps of cold gray mist, he continued, let's have a battle of ice and fire. Before it could make a move, it was frozen by him, and its whole body was locked in place, and it couldn't do anything, with an extremely overwhelming power. Before its eyes turned from fiery red to cold black and gray, it was like an ice sculpture with a horrifying shape, forever motionless. Immediately after that, a familiar sound rang out, and the system showed, you have killed a level 11 flame zombie, experience points plus 150, energy of strange plus 110000. He stepped forward, looked down at the icy corpse that was gradually dissolving, and he skimmed through the items that fell out, tossing a piece of material in his hand. Shaking his head lightly, and was quite disappointed, he said, with only a little bit of small coins like this, it seems that the drop rate of monsters of this level is not very high. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of notifications appeared like a storm. Energy of strange plus 110000, level up level 10, fire system test stone plus 1. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared on the system, a spiral-shaped flame, curled up like a vivid spring, constantly rotating, emitting a dazzling light. And he sighed, and said accusingly, I worked hard for an afternoon, but I only collected more than 50 fire system test stones. Not only is it far from enough to complete the task, but even the items that are dropped are pitifully small. After he looked at the system, his right hand reached up to scratch his head, and was initially full of expectations, but now there was only helplessness and disappointment mixed with a bit of boredom. His eyes were squinting as if he wanted to close them a little to rest. He muttered to himself, people are iron, and rice is steel, if you don't eat for a meal. You'll be so hungry that you'll be in distress. I'm going offline to eat first, and I'll continue in the evening. But at that moment, a creepy roar suddenly rang out from behind, the sound screeching like it was from hell, violent, and full of murderous intent. The roar not only rang out, but it attacked his nerves directly. His whole body froze, his pupils contracted, his eyes widened, and he said, this momentum, could it be? The surrounding air suddenly twisted, as if the entire space was tightened in an invisible layer of pressure. Two streams of energy, one as fiery red as hellfire, and one as blue as thousands of years of ice and snow, suddenly collided from afar. The air tore apart, and the light from the collision was as bright as lightning. That streak of light stretched across the sky. A strong wind rose, whistling, carrying the smell of ashes, rust, and blood. His hair was blown wildly, his cloak fluttered, and the scepter in his hand trembled slightly, as if sensing the threat from afar. He stood there, strangely calm, and he seemed quite surprised. He muttered, the Lord Monster is refreshing. And then it appeared, a giant zombie, dozens of times larger than a regular zombie, its whole body covered in sharp thorns, its calloused skin cracked, 2 curved horns, and many sharp bone branches grew out of its back as if the thorns were growing from hell itself. Immediately, the system showed, the leader of the fire and ice zombie level 14. Magic system, Lord Monster. The aura exuding from its body carried 2 main colors, fire and ice, blending but not canceling each other out. One half of its body was as fiery red as a volcano, and the other half was blue as ancient ice. He calmly thought, I really didn't guess wrong. The value of the Lord Monster is really too high. Maybe I can drop 1 or 2 good pieces of equipment, or skill books. Before its momentum, in his thoughts, he just smiled slightly. He raised his scepter, and his right hand began to condense energy. The dazzling blue light swirled densely, like a cold current wrapping around the palm of his hand. On the opposite side, it glared at him, its eyes full of ferocity, its pupils white and clear with a fiery red glow around them, as if there was an unquenchable fire of anger in them. It roared, the entire sky shook, and then it immediately rushed to show off its power. Each step it took blew up dust in front of him. It roared, raising its huge arm, icy light gathered, and the surrounding air immediately froze. A cold wind like cutting skin rose, forming a series of sharp ice spikes like stakes stabbing out from the ground. Ice was inserted straight up, tightly binding his 2 feet, preventing him from dodging, and sweat poured down like rain. He looked down in horror at his locked feet, and the blue light reflected on his face, creating a dangerous but cold and beautiful scene. He said in a tremble, "Not good." Before he could recover, a second stream of icy power came like a storm, carrying its savage and exciting roar, and the air around him was immediately frozen, and dense cold mist like fog spread out from the icy hell. Before he could dodge, his whole body was tightly wrapped by that stream of ice, as if he was trapped in a cold cocoon. A bone-chilling pain tore apart his entire body. And the system then showed, "You have been attacked by the skill, Ice Spur Assault, of the Ice and Fire Zombie Leader, and lost 352 HP. Immediately, he poured all his remaining strength into the scepter, and raised it high into the sky. A dazzling golden ball of light gathered on the top of the scepter, and streams of light blue energy seemed to shoot straight through to transmit energy into the ball. The golden ball shot straight ahead, swirled high and then swooped down, hitting its chest directly, and exploded into a series of shocks swirling around its body, creating large cracked marks on the cold flesh armor, and continuously displaying damage, -168, -20 burns, -25 cold burns, but it didn't show any pain. He gasped for breath, his knees touched the ground, one hand supported on the cold stone floor, and the other hand still clenched the scepter, sweat beading his forehead. His eyebrows furrowed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The Ice and Fire Zombie simultaneously possesses 2 attributes, and my skills can only exert less than 5 parts of the effect. For me now, it is really a nemesis." He immediately summoned the Pure Beast to block the attack from it, and he said loudly, "Silver Armor Core." Witnessing the terrifying power from it, he glanced at its incredulous expression, and he said, "The damage is too high." It raised its head and roared, and its 2 arms spread wide, deploying a circle of dual elemental power. The eyes of the leader flashed with conscious cruelty. That gaze was no longer the instinct of a wild beast, but a calculation, and a clear murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp ice arrows like arrows from hell were fired from that circle aiming straight at his pure beast. A violent collision sounded, and each ice arrow pierced through the body of the pure beast, creating a series of smoking blood holes, and the light from the body of the divine beast flickered and staggered as if it was about to collapse, and it roared miserably. He retreated before the non-stop attack of the Ice and Fire Zombie Leader. The horizontal slash that it deployed was like a giant blade, tearing apart the air, and slashing towards him at an unimaginable speed. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of confusion, and then cursed extremely loudly. He retreated, but his space was locked, and he was almost tied up waiting for death. He thought annoyedly, "Damn it, compared to the Lord Monster of the First World, this guy is too strong." At that moment, a purple lightning bolt struck down from above like the wrath of the Thunder God, hitting the Ice and Fire Zombie Leader directly, and its huge body froze in place, -138. He was startled and looked up, his eyes full of surprise. Behind him, a figure stepped up lightly like floating clouds, holding a scepter in his hand, and in the middle of the scepter swirled a sphere of purple light spinning violently, her eyes as sharp as knives, cold as ice, staring straight at the monster, and he immediately said, "400,000. Hearing his words, Tikanan didn't say much, but just nodded slightly, her eyes becoming extremely firm at this time, as cold as frost, staring straight at the leader. And she said seriously, "I'll control it, and you attack to create damage." Hearing this, he just smiled slightly, a smile carrying a bit of recklessness and absolute agreement. His hand clenched the scepter, and blue light flared up like holy fire from the top of the scepter, pouring out in streams of energy. On the other side, the zombie leader was roaring angrily, but because it was still affected by the paralyzing electric current, it could not move, and could only glare hatefully at both of them. And at that moment she said loudly, "Even if the effect is reduced again, I have to grind you to death." Its health bar was gradually being drained. 2 people cooperated to attack it in succession, and it howled helplessly in pain. A swirling fireball, as bright as the sun, was shot straight towards its head, and that stream of power exploded on its body, creating a swirling blaze like a ring of fiery stars. Tightly binding it in a sea of fire, she said loudly, "Fireball art." He turned his head to look, his eyes flashing with surprise, and he thought, "Fireball art can also imprison." She immediately turned the scepter, and her whole body exuded a strange purple light, as if thousands of rays of light were spinning around, gathering into a ball of purple energy, spiraling like a meteorite, and she said loudly, "Flowing light art." The ball screeched, rushing straight down from above like a falling star, hitting the leader's chest, creating cracks of light spreading out like a tangled thread, causing it to be crazy, its back curved with pain. He saw that, and his eyes suddenly stopped, no longer arrogant, but more surprised, and he murmured, "This is thinking, 3 skills, and also continuous control without gaps. Is this the effect of a historical level profession, forbidden mage?" Zhang Viet poured his strength into the scepter with both hands, and the streams of energy filled from the root to the tip, one side emitting a yellow and orange is the fireball art, and one side blue is the ice hammer. His eyes flashed, and he said impatiently, "I don't care so much anymore." That power pierced straight through the leader, causing it to groan in pain, before the overwhelming attack of him and her. Next, to Nan and Zhang Viet joined forces, she controlled it, and her eyes fiercely attacked with powerful purple energy. He attacked violently, his face exuding murderous intent, both freezing and burning it, and the two formed a perfect halo. It roared one last time, and its mouth spewed out a misty smoke, as if its body was being burned from the inside out. Then, finally, it collapsed, and the system immediately showed the notification. "Congratulations to you and the professional, and to Na, for cooperating to eliminate the level 14 Lord Monster Zombie Leader, experience plus 3000, a team of 2 people 80% bonus plus the final hit. 20%, energy of strange plus 42000000. And then the scene of the items appeared, sparkling like a meteor shower, countless precious materials and rare equipment fell down, and the light flickered. Each piece was exquisitely carved. The weapons flashed with blue blades, and the armor was golden orange. He smiled, the Kai, his eyes were gentle as he looked towards her, and he said softly, 400,000, it's lucky that you were here this time. The rewards of the zombie leader are divided 5 and 5. She waved her hands quickly, shyly, and she said, "No need, I also planned to come here to do the task, and I didn't expect to happen to meet you. Moreover, you took me through the first world, and I haven't had time to thank you properly yet." He looked over blankly, putting a big question mark, and he said bluntly, "Your sister has already paid me," and she smiled and said decisively, "My sister is my sister, and I am me." Then she held out her hand to him with friendly eyes, and she gently introduced herself. "My name is Nan. What about you?" Hearing this, he glanced at her, with a face full of calculation. Immediately he raised his hand back and shook her hand, and he smiled and replied, "Zhang Viet." The atmosphere became very harmonious, and she asked a little shyly with a hesitant voice, and she said, "Zhang Viet, if we are in the same guild, and it happens that we are doing the collection task, why don't we team up to kill monsters? More people will be more efficient." He was also curious, so he asked her, "What is the effect of your profession?" She said with a happy voice. Her eyes seemed to shine with a dazzling golden light, and countless auras also appeared around her, and she said as if from a machine, clearly, coherently, "All the skills that can be controlled can be converted into imprisonment, and increased by 30%, the control time, in addition to adding 1 second of imprisonment effect, while reducing 30% of the waiting time of all skills." Hearing this, he just smiled lightly as if he had predicted it, and he thought darkly, "No wonder, the controlling power is so shocking. If I have her help, the rating efficiency will definitely increase." A lot. He changed his steps and headed towards the next task. Seeing this, she was also stunned, and she asked with a surprised and clumsy voice, "Where do you want to go?" He still went straight, speaking but not turning his head back. His voice was calm, and he said, "I'm going to the city of Nordine for a while, and we'll meet here in 10 minutes to team up and kill monsters." Seeing this, her face flushed with shyness, her eyes full of admiration. She secretly vowed in her heart, remembering her promise that she would marry the one who could help her break the curse of her physique. She was startled and embarrassed by her thoughts. She cursed herself inwardly. "Su Jinyan, what are you thinking? How shameful!" The scene shifted to houses covered in white frost, with bright moonlight shining through the foliage, making everything seem hazy as in a fairy tale. Under the trees, the equipment displayed by the system floated in space. He looked up at them and said, "3 pieces of equipment, and a skill book." He paused and immediately tried on the shoes. A strong gust of wind fluttered his robes, stirring up dust and dew, causing the leaves to sway. He laughed, looked at the shoes, and excitedly said, "1-star equipment, sell it. The rest is enough to supplement my combat power for now. Increases agility by 10 points, not bad." On the system display, it showed Ice Fire, Quick Boots, 2-star quality, suitable for Mage and Beast Tamer classes, Physical Defense plus 55, Magic Defense plus 50, Agility plus 10. Description: when the wearer attacks an enemy while running fast, agility increases by 10 points, lasting 5 seconds, not stackable. Then, he gathered a source of energy that made his palm glow a bright green. His fingers trembled slightly, emitting a brilliant light. He muttered, "Now, I need a more powerful attack skill." He began to cast, his expression like that of a god. Countless dazzling lights radiated from his palm, and the system displayed, "Refining in progress." Next, the panel showing his current inner strength appeared. Super Flame Missile, Grade A, summons 3 fireballs to attack the enemy, each dealing 110% magic damage, consuming 72 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. A brilliant golden light spread out under his feet in a circle of fire, and behind him, the power caused smoke and dust to rise into the air. He clenched his fist, his eyes thoughtful. He smiled slightly, his voice filled with joy. "Increased speed, plus a new skill. These monsters won't be able to touch me at all anymore." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Suya invites you to join the Yen Yuga Guild, accept or decline." He was quite surprised. He glanced over and thought, "Suya, Sujunya." Immediately after, he gently touched the system screen. His voice was agreeable as he said, "All right, I've joined the guild, and the equipment is good. Let's continue the quest." The scene shifted to the zombie he was attacking. His power caused it to be incinerated, its health bar gradually depleted by his attacks. Super Flame Missile. Super Flame Missile, minus 147 freezing, minus 266, burning, minus 158, critical hit, minus 105. His power created a comprehensive incineration, as if scorching an entire area, dazzling and brilliant. Following behind him, she said in a gentle voice like flowing water, "Just one move can kill the flame zombie, Zhang Yu, you're so amazing." He smiled, looked at her, and politely said, "You're not bad either. Your perception and operation are excellent, and your timing of skills is very precise, plus your high purity of elemental properties." She walked behind him, her cheeks as red as GAC fruit. She said shyly, her voice filled with pride, "It's all arranged by my older sister. She said these things are very suitable for forbidden mages." He looked with a deep gaze, helpless at what was happening. He thought, everything is top tier. It's good to have money. She then asked him with curiosity and surprise, causing him to startle slightly, "Zhang Yu, are you hiding the display of your equipment effects? Your attack power is so high. Could you also have some kind of god tier equipment?" He replied to her in an even, calm tone, "It has nothing to do with equipment. I am a mythical grade class holder." Hearing this, she was quite surprised. She frowned, feigning annoyance. "I don't believe it. When a mythical grade class holder awakens, there will be an anomaly." There was no anomaly on this year's awakening day, so there hasn't been a mythical grade class appearing this year. Seeing this, he didn't want to argue, only curling his lips into a slight smile. He said, "Don't believe it then, but it's true. In his heart, he defended himself. My class didn't come through awakening. The conversation between him and her continued lively. She happily said, the fire and ice element tests have been collected. We just need to kill all the highly poisonous zombies to complete the quest. He immediately agreed. Now let's go to the lair of the highly poisonous zombies. Suddenly, urgent notifications appeared with bright red exclamation marks, startling both of them. She looked at the notification and said in a calm voice, as if it were too familiar, "What's Jinjun up to again? He doesn't say anything and threatens people." Seeing that she was not surprised, he glanced at her, and asked with a curious tone, "Who is Jinjun? He has a strong presence." Hearing this, she seriously introduced him, with a look of not wanting to lose too much. Jinjun is the branch president of Yen Yuga in Linhai City. His father is my uncle, the chairman of the board of directors of the Su family. Su Xin is his close friend. This position of his was also arranged by my uncle. The image of Jinjun appeared with a face half in the shadows, his eyes sinister and full of murderous intent. He looked at her and gave a stimulating smile. He said, "If the entire guild is acting, then let's go over there." The scene changed to a chaotic battle. A giant zombie appeared, its horns split in the middle of its forehead, its mouth dripping with sticky saliva, and its body covered in purplish bruises. It roared. It immediately attacked the two guilds, causing the ground to crack and pieces of concrete to fly everywhere. People were thrown far away, screaming in chaos. Some people were even pierced through the chest by arrows, causing them to be thrown far away helplessly. A chaotic and fierce battle, with one side attacking the zombie and the other side engaged in a fierce battle between the two guilds. They continuously swung their weapons at the opposing guild. The eyes of everyone in the battle were fiercely attacking and defending against the others. The battle became frantic. Jinjun looked angrily at the battle, helpless. He shouted loudly, questioning with fury, "Lu Yao, we Yen Yuga discovered this boss first. You guys jumped out to steal it midway, how despicable!" Facing him, Lu Yao stood firmly, his voice angry and slightly provocative, pointing and saying, "Strength is the only truth, understand? Yen Yuga is just a small guild. Kill them all for me." Suddenly, a magic circle opened in the sky, launching a series of forces like meteorites falling down. The fire of it landed and exploded into smoke and dust. At that moment, suddenly a stream of energy aimed straight at the person next to Lu Yao. Witnessing this, he looked over in astonishment. The battle echoed with painful groans. Lu Yao looked with an angry expression, his voice booming, "Who the hell dares to ruin my affairs?" Then, amidst the chaos, Zhang Yu suddenly appeared, his figure cold, his scepter raised authoritatively, stepping into the middle of the fire pit. The air almost froze. He slowly said this time, "You want to steal my guild's boss?" An hour before, the giant zombie roared madly, its face hideous. It gnashed its teeth, its two eyes bloodshot with fury, putting all its strength into stomping hard on the ground, creating loud noises. The ground cracked, and dust and rocks flew like the aftermath of an explosion. It roared, shaking the sky and shocking the space. Immediately after was a fierce counterattack from the conquest group. From behind, the archers simultaneously shot arrows like a rainstorm. In front, the melee fighters raised their shields, gritting their teeth and resisting, forming a fierce defensive line, demonstrating a clear strategic coordination. But the zombie didn't stop. It swung its arms as if to tear everything apart, each strike like a raging storm. Wherever it swept, people were knocked far away, their bodies flying like fallen leaves, falling miserably. In the midst of the chaos, a person in Jinjun's group shouted, his voice urgent, "Guild leader, without a forbidden mage to restrain the boss, we're expending too much effort attacking indiscriminately." Hearing this, Jinjun could only grit his teeth, his voice still full of annoyance. He said, as if scolding directly in the face, "Afraid of what? Jin Yen will be here later. Maintain the formation, try to exhaust those monsters." As he spoke, he raised his bow and shot, his eyes flashing with fear, his face pale, and cold sweat seeping out. Behind, Su Jinyan and Zhang Yu approached, the presence of the two causing the entire army to stir. Everyone turned their heads to look, they discussed noisily like a market. One after another in astonishment they said, "Isn't that the second young miss of the Su family, the legendary Cold Beauty? Very arrogant and cold." "That's right. Recently I heard that her class restriction has been broken. It seems to be true. Isn't the person next to her the one who helped her break the class restriction? How could it be that man? He looks very ordinary, a weak appearance. Hearing this, her face flushed, and she looked at him shyly, her voice murmuring, as if explaining, as if confessing. She said, "Zhang Yu, don't listen to them talking nonsense. I'm not cold and arrogant at all." Seeing this, he only glanced at her indifferently, replying in a nonchalant tone. She immediately cursed herself inwardly. Her face flushed. She thought in confusion, "Su Jinyan, what are you saying? Aren't you being too reserved?" From afar, Chen Jun saw her, his eyes shining as if he had caught gold. He happily called out, "Jinyan, you're here." But when he saw the person accompanying her, he suddenly froze, his mouth agape, questioning, "Who is this person? Why is he alone with you?" Seeing this, she didn't care much, calmly replying with a slightly annoyed voice, "Guild leader Lu, who I associate with, is not your turn to question." Qin Jun stammered to explain, his voice full of worry, No, I'm just worried about you, in case someone has ulterior motives." She frowned slightly, seriously questioning, "Rest assured, I can distinguish right from wrong. Guild leader, did you summon us here because of an emergency?" Hearing this, Qin Jun's eyes darkened, his voice serious as he said, "Second young miss, the zombie city has refreshed, and a zombie king boss has appeared." Immediately, Zhang Yu and Jin Yan glanced at each other, their eyes seemingly thinking of the same thing. He nodded slightly. Her voice sank, carrying a serious tone, but with some slight panic. She said, "The zombie king boss doesn't refresh often in the zombie city. If we can defeat the zombie city boss, the overall reputation and strength of the guild will definitely increase a lot." Hearing this, he only calmly replied, "Let's go then, we still need to complete the guild quest." He stepped forward, intending to proceed towards the quest, but was unexpectedly stopped by Qin Jun reaching out his hand. His face showed suspicion and disbelief. He said, "Wait, no need to go." He was a little surprised, frowning and asking, "Why?" His calmness made Qin Jun even more angry. He gritted his teeth and growled, causing those around him to tremble. He said, "A beast tamer, who joined our guild through some backdoor means, wants to take advantage and get free benefits. You're thinking too nicely." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately started talking, and sneering voices rose everywhere, questioning his background and ability. Some of them discussed, "He's a beast tamer. The attribute growth of this class is low in all aspects, making it extremely difficult to develop. Looking at his equipment, there's nothing special about it. He certainly doesn't have any money. Is he here to burn our guild's money? Guild leader, I suggest not letting him go, to avoid hindering us and wasting the guild's resources." Unable to endure the ridicule aimed at him, she stepped forward, her voice full of indignation. She said, "Do you people even know who he is?" In contrast to her, he remained calm, turning to look at her and saying, his tone extremely gentle, "All right, you're the guild leader, whatever you say is right." But immediately she tightly hugged his arm, her face flushed but her eyes firm. She said, "No, if he doesn't go, I won't go either." Qin Jun was speechless, raising his hand as if to keep her calm. He stammered, "Jin Yan, don't be angry. I'm also thinking about him, afraid he's too weak and will die on the battlefield." "Participate, then participate, just allowed to watch the battle, not allowed to interfere. Moreover, you prepare resurrection scrolls yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed her hand and pulled her into the quest area. As he walked, he said nervously, "Jin Yan, quick, the zombie king needs you to control it. We will attack with all our strength." She was pulled away unexpectedly, her face full of panic. Not having time to react, she could only turn her head back, her eyes looking at him reassuringly. She said, "Zhang Yu, wait for me a bit, I'll be back soon." He watched her figure, his mind immediately calculating, his face serious. He thought level 15 boss, although it will be a bit too much, but with Su Jinyan joining, relying on many people, defeating it is only a matter of time. Just right, let me see the strength of the guild ranked in the top 5 on the list. A moment later, one hand holding a scepter draped over his shoulder, one hand hanging casually, his presence exuding strength and dominance, startling those around him. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, "Zhang Yu." All eyes turned to him, the crowd staring blankly, whispering, their eyes admiringly looking at him. They said, "It's that beast tamer, how can he have such high damage?" Immediately after, Lu Yao looked at him in surprise, even more shocked when he realized an unexpected piece of information, and asked him, "You have joined Yen Yuge?" Hearing this, he only smiled in response. Suddenly, Lin Yuani angrily rushed over, interrupting the harmonious atmosphere, making it tense. She shouted directly in his face, her mouth constantly cursing. "Zhang Yu, when Diao invited you to the Supreme Guild you didn't come, now you ran to Yen Yuge to be a lackey. Why didn't I realize before that your bones were so cheap?" Before she could finish speaking, a stream of purple power shot straight towards her, brilliant and dazzling. She was struck down, screaming in pain and collapsing, unable to resist. He calmly turned to look at her and smiled slightly. Before her indifferent attitude, a gentle voice sounded, full of sarcasm. She said, much quieter this time. Again, a voice was made, forcing him to turn around to look. His face was very calm. Lu Yao said, "Zhang Yu." In contrast to that, Lu Yao was very surprised. He was a little flustered, immediately asked him. His voice was earnest. "How much salary does Yen Yuge give you?" "I'll pay double, no, triple. Also, I will arrange for you the position of vice president. You come to my company to be the CEO. How about it?" The blatant words caused Su Jinyan standing next to him to be stunned. Her eyes widened. Angrily, she said loudly, "How can you dig the corner in front of people? That's too much." He remained calm, gently replying, "Being a person must pay attention to integrity. Since I have joined Yen Yuge, then I will not arbitrarily jump somewhere else during my tenure." Then he smiled slightly, his voice deep and decisive, his eyes resolute to continue to say, "However, things after that are not sure, let's talk about it later." Hearing this, Lu Yao slightly raised his eyebrows, as if very satisfied. He nodded and laughed, replying, "All right, as long as you want, you can come to our Supreme at any time. The big door of the Supreme Guild is always open for you." Immediately after, he turned around, shouted loudly to Guest People Guild, "Brothers withdraw," causing the entire guild that was surrounding to immediately stunned. No one understood what was happening. They shouted, their voice full of incredulity, saying, "What?" One of them indignantly voiced questions saying, "Boss, the boss is almost in hand, we really don't need it anymore?" Lu Yao hearing this gritted his teeth, angry until his face flushed, his mouth as if about to spit fire. He cursed loudly, "Boss your head, are we short of this boss? This is a big picture view, what do you know?" No one dared to refute. Immediately after he turned around and left before the stunned eyes of the Yen Yuge members. He and she each were surprised to watch them leave as if there was no one there. She stood next to him, her voice still full of surprise. She looked at him, her voice small. "Thank you, Zhang Yu." He slightly shook his head, his voice easygoing, calmly replying, "No need to thank, this is what I should do." Words were not finished. A terrible roar suddenly rang out. To the far side, a giant zombie with red eyes rushed out of the black mist. Its savage gaze swept over all of them. The roar made the ground shake. The zombie immediately rushed to, throwing a vicious sweep of his hand. It enjoyed growling loudly. One blow of it made the group split up to dodge. He and she immediately stepped back to avoid. Its axe was jagged. It rained as if heaven sent, causing rocks to explode. The ground cracked. Dust covered the entire area. The zombie was tall like a tower. His body half rotten, half wrapped in ice armor burning with smoke, very pressured. His whole body full of large horns. But he did not flinch. He tightened his scepter, gradually stepped up, his eyes cold. Purple light flashed at the head of the spear. He said, "Absolute Earth Zombie King." Then he smiled, full of interest. He said, "I've come to learn from you." An honest attack, carrying all the power, slammed straight into the abdomen of the zombie gargantuan. The fire red as if to tear the hideous body, the blow so strong that the monster stalled, staggering back. Super fireball spell. Discussions resounded everywhere. No one expected him to defeat the zombie that, by a single move, they said, "He's so powerful." They continued to look up at the match, his voice all stunned. The zombie king's blood bar was only 3% left. Isn't that to say that he is a weak beast tamer? Meanwhile, his eyes flashed sharply like a knife, flashing murderous, hand clenched his scepter. He shouted, 400,000, old rules. She heard then understood. She nodded, said okay. Both simultaneously broke out full force. Two streams of energy brightly descended straight to the zombie, made it howl in pain. The scene at that time, domineering to breathless. He did not hesitate. His hand immediately raised his scepter. The energy of light gathered, swirling strongly into an energy vortex. The power released, carrying destructive power, tearing the space. Like a large explosion, the whole floor shook. It was wrapped up in the light, super flame missile. Its body cracked, blood smoking, mouth gaping, slammed to the ground, the whole body slumped, completely lost consciousness. Immediately behind it, he slowly stepped forward, each step firm. His hand slightly retracted the scepter, the momentum still raging out like an invisible storm. Everyone around stopped as if dead for a few seconds, then simultaneously up in surprise. Everyone could not hide the look of stunned, saying, Bene. So good. This guy, after all, has what origin, although it is residual blood, but at least as boss alone he can easily clean up. Not only that, he also made the Supreme Guild withdraw. Even the young Master Lu family all respectful to him. Between that time, she gently moved closer to him, her voice carrying respect and gentle as a spring breeze. She said, Thank you, John Yu, if not have you. Saying not sure the zombie boss will be robbed by the Supreme Guild, he turned, smiled calmly. He politely said, It's okay. I am also a member of Yen Yuga. This is what I should do. Simple words, but carrying a kind of unspeakable temperament. The surrounding people stunned again. They suddenly said, This is the demeanor of the big shot. Cut to scene to Noting City. They returned with joy. She happily hugged his arm. Her cheeks flushed red, her lips slightly pursed, both shy and radiant. He was slightly surprised, looked down at her. That scene fell into Qingjun's eyes. He immediately darkened his face, questioned, Why did you guys come back? Where's the boss? Have you robbed the boss yet? A lackey calmly reported the incident. He said, Guild leader, the beast tamer following the second young miss has repelled the Qizun guild. Got the boss. Hearing this, Qingjun surprised asked, What, a trash beast tamer like him, actually has this size of strength? The henchman seriously nodded, recounting the entire event. He said, It's true, that guy is very strong. A normal attack can instantly kill people. With such a strong person, our Yen Yuga will be even stronger. Hearing this, Qingjun felt like he'd been stabbed in the heart. He trembled with anger and shouted, You mother ******, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You had to wait until we were almost all dead before you took action. At that moment, he couldn't maintain his composure. He pointed directly at Zhang Yu and roared, I don't care who you are. You didn't follow the guild's orders. And you acted arbitrarily. I, as the guild leader, have the right to kick you out of the guild. But before he could finish giving the order, Zhang Yu raised his hand and gently snapped the finger that was pointing at his face. The tense atmosphere hadn't cooled down. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a calm but pressured voice. I don't recall any order forbidding me from taking action. The henchman glared, retorting angrily, You little brat, you dare attack the guild leader. He raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and reiterated the conditions. He said with some annoyance, Moreover, the guild mission you assigned was to kill the boss. Tell me, did I complete the mission or not? The atmosphere began to heat up. At that moment, Su Jinyan strode over and stood between the two of them. She raised her hand, blocking it in front of him, and said loudly, Qingjun, without Zhang Yu, we would have lost the boss long ago, and we would have been wiped out. This time, thanks to Zhang Yu, you should give him great credit. Her words awakened everyone around, and they all nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement. She didn't let things drag on. She grabbed his wrists and pulled him away, saying as she walked, her voice full of dissatisfaction, Zhang Yu, let's continue doing quests. As the two left, Qingjun watched them, his face darkened, his hands clenched until they were pale. The henchman glanced at him with a helpless expression. Immediately after, Qingjun gritted his teeth, full of anger, his face full of veins. He said, Keep a close eye on this guy for me. Once you discover his weaknesses, immediately come back and report to me. The henchman immediately replied, Yes, guild leader. The scene changed. In the forest, the air was thick, and a dim purple color enveloped the entire forest, as if something that didn't belong to this world was present. She raised her hand to cover her nose and frowned, her face twisted as if she wanted to vomit, her forehead dotted with beads of sweat. She said, It stinks. Hearing this, he only chuckled softly, then explained as if to reassure her, The poisonous zombies are more difficult to deal with than the flame and frost zombies. Be careful. She nodded, her eyes still glancing around vigilantly. In the dim purple light, a new journey began. As they walked, they exchanged information. She asked curiously, "Is their attack extremely high?" He explained in detail, although the poisonous zombies don't have the properties of ice and fire, they have a terrifying skill. At that moment, the system activated the display, Poisonous Zombie, Highly Poisonous Constitution. Poisonous zombies possess a highly poisonous constitution that can cause the person it attacks or the person attacking it to enter a poisoned state that cannot be purified, continuously losing 5% to 6% of their health every second for 5 seconds. It can only be triggered once per target. A hideous zombie appeared, its skin pale, almost no hair left, its eyes sunken deep like 2 black holes, its long nails stuck to its fingers, its body covered with blisters, looking extremely disgusting. As soon as she saw this, she immediately welled up with tears, her face pouting, showing fear. Seeing this, he reassured her, "Replenish health in time, it's not a big problem." Hearing this, she startled and nodded in response, "All right." Suddenly, she remembered something, her eyes widening as if containing a galaxy within. She said loudly, "Wait." She quickly took out a pair of tactical boots with a gold and blue sheen, handed them to him, and explained, "This is the guild's quest reward for you." John Yu accepted them, politely replying, "Thank you." But at that moment, a stream of purple gas burst out as if tearing the space, and the entire ground shook. Streaks of purple light, like burning flames, shot down. One by one, the hideous zombies were being lifted high, their mouths gaping wide to their ears, hissing out terrifying sounds. She controlled them. Her face was serious, her hands constantly casting magic circles, shouting, "John Yu, quick!" As soon as she finished speaking, he rushed forward. A dazzling white light shot out like a rocket, carrying pure power. The attack was so strong that it shook the surrounding purple gas layer. Vajra Chain Strike. Its health bar gradually decreased, -420, -40 burning, -50 freezing. That massive power rushed in, hitting the monster, causing it to be thrown far away like a bag of garbage being kicked away. Its health bar continued to decrease by hundreds. -536 Holy Strike, -50 freezing, -248 critical hit, -165, -165, -50 freezing. Her eyes shone brightly, looking at him with admiration, her eyes twinkling, her voice admiring to the point of being obvious. She said, "John Yu, your attack power is so amazing. Every time you hit a zombie, you can instantly kill it." Hearing this, he glanced at her, smiling, his expression both calm and somewhat praising, and said, "With you controlling them, it's much easier to complete the quest to collect zombie cores." The figures of the two walked side by side, standing out in the dim purple forest, the atmosphere filled with the color of love. Suddenly, he glanced back with a suspicious expression, subconsciously as if having a sixth sense. Indeed, in a nearby place, the follower who had been sent was quietly following them all along. Knowing through the words of the henchman, after grasping the information, he quickly reported back to Qinjun. The henchman said, "Guild leader, the person you told us to follow is currently doing the quest to collect zombie cores with the second young miss. My subordinates say they were talking and laughing, their relationship seems to be very good." Hearing this, Qinjun clenched his clothes, his face red, his fists trembling slightly with anger. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and full of murderous intent. He said, "Talking and laughing? Since 3 years ago, after she awakened as a cursed mage, she hasn't shown a smile to me anymore." The henchman next to him sighed, his face helpless as he said, "In my opinion, we have to think of a way to kick him out of the guild, to keep him away from the second young miss." At that moment, a system notification appeared, a new quest appeared on the screen, surprising them. Seeing this, Qinjun was stifled. He arrogantly said, "Openly resisting me, and stealing my beauty." Immediately after, he smiled meaningfully. He said with interest, "I have 1,000 ways to make it impossible for him to survive in Yenyu, but I won't let that guy get away with it so easily." The henchman was startled and surprised. He panicked, sweat pouring down, speaking in a worried and fearful tone, "Guild leader, the other world has resurrection scrolls, and the resurrection point is in the PK Forbidden Safe Zone. It won't be that easy to kill him. Qin Jun only laughed coldly, his eyes dark as an abyss, both terrifying and perverted. He said, the rules of the second world, when the zombie tide strikes. The safe zone will cancel the protection mechanism for class holders. Just one wave of the zombie tide can easily solve him. Corpses lay scattered between the canopies of the vibrant purple forest, blood staining the glowing roots like veins of life. The air was thick with the stench of death and chaotic spiritual energy. Making each breath heavy as if cursed, the whole forest transformed into a living graveyard. Amidst that desolate scene, gleaming gold coins, the reward after defeating the zombies, fell sparkling, shining like a mockery of the death around them. Su Jinyan looked at him, her eyes lit with tenderness. She said happily, we only need a few more poison-type zombie cores to complete the quest. He didn't answer immediately. Only looking at her, saying calmly, the zombie tide will begin in another 30 minutes. We have to hurry. Suddenly, from behind him, a hideous zombie pounced, biting tightly into his shoulder, blood gushing out, staining his shoulder red. He tilted his head, his eyes flashing with surprise. The roar of the monster echoed, tearing through the silent space. She immediately summoned her power, trying to control it, her eyes widening, both astonished and frightened. She exclaimed, Zhang Yu. Immediately after, he tightened his scepter and stabbed it straight into the zombie's head, causing blood to splatter. His eyes at that moment were resolute. Cold. A stream of brilliant golden light radiated from the scepter, spreading around. He crouched down, touching the wound. She ran over, looking at him in confusion, her voice worried. She said, Are you all right? He gasped for breath, only smiling slightly. He changed the subject, saying, Hey Dio Vin Song, now Lai Kong Yu Ji, Th Du Roy V, Tan Jiao Nim Vu died behind them. The zombie lay motionless, blood forming a puddle. The scene changed to Nottingham City at night, shrouded in a silent mist, the flickering lights illuminating, bathing the city in a gloomy color, a ghostly late-night atmosphere. Upon returning, the system echoed in their minds, Congratulations, you have reached level 16. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. The experience points needed for the next level up are 55,000 points. She beamed, her eyes full of joy, while he only smiled faintly, calmly as if it were obvious. Hearing that notification, she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, her voice excited with some admiration. She said, Zhang Yu, I've reached level 16. The quest just now also rewarded me with 2 pieces of 2-star level 15 equipment. What about you? He replied to her in a calm, nonchalant tone as always. He said, I'm level 17. Then, he raised one hand and summoned a pet. A sphere of energy with lightning-like carvings formed between his hands. A dazzling light appeared, his pet emerged, its body radiating a strong aura, its aura constantly soaring. In just a few short seconds, the beast had continuously leveled up, its power spreading so strongly that the surrounding space shook slightly. She stood beside him, her eyes flashing with surprise. Then, she quietly looked at him. With some regret mixed with sadness, she said, If beast tamers didn't need to share their experience with their pets, you would be at least level 20 right now. She casually asked, her voice curious. She said, The first zombie tide is coming soon. Aren't you going to refine some new equipment? He tilted his head slightly to look at her, his eyes as if thanking her. He said, That's right, I almost forgot. Immediately, he opened the system, his eyes flashing with deep calculations. He thought, old rules, one-click refining. The system quickly displayed the new rewards. Congratulations, you have received the metal attribute, Zombie, Anti-Crit Armor, level 15, gold color, life points plus 720. Class Knight, accompanied by Constitution plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Term, Defense, reduces 50 points of damage taken times 2 when taking damage from zombies. Description: The armor can be used to enhance the effect of resisting zombie attacks. Wearing it you no longer have to fear zombie attacks. It continued to display, Congratulations, you have received the metal attribute, Zombie Leg Armor, level 15 gold color, Physical Defense 95, Magic Defense 90. Class Knight, accompanied by Physique plus 5, Stamina plus 6, Term, Defense, reduces 50 points of damage taken times 2 when taking damage from zombies. Description: Leg armor can be used to enhance the effect of resisting zombie attacks. At the same time, used with anti-crit armor, even zombies dare not approach you. He quietly looked at the two new pieces of equipment, his deep eyes reflecting every detail of them. In his heart he had planned carefully. He smiled and said, "With these two pieces of equipment, the level 15 silver armor hat 2 in this world, basically no one can do anything to it." Seeing this, she couldn't hide her excitement. She acted like a child, clenching her fists and raising them high, full of anticipation. She said, "I'm ready, let's go and meet the zombie tide." But before she could step out, she suddenly stopped when the system popped up a new notification. Her eyes gradually became bewildered, and she muttered, "Who is it, looking for me at this time?" She quickly opened the notification panel, seeing the name displayed by the system, Sushin, Xiaonayan, come to the company for a trip. There is some urgent business that needs you to come. Your older sister is also here. Everyone is waiting for you. The person who will pick you up is already up there. Her eyes tightened, her voice lowered, full of incomprehension. She said, "Sister is also present. Could it be that something very serious has happened?" She looked at him, her eyes flashing with sadness, her voice soft but full of apology. She said, confused, "John Yu, sorry, can't fight the zombie tide with you anymore. Something urgent has happened in the family." He slightly tilted his head to look at her, his eyes calm, his voice gentle, carrying a little politeness. He replied, "It's okay, go quickly, wait a bit, the zombie tide starts and you won't be able to leave." That sentence made her stop. She showed a confused face, almost helpless, worriedly instructed him, "Although it is only level 13 zombie tide, but the most frightening point of the zombie tide is in the number. An ant army can also bite an elephant. Zhan Yu, you must be careful." Hearing this, he still maintained a polite appearance, his eyes revealing calmness. He smiled gently, replying to her in a low voice, "Thank you, I will." Before she could finish speaking, her body suddenly teleported to another space. A stream of pale blue light burst out like a piece of space silk, enveloping her, disappearing right before his eyes, leaving him standing in the middle of the world, the cold wind blowing. Just a few seconds later, a lightning bolt struck straight from the sky down, tearing the space, leaving glowing grooves winding like cuts from a god, but between the inky black sky and the gloomy clouds, that was not art. Everyone in the area looked up, their faces in a panic, their hearts beating fast. Immediately after, the system rang a cold warning, "My brave warriors, when the tide is about to come, everyone hurry to find shelter." A space portal suddenly exploded. From inside, blinding light shot out, then a misty fog rolled out, each dark shadow emerging from the smoke. A series of zombies rushed like tigers pouncing on prey, their bodies only black fog, bones exposed in sections, constantly moaning, growling, each humming, saliva dripping, eyes white. They rushed out from the portal like a black tide, screams, growls, the sound of claws scratching on the ground echoed throughout the space. The remaining people were surrounded in the blink of an eye, everyone panicked, weapons drawn in haste, cold sweat flowing down their backs. A young man gritted his teeth, his eyes lit with anger, his eyes glued to them, hissed. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion shook the sky. The shock wave tore the space. He pondered, the zombies of the zombie tide are endless. They will withdraw after attacking 1 hour. Then between the mist, he appeared, a gentle breeze blowing through his cloak, revealing his tall figure, his face calm and cold temperament, domineering. His eyes swept across the battlefield once. Lips slightly smiled. His mind was still immersed in the train of thought. So you only need to kill 50 zombies to be able to rest. At that moment, a series of messages from the system rapidly appeared. Yen Yuge, Lunian, brothers and sisters who are in Nottingham City, the zombies here have suddenly encirclement into the city. I and the brothers and sisters of several other guild are trapped in a dead alley. Everyone quickly come to help. Yen Yuge, Anhua, Zhang Yu, my brother, your damage is high. The most powerful in our guild, is it possible to come to our place to save? Crying loudly. He quickly skimmed through the message and smiled with interest. He said, "Wait a bit, coming right away." As soon as the words fell, the scene changed to a small alley covered in darkness, deep and deep. He glanced at the place full of walls mottled, scattered blood and bodies lying everywhere. All created a gruesome scene no different from hell on earth. In a house, 2 figures were looking down, their faces smug. Chen Jun said with a contemptuous tone, he said, "This idiot, called him to he really came, a self-righteous idiot with no brains. He turned to the henchman, his voice dismissively asked, "You sure his defense force is not high?" The henchman's face slyly nodded, full of conspiracy. He smirked and said, "That's right, my people saw with their own eyes that although his damage is very high, but after being touched by the poisonous zombie has been seriously injured. Probably bring all the points are increased to attack, defense force is absolutely not high." At that moment, from many surrounding roofs, a series of figures moved silently, preparing for an ambush. All were ready. Meanwhile, the henchman's voice rang out crisp. Said with Qinjun, "Moreover, I have, according to the Hui Truong assigned, I have bribed 10 archers level 12, hiding in the small alley, north some force defense little of him. A concentrated fatal enough to destroy him more than 3 times. Qinjun tightened his glasses, breathing rapidly with excitement. He laughed, said, "As long as Zhang Yu died here, when resurrected in the spring of resurrection, the people I arranged will not let him live more than a second. Must make him die, cannot die again." His eyes were red, his face twisted with hatred, as if his soul was being swallowed by darkness. His voice roared out of control, each word like a knife cut into the air. He said, "Kani is mine, do not expect anyone to steal Kani from my hands." No one realized that at that moment, in the mist below, he had been standing there, his eyes as cold as ice, a faint smile drawn on the corner of his lips, walking slowly into the dark alley. Each step sounded heavy between the stifling atmosphere. He nonchalantly said, "I'm here." At that moment his footsteps stopped, a momentary pause, but was a calculation first, not because of surprise. From above, a series of arrows carrying powerful force flew over, tearing through the air, as if wanting to pierce through the entire space, but contrary to the reflex of defense or evasion. He still stood still, not moving a step. A giant creature suddenly appeared, its body massive, its 2 claws as large as 2 steel walls blocking in front of him. Each arrow was blocked completely, broken down, falling to the ground without effect. That was his defense pet, summoned from him, he said, "Silver armor hat too." Qinjun and the henchman stunned, their faces pale, their eyes widened, almost not believing what they were seeing. He fearfully said, "Not said that as a weak beast tamer. How can be so powerful?" Cold sweat poured out on the foreheads of both. The system displayed, "You are maliciously attacked by class holders, you get 10 minutes of retaliation time. Within 10 minutes kill the opponent will not increase the value of evil." The show is over yet. At that moment, from a gap between the giant claws of the pet, his eyes appeared, sharp as knives, but hidden deep inside was something wild. Bloodthirsty, was extremely excited, the corners of his lips turned up a strange curve. He said, "Next is my turn." A series of attacks from Zhang Yu descended like a storm. The fire exploded, swept the entire dark alley. The ambushers did not have time to react, screaming in despair. Being swept away like fallen leaves in a firestorm, the remaining Nain wide-eyed panicked, standing back away, mouth constantly trembled. In another corner, there were 2 names being tightened by the pet in the claws. The sound of bones breaking rang RAC. Screams echoed throughout the alley. Purple-black Kap emitted from the pet's body, ferocious as a demon, just woke up. At the same time, the system displayed continuously appeared, "You have killed the player, carefree, the other side into gray name. The value of evil +0. The whole alley was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. He stood in the middle of the rubble, hand scepter, his eyes sharp as if wanting to pierce through other people's souls. Robes fluttering, behind him was the beast with red eyes flashing. The system displayed next, "You have killed the player, carefree, the other side ton 10 XAM. The value of evil +0. Around him, a stream of black Kap full of Tadi wrapped around the body like a vivid gloom, his face cold, stern, but inside was a smoldering anger. Qinjun stunned, his face pale, he stammered loudly, "Ayo, how is this guy so strong?" Immediately after grabbing the henchman's clothes, shaking hard, questioning, "His defense is not high. Explain to the Ong Desi, what is this?" The henchman also could not understand. He stammered, face like lost soul. He replied, I also do not know what happened." An explosion like a meteor falling in the middle of the alley, the force pressed extremely strong swept through, caused both to stagger back. Smoke and dust MIT, the eyesight was covered. Between the smoke, a figure came out, step by step slowly, but each step caused the ground to shake. A king's aura spread out, as if splitting the space in two. Smoke gradually dissipated, The image of him appeared brilliantly. His eyes flashed with a mocking look, but accompanied by that was a chilling cold. He smiled faintly, said, "Just with a little trick of you that also want to trap me." He just finished speaking, sweat of Qingjun Dongding rolled on his forehead. He looked up at him, his eyes red with anger, teeth grinding. "Ken Ket," he asked, what do you mean?" He did not answer immediately but only smirked, the smile full of ridicule, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. His voice cold, calm to creepy, he said, "After handling the zombie king boss, An has wrong knew if follow me all the time is not to find an opportunity to deal with me." He stunned, and Mo Trung Mat, not believing in his ears, questioned, "So you deliberately pretended to be weak defense, also deliberately revealed the weakness, only to deal with me?" He nonchalantly said, his face unchanged, "Deal with not to that extent, just want to see what you intend to do." Immediately, the hand of Tran Quan jerked the bow and arrows that shot to. He raised his eyebrows angrily, said, "Being discovered then what? Tao will take your dog life." The arrow just shot out. He immediately waved the scepter. A circle of blue light flared up wrapped around his body. A Ka-AP explosion. Hat-tung robes, XC-Geo into gusts of wind. The arrow was blocked, disintegrated into dust before the shield, frozen time spell. He was stunned, eyes wide staring at the broken bow in his hand, each crack spreading out like broken ice, emitting dry crackling sounds. His eyes trembled, as if he could not believe the weapon that had been gone but Bao Nam Lai broken Vun in the moment of decision. The henchman next to panic yelled, "Zhang Yu, dare Mu Fan, assassinate Hui Truong, kill him immediately." Immediately, another subordinate rushed up, the speed as fast as a dark shadow. XCGO, purple Ka-AP mysterious wrapped around him, to lie into a fatal thrust. But at that moment he lowered the scepter. "A ray of light from the palm to lie," he said. "Got it?" A sphere of light appeared, radiating a bright golden halo, powerful and pure to dazzling. The light orb pierced straight through that person's body, incinerating all the evil energy. Their body was blown away, eyes rolled back, losing consciousness mid-air and falling. Qingjun's voice cut through his gasps. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He looked at him as if he were a fiend emerging from a nightmare. He asked loudly, "You actually killed an elite assassin in an instant. Just who exactly are you?" Before he could receive an answer, a brilliant flame erupted from Zhang Yu's scepter like a raging flood. He screamed in agony, his entire body engulfed in flames. Pieces of armor shattered in the fire. He collapsed, his face contorted in pain, sinking into ashes and despair. Zhang Yu approached, the scepter slightly tilted, the light from its tip gleaming with killing intent. He smirked, his voice chillingly cold, and said, "Someone you can't touch." The scene shifted to the system's resurrection area. A cold voice echoed, "You have been killed by the first-class necromancer, Ling, level 17. Immediately, 2 white lights flashed in the resurrection room. Qingjun and his henchmen gasped for breath, their bodies limp. The henchman trembled, looked at Qingjun, and stammered, "Chairman, he's Ling, the one who cleared the first world in just half a day. And what's a necromancer? Isn't he a beast tamer?" Qingjun whined, "How would I know?" His voice was filled with helplessness and fury, realizing he had underestimated the enemy too much. He gritted his teeth and said, "No wonder his ID was always anonymous. He's a dog pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Zhang Yu, Qingjun, will never let this rest." The scene shifted to the real world, the Su Corporation. A clear and angry voice rang out, "I don't agree." In a spacious conference room, Su Jinyan stood up abruptly, her eyes full of resistance. She said loudly, her face filled with dissatisfaction, "I've said it before, I don't like Qingjun." In contrast to her, Qingjun's father just sat there, smiling calmly, his eyes like those of a calculating old fox. He sipped his tea and said gently, "Like or dislike? Feelings can be cultivated gradually. Jinyan, Uncle Chen has prepared a small gift for you." Behind him, a female secretary in a gray dress stepped forward, opened a box, and presented it. Inside was a set of dazzling golden equipment. The system scanned it, revealing, "Energy Elixir, Epic Treasure, increases the absorption of special abilities by 100 times for 1 month after use. Usage level 100, Devil Armor Set, forged by a legendary blacksmith, 3-star gold tier 30 set equipment, Increases control skill duration by 50%. He continued, his tone that of a superior. The market value of the energy elixir is 5 million. The uncle sitting at the head of the table looked very pleased with himself. He continued as if issuing an order, and this mage set cost the family 8 million to custom make for you. I only have one son, Chinjun. Later, he will inherit the entire family fortune. If you marry him, all the resources you need will be provided. Su Jinyan frowned slightly, her voice still polite but clearly disapproving. She said, thank you for Uncle Chen's kindness, but I will decide my own marriage. Su Shin slammed his hand on the table, his eyebrows furrowed, his voice stern. He said, Jinyan, the Su family has put so much effort and resources into nurturing you. And yet you, the second young lady of the Su family, are saying such unreasonable things. The entire conference room suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Jinya. She lowered her head, half of her face in shadow, her lips pressed tightly together. Inside, thousands of thoughts were swirling violently. Immediately she stepped forward and gently placed her hand on Su Jinyan's shoulder. She said in a low but firm voice, Uncle, Xiaoyan is not an item to be traded. No one has the right to interfere in her marriage. She looked at her younger sister, her eyes seeming to implicitly agree and give her strength. She said, silly sister, don't think too much. I will always support you in pursuing your own happiness. Su Jinyan looked up, her eyes shining with emotion. She whispered, thank you, sister. Suddenly, the phones of Chinjun's father and Su Jinya rang simultaneously. The light from the screens reflected on their faces, causing them to freeze. Immediately, he blurted out, what? Following that, he nearly roared into the phone, his voice frantic. The room seemed to be in chaos. Even Su Jinya, who was always calm, looked up, her eyes filled with shock. She said loudly, Chinjun has been killed. Was it Zhang Yu? He enunciated each word, his eyes piercing. Veins popped on his temples. He gnashed his teeth and slammed his hand on the table, shaking everyone around him. He said angrily, I gave my son a small ministry position in your company to help the Su Corporation, and yet you betrayed me and killed my son. Su Shin also couldn't hide his surprise, his voice full of worry, but he tried to reassure him. He said, Chairman Chin, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Chairman Chin turned his face and glared at him with murderous eyes, his voice colder by several degrees. He said, Su Shin, if anything happens to my son, I won't let you off. The atmosphere in the room became even more suffocating. Su Shin clasped his hands on the table, his eyes solemn, and turned to look at the Su sisters. He questioned. This is the person you wholeheartedly recommended. Do you know how much financial support the Qin family has provided to the Su Corporation each year? Su Jinyan frowned worriedly, trying to remain calm, but her voice still trembled slightly. She said, Zhang Yu certainly wouldn't attack guild members for no reason. From any perspective, he wouldn't need to do that. Hearing that, he slammed his hand down again, his voice roaring like thunder. He said angrily, enough. Bring Zhang Yu here immediately. I want him to kneel down and apologize before the Qin family. Otherwise, get out of my Yanwu pavilion. Su Jinyan broke out in a cold sweat. As she spoke in a stunned voice, Uncle, from behind, Su Jinya's phone rang repeatedly. She picked it up, looked at the screen, and a look of shock flashed across her eyes. She repeatedly asked Zhang Yu, where are you now? Did you really kill Chenjun? In contrast to her panic, his voice was extremely calm, coming from the other end of the line. He said, I resign? Holding the phone in one hand and his hand in his pocket, walking in the courtyard at sunset, the wind blowing the hem of his cloak, he continued, as gently as the breeze. But each word struck the ground, shaking people's hearts. From today onwards, I will leave Yanwu Pavilion. Su Jinyan's voice was angrily excited. She glared, breaking out in a cold sweat at Zhang Yu's indifference, and shouted, Zhang Yu, I am Su Jinyan. Did Chen Jun provoke you first? Don't be impulsive, I will prove your innocence. But on the other end of the line, his voice was as silent as frost, answering succinctly and calmly. He said, there's no need. Let it be. On the other side, he hung up, his eyes indifferent but deep. He thought to himself, it's good to cut ties with Yanwu Pavilion. Qinjun is narrow-minded and has backing. If I kill him this time, he will definitely take revenge. Instead of lingering later, It's better to break it off now. He walked slowly through the crowd, his lonely back blending into the hazy mist between the quiet streets. His shoes hit the stone ground, creating a dry, clattering sound, like the sound of a slowing heartbeat. He looked ahead and continued to think, I still need 50,000 for medical expenses each month. I can only rely on selling materials to earn it. To get higher level materials, I must quickly complete the second world and enter the third world. The scene shifted to a blurry street, houses hidden in the fog, lights flickering. According to his thoughts, he still needs to pass 2 waves of Tide of Beasts and a secret realm to complete the task of the second world. A system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Second world, zombie siege, background, the apocalypse has arrived. The world is plunged into disaster. Humans living under the dark shadow are gradually mutating. Zombies are preparing to attack the city. As a survivor in Notting City, please work with everyone to defend the city. Otherwise, when the city is captured by zombies, you will have no escape. World Task 1, complete a secret realm, progress 0/1. World Task 2, participate in and successfully defeat 3 waves of the Tide of Beasts, progress 1/3. Note, complete the above tasks to activate the teleportation portal to the boss of the second world. Defeating the boss will allow you to enter the third world. From that information, his eyes shone with calculation. Among the 3 secret realms, the land of corpse death is the highest level, and the materials that drop are also more valuable. He stroked his chin, quickly analyzing the data on the panel. In his mind flashed the confident thought that with my current level 17, soloing the land of corpse death level 20 might not be a problem. But what about the dark nest level 15? Before he could continue thinking, a strange noise arose, and a person stepped forward with an arrogant voice. The leader of the group looked at him with a conceited expression. He said, "Isn't this the famous beast tamer of Yanwu Pavilion?" Behind him was a group of people ready to attack him at any moment. Zhang Yu looked at them, his eyes losing patience. He looked straight ahead and said, "Get out of the way." Hearing his warning, they just laughed mockingly at him. The leader said, "I'm not getting out of the way, what are you going to do about it?" Another person quickly replied, bursting into laughter, "That's right, I'm not getting out of the way, go ahead and kill me." Then, continuously, everyone looked down on him. They said, "Coward! Do you not dare to attack? Come on, hit us." Seeing this, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly realized, and he thought coldly, they are doing this on purpose. Immediately afterwards he summoned his skill, the aura erupted and swirled like a storm, the air heavy, accompanied by a rumbling sound like waves lapping. Light flashed from his hand. His eyes solemnly looking straight at the group of people. He said, "How much did Qinjun pay you?" They were startled, their faces pale. The leader stammered, sweat rolling down continuously. He clicked his tongue and said, "Just as you guessed, Chairman Chen paid each of us 5,000 along with a resurrection charm. In addition, every time you kill us, we get an extra 5,000. Zhang Yu smirked, his eyes shining with amusement. He replied, "I get 10,000 for being killed by me? He really thinks highly of me." Immediately, the group went crazy, raising their hands as if preparing to attack. On top of their heads, the system clearly showed their levels, all of them level 10. Zhang Yu saw it and thought, even though wiping them out would be as easy as turning my hand, killing them will make me a red name. I can't log out, can't enter the safe zone, and can't activate the boss challenge. I'll be stuck in the second world forever. Chen Jun's plan is really vicious. A shout rang out like thunder. From afar, a dignified group of people appeared, led by Lu Yao. His aura was like that of a monarch. He growled, full of dissatisfaction. "I'll double the price. Go kill the chairman of Yanwu Pavilion for me. For every death I'll compensate you with an extra 50,000. And whoever can kill the chairman of Yanwu Pavilion, I'll give that person 500,000. The group that was about to attack immediately widened their eyes and gasped, their mouths forming an O shape. They said in astonishment, 500,000. Who are you to talk so big? One of Lu Yao's subordinates stepped forward, his voice full of self-satisfaction. He said, "This is young Master Lu Yao, the eldest young master of the Lu family. The wealthiest family in Linhai." The halo around Lu Yao seemed to exist and not exist. He smiled confidently, his eyes glancing over. Seeing this, they said in unison, "Lu! Young Master Lu Yao." In just a blink of an eye, the formation disintegrated. The group retreated like scattered bees, shouting in unison to follow orders. They said excitedly, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow young Master Lu's orders to work." "Okay." Lu Yao turned to look at Zhang Yu, his expression curious mixed with teasing. "I heard you were kicked out of Yanwu Pavilion. Qin Jun is going around declaring that he will make it so you can't survive in the other world." Zhang Yu glanced at him, his face as cold as ice. He said, "He is being too loud, isn't he?" Lu Yao chuckled, winking intimately. "Brother, Yanwu Pavilion looks at people with half an eye. Come to my place. Name your price. I also guarantee that no one will dare to bother you." Zhang Yu turned to leave, his eyes shining brightly. He said, "We'll talk about it later. I'm not interested in guilds right now." One of the members of the Supreme Guild was annoyed, gnashing his teeth. "Brother Yao, you've stood up to protect him so many times and spent so much money for him. Yet he didn't even say a word of thanks." In contrast, Lu Yao just smiled faintly, his voice still cheerful. He said he was just suppressed by Yanwu Pavilion. So he doesn't want to join any guilds temporarily. I understand that mood. That group of blind fools at Yanwu Pavilion, no wonder they've only been ranked 5th for so many years. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yu walked, his eyes were thoughtful. He thought that if he left Yanwu Pavilion, he could avoid any involvement with Chen Jun, but who knew that he wouldn't leave him alone? The exit led to a large, dark cave. Zhang Yu stepped slowly inside. The system immediately displayed a notification, Dark Nest, level 15. As he walked, he pondered the task at hand, his face still calm, but his eyes had understood many things. He thought, normal players usually choose to team up to farm the land of corpse death. The highest level, to receive great rewards, while the low-level Dark Nest is hardly noticed. Suddenly, an old NPC emerged from the darkness. The old man held a cane, walking slowly, his head covered by a cloak. He spoke politely, "NPC Mage Morn, brave adventurer. Do you want to challenge the Dark Nest?" Without waiting for Zhang Yu to answer, he summoned a green gem, but it emitted a brilliant golden light. Zhang Yu replied in a calm voice, "Yes, I want to challenge the secret realm." The old man nodded, his hand conditionally bringing the item closer to him. A light enveloped it. He spoke slowly, "Good luck, adventurer." Zhang Yu received the item. The system displayed an introduction, common command token, exclusive to the Dark Nest level 15, description, exclusive entry ticket to the Dark Nest. Can only be used once. Note, this item has been linked, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the common command token of the Dark Nest can be refined into a golden command token, which can upgrade the secret realm into a hidden secret realm. However, the probability is really very low and requires a huge amount of energy, so basically no one wants to waste time trying. At the same time, in a forest not far away, chaotic sounds rang out, both panicked and excited, no matter how low the probability, how much special ability energy is consumed. I will continue to refine it, until I get a golden command token. In the forest, a group of people excitedly chasing Qingjun said, "Qingjun, don't run. 500,000 is walking away. Chase after him, kill him." Qingjun and his henchmen, their faces ashen, ran and screamed, desperately fleeing. Stopping under a large tree, Qingjun opened his mouth and panted, muttering curses. He said, "Damn it, I paid to hire them, why are they turning around and hitting me now?" The henchman beside him was no better off, his face annoyed, his hands clenching the tree branch. He said angrily, "Zhang Yu must have been behind this." He said worriedly, "Chairman, in the next 5 days you can't use the resurrection scroll. To be safe, it's best to wait for the resurrection scroll cycle to refresh before going out to level up." Qingjun gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. He angrily punched the tree trunk, grinding through his teeth. He said, "Damn it, Zhang Yu, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human." At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in midair, causing both of them to immediately jump in surprise and pay attention, nodding city careerists. Pay attention! Anonymous careerist has used the golden command token to upgrade the Dark Nest into a hidden secret realm. Effective time, 2 hours. welcome careerists to participate in the challenge. Of the hidden secret realm, all players participating will receive benefits within 2 hours. Players who die in the dark nest will be resurrected for free once. Qin Jun clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly, his face full of excitement. He said, "Wait for me. We get free resurrection and a chance to pass a level 15 small secret realm. Quickly gather guild members and enter the secret realm to hunt for rare items." The henchman was also overjoyed, immediately nodded in response. He said, "Understood." In another place, shining slash marks continuously struck the body of a huge zombie, causing it to roar madly, its roar echoing through the bloody battlefield. Suddenly, the group of other players also noticed the system notification that had just appeared. They laughed loudly, unable to hide their excitement. Free resurrection. This is too great for someone like me who doesn't use resurrection scrolls. Amidst the misty smoke, a strong figure emerged from the pile of zombie corpses, none other than Lin Yao. He swung his sword, stomping hard on the body of the zombie that was roaring miserably. Laughing heartily, he said, "Pass on this young master's order." The entire Supreme Guild gathers and enters the dark nest. In another place, Zhang Yu had cleared all the zombies in the area. Their corpses lay scattered, piled on top of each other like garbage. He walked slowly through the battlefield, holding the spear tightly in his hand, his eyes flashing with madness. A violent force continuously emanated around him. He pondered, one of the tasks of the second world is to pass a secret realm. His eyes stopped at the common command token in his hand. He tightened his grip on it, his thoughts quickly turning. The hidden secret realm after upgrading will give much higher rewards, plus the free resurrection benefits. I don't believe he can resist the temptation. Behind him, the corpses of the zombies that seemed to have stopped moving suddenly changed. A faint dark purple aura snaked out from their corpses, gathering in the middle of the battlefield. That aura was not just residue, but a strange source of living energy. From the dark purple mist, a huge and hideous monster gradually materialized. It had 4 eyes, long, sharp claws, its entire body covered in black energy. It shrieked a terrifying sound, causing the entire space to seem to freeze. Zhang Yu looked at it with cold eyes, his face still calm as if he had foreseen everything. A slight smile bloomed on his lips. He thought, to ensure that the hunting plan proceeds smoothly. It roared, and then swung its sharp claws, rushing straight towards Zhang Yu like a storm. At that moment, Zhang Yu immediately raised the scepter of light. His strength erupted violently. As he unleashed his move, he thought, I have to deal with the secret realm guardian first. The power from Zhang Yu's attack erupted like a violent explosion, hitting the monster's body directly, sending rocks flying, sharp pieces of stone scattering like bullets. The impact was so strong that it tore off its tentacles, each section falling to the ground with a gruesome sound. The fire from the explosion spread, covering its entire body. A large charred hole was clearly visible on the right side of its chest, the mark from the attack just now. It staggered, roared in pain, and then fell heavily. Zhang Yu walked slowly towards it, his eyes icy, his voice lowered and firm. He said, "Behave yourself, otherwise I don't mind giving you the same fate as your subordinates." At that moment, a notification from the system rang in his ear, causing him to pause slightly. He frowned, thinking, the secret realm's free resurrection benefit is not just an opportunity for Qin Jun, but a rare opportunity for ordinary people who can't afford resurrection scrolls. But before he could think carefully, 2 large groups of people suddenly appeared in the distance, divided into 2 different directions. One was the Manhwa Pavilion, and the other was the Supreme Guild. Seeing this, Zhang Yu thought, Su Jinyan, the Supreme Guild has also come. His hand still held the common command token, the faint light emanating from it made him even more focused. The thoughts quickly flashed through his head, and he said sternly, "My goal is only one person. It's best to avoid affecting innocent people. Open the permission modification function." A notification flickered in view. The holder of the noble golden command token, you will have 3 times the modification permissions of the dark nest. Please select the permissions you want to modify. Meanwhile, on one side of the battlefield, the Manhwa Pavilion was fighting fiercely against the zombies that were swarming towards them. The situation became extremely tense. Each attack rang out piercingly, sparks and black blood splashing everywhere. Qin Jun was sweating profusely, his face pale. He ran while looking back, anxiously flattering, "Jin Yan, don't leave me too far, be careful." Right in front of him, a huge horde of zombies was roaring and charging towards him. Su Jinyan stood in the middle of the battlefield, her eyes unable to hide her worry and disappointment. The surrounding scene was chaotic, zombie corpses scattered. A feeling of frustration rose in her heart. She thought, "Annoying, I planned to go find Zhang Yu. If it weren't for giving face to my uncle, I wouldn't bother paying attention to that cowardly person." At that moment, a series of notifications from the system suddenly appeared, the sounds ringing continuously, causing everyone to be stunned. Notification to all people in the Dark Nest secret realm. Due to the holder of the Golden Command token changing the permissions of the secret realm, the free resurrection mechanism upon death is immediately cancelled. Resurrection scrolls cannot be used. It is not possible to leave the secret realm halfway, and killing white-named players in the secret realm will not increase in value. The entrance to the secret realm has been closed. A new secret realm task has been issued. Kill 500 zombies. The number is calculated by the team, and eliminate the secret realm guardian, the dark zombie leader. And the most surprised person, none other than Qingjun. He slammed his hand on the ground, his eyes red with anger as if he wanted to tear someone apart, cursing nonstop. He said, "Damn it, what's going on? Is that person crazy to modify the permissions like this? Does he not want to live anymore?" Another member looked at the notification panel and muttered, his eyes doubtful. "Chairman, could it be that the person who activated the secret realm is Zhang Yu? Could it be that he deliberately lured us in here?" Hearing that name, Qingjun immediately turned around, denying it sternly. He said, "Nonsense. The probability of refining a Golden Command token is 1 in 10,000. How could he be so lucky? Or do you think he has hundreds of thousands of ability points to cause trouble for me?" Su Jinyan also looked at the system panel, her voice calm but firm. She said, "But these permissions are clearly changed against someone." Qingjun's face paled, his eyes wavering. He said sternly, stubbornly denying it, "It can't be him. It must be that person is afraid of too many competitors, wanting to monopolize the first clear rewards." Immediately afterwards, as if trying to cover up the panic in his heart, he suddenly gave a smug smile, his tone confident again. He said, "Don't worry, Jinyan. I'm here, don't be afraid. No matter how the permissions change, I will lead you through this secret realm." Su Jinyan turned to look at him, her eyes complex, both awkward and helpless. In her heart she just sighed. She thought, "Only 500 zombies, charge for me. It's better if you still take care of yourself." Qingjun stepped forward, patted the shoulders of two people standing nearby, his voice commanding and angry. He said, "Next, as long as we eliminate the boss, the first clear rewards will be ours in Yanwu Pavilion." A few people glanced at him with uncomfortable eyes, some were apprehensive, some were clearly starting to lose patience. Suddenly, one of the group looked into the distance, his eyes wide, his voice stammering. "Chairman, it seems like there's someone over there." Qingjun turned around sharply, his eyes immediately freezing, his mouth agape, unable to speak. He took half a step back, muttering unconsciously. He said, "Impossible. How could anyone be faster than our Yanwu Pavilion?" A familiar voice rang out in midair, carrying a sense of joy. "You guys have finally arrived." Qingjun's whole body tightened. His teeth gnashing, he stared at the figure that was stepping towards him, his face full of hatred and resentment. In contrast to him, Su Jinyan was overjoyed when she heard it, blushing and looking in the direction of the sound. She trembled with emotion. She said loudly, "This voice is—" From the distance, a figure appeared, sitting cross-legged on the back of a huge, defeated guardian, arrogant in expression, the aura suppressing the entire arena. He raised his head high, his eyes deep and cold, as if looking down on everything. His voice was low and slow, ringing out, "I have been waiting for a very long time." Su Jinyan looked at him silently. In her eyes were countless stars as if burning brightly, joy, worry mixed into one. Her voice was clear, trembling slightly as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She called out, "Zhang Yu, why are you here? I was still planning to go find you." On the opposite side, Qingjun's face had darkened. He had witnessed everything, his chest heaving, his teeth clenched so tightly that they made a grinding sound. He said, It was you who used the golden command token to activate the secret realm. Where did you get the golden command token? Zhang Yu stepped forward, his hand holding the spear, his eyes calm but full of dignity. His voice carried a teasing tone. Weren't you trying every means to kill me? Now the opportunity is right in front of you. Qin Jun was startled, his heart pounding. A frantic thought sprang up in his head. Damn it, I initially came here thinking the Dark Nest secret realm had a free resurrection mechanism, but I didn't expect to be trapped by this guy. If he attacks now, I might really die here today. He immediately grabbed the shoulders of two of his teammates, grinding his teeth and hissing, You dare to touch me based on just your strength. I have the backing of the Qin family, one of the 3 largest families in Linhai City. Even Su Xin, the chairman of the Su family, has to show me some respect. What do you have to fight against me? Then he turned to look at Su Jinyan, his eyes now a mess of anger. He said, Jinyan, use a sealing force to control Zhang Yu. Even if it's just a little force damage, we can kill him. Seeing this, Su Jinyan's face was calm, her voice indifferent to the point of coldness. She said, Zhang Yu was once a member of Yanwu Pavilion. How did you treat him? You wanted to kill him first. Don't blame others for legitimate self-defense. I won't be an accomplice to evil. Those words were like a heavy blow to Qin Jun. Sweat poured out of him, his hands trembled, his eyes looking at her were filled with confusion. Around them, the silence was heavy to the point of suffocation. At that moment, the gatekeeper shouted loudly, his voice full of fear and anger. He said, Damn it! All of you, get up for me! Kill Zhang Yu! Hearing this, one member hesitated, saying in a trembling voice, What levels are we? He's someone who can solo bosses. Others agreed, That's right, are we throwing ourselves to our deaths? The people around them began to waver, their eyes fixed on Zhang Yu. Qin Jun raised his hand to signal, as if giving an order, his voice full of anger. He said, What are you afraid of? You can still resurrect. Charge for me. For every death, I'll compensate everyone 5,000. I don't believe he can withstand a sea of people attacking. Zhang Yu's eyes were sharp and cold, he walked extremely calmly, stepping firmly. A series of notifications appeared continuously. You have killed player, Yanwu Pavilion. Shang Xin value added 0. More notifications continued to appear. You have killed player, Yanwu Pavilion, Pinru, Xin value added 0. Before the system notification, you have killed player. Yanwu Pavilion, Du Xin, Xin value added 0. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed. A sly smile bloomed on his lips. He thought, killing white-named players here doesn't increase in value. I can kill people without any scruples. Qin Jun's face paled, but he still tried to shout loudly, giving orders in vain, Hurry up! While he's busy with his hands, let's go kill the boss and clear the secret realm. A guy next to Qin Jun stepped out aggressively, his eyes contemptuous, laughing loudly, It's just a colored shell Scorpio, let me handle it. He drew his sword and slashed directly at Zhang Yu's pet, the sword aura sweeping, sharp and powerful, but the sword immediately broke in two. That guy was stunned, his eyes wide, his mouth stammering, What the hell is this? I'm a level 14 warrior. I put all my points into strength, and I can't even damage this damn Scorpio. Zhang Yu laughed, as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He snorted lightly, a level 15 elite silver-horned Scorpio, equipped with 2 gold attribute armor pieces. Level 15 2-star, how could you possibly damage it? At that moment, from the sky, a series of silver arrows tore through the wind like a storm, the sound piercing through the thick air. The group of people panicked, some hurriedly raised their shields to block, trembling and shouting, Charge! Charge! Surround them for me! Each hit is rewarded with 20,000 coins. The sound of metal colliding echoed, but it was becoming increasingly desperate. Who's attacking us? Isn't there only Yanwu Pavilion here? No, could it be people who came to compete for the first? Clear? While everyone was panicking, Zhang Yu just stood still, his face cold, without saying a word. A crowd of players rushed in, like a pack of hungry wild wolves, all charging straight at the Yanwu Pavilion group, shouting in unison, Kill! They passed by Zhang Yu like a whirlwind, causing the hem of his robe and his hair to be blown away. But Zhang Yu just stood still, his eyes indifferent, his lips slightly curled. He looked at their infighting as if watching a bland joke. Soon after, from the edge of the battlefield, a group of people stepped out, led by Lu Yao, representing the Supreme Guild. He stood straight, his hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes arrogant, staring at the Yanwu pavilion group. He laughed contemptuously. He said, "No one dares to touch the young master's people. Don't worry, brother. With me here, these small fry won't be able to do anything." Lu Yao's half-teasing, half-arrogant voice made Zhang Yu frown. He glanced over, his eyes clearly suspicious, thinking, "It's this guy again." On the other side, Qinjun was so angry that his face turned red. He roared, his voice mixed with anger and vigilance. He shouted, "Lu Yao, what do you mean by this? I didn't touch anyone from your Supreme Guild." Lu Yao looked at Qinjun and gave a mocking smile, said, "It's nothing, I just heard that you like to use money to solve everything, so I wanted to see if your money is more than mine." He suddenly waved his hand, pointing directly at Qinjun's group, his voice resounding across the battlefield. He said, "Giving you people a chance to change your destiny. Whoever kills your chairman, I'll reward them with 1 million. As soon as the words fell, the entire area went silent for a second, and then, like a hornet's nest, the crowd simultaneously looked up at Qinjun, their eyes shocked. Confused. Qinjun froze. He looked around, catching the gazes that no longer had any loyalty. His face flushed, his voice shouting in anger, 1 million? Damn it! You want to rebel? Anyone who dares to move is making an enemy of the Chen family and the Su family. Before he could catch his breath, the ground suddenly shook. A rumbling sound rang out like thunder in the clear sky, shaking everyone. They said in a hubbub, "Wah, what's that sound?" All eyes turned towards the horizon, then suddenly panicked. Something huge was stepping out of the blood-red mist. Its skin was like sharp rocks, stacked into layers of thick armor. Its shoulders wide like mountains. The aura of death from it changed the color of the air. At the same time, the system rang, causing Zhang Yu to frown slightly, his heart shuddering. He thought, in other worlds, lords and boss-level monsters have a small chance of entering a berserk state. When their health is too low, it seems that the stray arrow just now caused the health of the undead lord to continue to decrease. The final boss holding an axe, its sharp iron teeth salivating. At that moment, the system rang coldly amidst the chaos. Map announcement, Dark Nest. All players in the Dark Nest secret realm pay attention. The undead lord has entered a berserk state, evolving into a level 17, 3-star boss. It had just appeared and roared with an earth-shattering sound, growling ferociously, its eyes tinged with crimson. It swung its axe down, causing the ground to crack, the entire vast area shattering like a pie being cut in half. At that moment, the system rang coldly amidst the chaos. Dark Undead Tyrant King. Lu Yao's face turned pale, trembling, snot running down his face. Pointing at the boss, he shouted, 3-star boss? Damn it! No one told me that bosses can also level up. The final boss swung his hand and slashed, his eyes fiercely clutching. The shocking blow caused the ground to shatter into many pieces, and the red light enveloped a wide area. Countless people were affected by its power, and were thrown out, screaming in pain before his power. Qinjun was also trembling when he heard the notification. Due to the player's use of the secret realm, a riot occurred, the difficulty of the secret realm increased. The exit of the Dark Nest secret realm has been forcibly opened. Players can leave at any time. Qinjun's eyes lit up, he laughed wildly, looking back at the transfer crack that had just opened in the distance. He said, "Heaven is also helping me." He turned his head and saw Lu Yao being chased closely by the boss. The chaotic scene made him extremely excited. He said loudly, "Lu Yao, aren't you very good?" Immediately, Qinjun drew his bow and stretched the string, his eyes as sharp as knives. He smiled evilly, whispering maliciously, "Today I will let you stay here forever." Then he switched hands, his eyes becoming more and more excited. The arrow shot out like a meteor tearing through the wind, passing close to the shoulder of the giant boss, shooting straight towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao was staggering, his face as pale as paper, turning back just in time to see the arrow shooting towards him, and he could only be helpless. He squatted down, his hands trembling, stuttering, saying, Save me." The arrow and the final boss's attack arrived at the same time, causing him to be petrified, his entire body stiffening like a stone statue. At that moment, Zhang Yu's pet immediately blocked the blow to protect him, thanks to Zhang Yu's summoning, the silver-armored Scorpio. In the distance, Zhang Yu stood in the smoke, his eyes icy, his face slightly tense, but his voice was still calm. It's leveled up, different, it can make the silver-armored Scorpio lose so much. Blood. At that moment, in the distance, Qinjun, taking advantage of no one paying attention, bent over and rushed towards the gap in the transfer gate, running and looking back and shouting loudly. His voice full of ridicule, "You want to kill me? Wait another 10,000 years. You guys play slowly, I won't play anymore." Hearing that, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Stop!" At the same time, Lu Yao had not yet escaped danger, although the pet blocked the attack, but the power of the boss was too overwhelming. The silver armor cracked. Black blood gushing out. Lu Yao shouted loudly, his voice trembling with despair, "Save me!" Zhang Yu looked over, his eyes thoughtful, thinking, my instantaneous transfer ability can only be used once. If Lu Yao doesn't have a chance to resurrect, he will die here. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu activated his skill. A huge stream of ice from his scepter shot out as if to cover the final boss's whole body. He swept to Lu Yao's face in a flash, making him utterly surprised. The thick ice from his summoning spell froze it in an instant, making it scream in pain. Taking advantage of the boss being controlled, Zhang Yu immediately rushed forward, grabbed Lu Yao, who was still trembling, and shouted, "Go quickly!" Zhang Yu pulled Lu Yao's hand hard, and both rolled away from the danger zone. Behind them was the final boss roaring angrily, each layer of ice being shattered like an eggshell. The scene was chaotic, with roars, screams, and hurried footsteps. Zhang Yu rolled to dodge an attack, and frowned, muttering, "An A-grade ice hammer spell just now, only dealt 100 damage. The final boss stood erect, his whole body glowing red with energy, roaring like thunder. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu immediately activated another skill, light exploding from the scepter. He thought, a level 17, 3-star boss is really hard to deal with. Zhang Yu dashed like lightning, transferring continuously on the battlefield, dust flying, the ground torn apart by the terrifying speed. As he moved, he calculated. I can only rely on the advantage of my flexible body, to find a chance to cast spells and counterattack through movement. Series of attacks from 4 different directions struck the final boss, causing it to falter, unable to react in time. Its health bar gradually decreased, -192, -79. Zhang Yu landed on the ground, a beautiful, stopping like a lightning flash, his hair fluttering, the light from the skill behind him like silver streaks, -79. Lu Yao stood in the distance, his mouth agape. He turned to shout at his subordinates, his face green. He yelled, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help!" The subordinates' faces were also pale, stammering as if they wanted to cry, helplessly saying, "Brother Yao, if we charge, we'll just be cannon fodder." Suddenly, a horizontal slash from the final boss unexpectedly swept past. Zhang Yu couldn't dodge in time and was scratched on one side of his flank, blood splattering in a red streak. He could only grit his teeth, groaning in pain, his face wrinkled, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this guy is quite fast." Without thinking too much, Zhang Yu backed away quickly, sliding a long way, his feet scraping the ground, creating a white dust trail. But the final boss didn't let him go. It roared, its eyes red, aiming straight at Zhang Yu and striking down, making him utterly surprised. Zhang Yu thought, this is not good. Zhang Yu stared open-mouthed at the stone axe flying towards him. But an ice spell stopped the monster's actions in time. It stopped immediately, its roar echoing through the area. It turned out that the person who had just attacked was Su Jinyan. She shouted, "Old rules, I support you, attack." Zhang Yu immediately entered an attack stance, swinging the scepter behind him, accumulating energy. Continuous fire attacks repeatedly hit the monster, causing it to roar in pain. The crowd behind witnessed this and were agape. The black-haired guy asked, "Boss, those two, are they soloing the 3-star boss? How awesome!" Lu Yao was no less surprised. "That's the second young lady of the Su family, the one who just became a forbidden mage, right? Epic-level professions are indeed not ordinary, each skill has a control effect." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed as if he had a good harvest, with a little, "But the only one who can hurt this monster is my brother Yu. A 3-star boss, if it were us, we would have died tens of thousands of times." Suddenly, a sparkling halo appeared around him, along with the declaration, I want to pull both her and Brother Yu into my supreme guild. The black-haired guy helplessly said. Brother Yao, don't say she's the second young lady of the Su family, even that guy you can't handle. On this side, the battle was still fierce. The monster continuously rushed over, roaring terribly, ignoring the magical flames that were still attacking it. At this time, its body has been seriously damaged, but it still does not reduce its power. Zhang Yu observed it and thought silently, fortunately, this monster is almost out of health. Su Jinyan worried-faced shouted, Zhang Yu, quickly, the final blow. Suddenly Zhang Yu said something incomprehensible. I am the discoverer of the hidden secret realm. Making Su Jinyan curious, turned to look at Zhang Yu, who was bowing his head. What? Just a few seconds later, she seemed to understand and replied, I understand, then also Van kibboed her head. A purple spirit is gradually gathered above the scepter. Then there was a loud shout, a strong attack that struck the monster. In an instant, the monster was blown away, leaving only dust and smoke on the ground. The other players leveled up at the same time, making everyone surprised. At the same time, the system rang out, area announcement, Nodding City, congratulations to careerist Sunan, for completing the first clear of the level 15 hidden secret realm, Dark Nest, receiving the reward, level 15 secret realm scroll, +1. Immediately, everyone raised their hands high and cheered resounding through the sky. Lu Yao immediately rushed to grab Zhang Yu. Brother, you are my lifesaver, but was pushed away. If it wasn't for you, Chen Jun would have died a long time ago. In his heart he thought, releasing the tiger back to the mountain, there will definitely be endless trouble. This also made Lu Yao hesitate, so what should I do? Then suddenly turned around and suggested, how about I compensate you with 1 million? But Zhang Yu ignored it. Besides money, what else do you have? Hearing this, Lu Yao immediately pointed to himself. Of course I do. Our dream is to gather all the strong to build the strongest guild in the world. So, brother, come to my guild. He continued to persuade. My Lu family is the largest medicine merchant in Lehigh City. As long as you come, you will have medicine to use without end. But Zhang Yu still refused. Let go. But Lu Yao still did not give up. He became serious. Brother, listen to me first. My Lu family has cooperative relations with the Long country's top caster family Shao family, and the enchantress family Shangguan family. Hearing this, Zhang Yu suddenly exclaimed, Caster, Shao family? Taking this opportunity, Lu Yao then continued, That's right, my father and the head of the Shao family are old friends, as long as there are enough materials. Any equipment only needs a word from him. Zhang Yu put his hand on his chin and thought, compared to buying equipment made by a caster is much better in quality. Before he could think further, Lu Yao even turned into a kitten to try to pull him. If you don't want to join our Supreme Guild for the time being, that's okay. Why don't we become friends first? Later, if you need to create equipment, I can help you contact them. Hearing this, Zhang Yu pondered a little and replied, Okay, Lu Yao happily exclaimed, That's great. After finishing the work, Zhang Yu and Su Jinyan walked towards the space gate. Let's go. Behind them was Lu Yao waving goodbye. In another development, a group of people were transferred to a place with ancient buildings. Someone wondered, Sunan, is that the second young lady who just awakened an epic profession? A voice replied, Sure enough, the epic profession is no joke, Voi Xin Dp Voi Gyujang, a girl with both Tai Sac. I wonder who will be worthy of her. Qing Jun sitting on the chair suddenly spoke, Look, Sunan is a key member of our Yanwu Pavilion. This is the strength of Yanwu Pavilion. The blue-haired man beside him announced, Chairman, the second young lady has killed the boss. Zhang Yu must have survived too. Qin Jun looked dissatisfied. Really, I underestimated that guy. He even knows how to use secret realms to set up ambushes against us. If I can't kill Zhang Yu, I swear I won't be human. The blue-haired man heard and reminded, his powers are too strong, and there is also the Supreme Guild behind him. Qin Jun then stood up and irritably said, We can't kill him, but that means others can't do it. The blue-haired man asked confusedly, Chairman, what do you mean? In Qin Jun's head, he recalled the mysterious masters. I remember there were quite a few old professional players stuck in the third world last year. Their levels are at least over 30. Because of my Qin family's reputation, they will have to give some face. Qin Jun raised his face to the sky. Doc Twin Zhang Yu, you wait. If you pass the third world, I will eat sh*t. In another place, Su Jinyan hesitantly asked, Zhang Yu, Chen Jun treats you like this, do you consider me an enemy? Zhang Yu frankly replied, whoever does it, will bear it. My current enemy is only one, that is Chen Jun. Of course, if your Yanwu Pavilion insists on helping the wicked, I don't mind having more enemies. Hearing this, Su Jinyan immediately raised her hand to swear, her face a little red. No, I swear, I will absolutely not help the wicked. Moreover, like you, what I hate the most is Chen Jun. Then she shifted her attention to the items she had just collected. That's right, just now you gave the final blow to me. These spoils are naturally yours. Zhang Yu smiled softly and thought to himself, not bad, if I refine these equipment and skill books again, my damage and health limits will be significantly increased. At this moment, the system rang out, area announcement, Nodding City, all professional players in Nodding City, please pay attention, the Tide of Beasts will attack Nodding City in 30 minutes. This Tide of Beasts has a level of 15, please all professional players prepare to defend Nodding City. Both Zhang Yu and Su Jinyan were startled in surprise. Su Jinyan looked up and read, then exclaimed in a panic, the Tide of Beasts is coming. Then looked at Zhang Yu who seemed calm, as long as I get through this, I might be able to complete the world task, I can enter the third world. Looking at the expression on her face, you can tell she is very worried. Quickly go back and prepare. Zhang Yu turned and glanced at her and replied, At this moment, a figure ran past Su Jinyan. Zhang Yu, I really know I was wrong. It turned out to be Lin Yue, constantly begging Zhang Yu, can you forgive me? But Zhang Yu then stepped back, avoiding her, his voice cold, what do you mean? She lowered her face, seeming melancholy. Lu Yao doesn't need me anymore. Su Jinyan was extremely annoyed, he doesn't need you, so you look for Zhang Yu, what do you take Zhang Yu as? She didn't care about Su Jinyan, only tried to defend herself before Zhang Yu. I admit I looked down on you for being poor before, but what girl doesn't want a rich life? In her heart she assumed that Zhang Yu still had feelings for her, so she tried to persuade, Zhang Yu, now you are so good, Tian Doi's bright, if we get back together, we won't quarrel anymore and I will make you happy. Hearing these fake words made Zhang Yu laugh. Ha! Su Jinyan felt so nauseous that she couldn't stand it, shameless. Suddenly, a roar rang out in the forest, causing them to pay attention, interrupting that useless conversation. Lin Yue then recognized it, and reminded Zhang Yu, the Tide of Beasts is coming, there's no time to go back to prepare. Zhang Yu then raised his hand to signal her to be quiet. While Su Jinyan had already prepared to fight, fortunately, after the end of the secret realm, I adjusted a little, let's prepare to meet the challenge. At this time, Zhang Yu glanced back, you also said my Tian Doi's bright, why do I need someone like you? Get lost. Lin Yue was stunned, you've changed, you would never say that to me before. In just a moment, the Tide of Beasts rushed in, all of them looked scary, constantly raising their claws towards the target in front. Su Jinyan calmly used the scepter to cast magic, it emitted a strong purple light that enveloped the crowd of zombies. Looking back and still not seeing Zhang Yu, she shouted, there are too many zombies, I can't control them. A stream of dark Kai condensed in Zhang Yu's palm, he calmly replied, Silver Armor Scorpion, go in front of Su Jinyan first. The Silver Armor Scorpion immediately listened to the order, roared and rushed towards Su Jinyan, standing behind her to protect her. The crowd of zombies were blown away, no one could resist. Flames began to form on the scepter of Zhang Yu. Seizing the opportunity, he then released the flames towards the crowd of zombies, and they were swallowed by the flames. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind, Zhang Yu save me! It turned out that Lin Yue was surrounded by a group of zombies. They were opening their mouths to prepare to tear the prey, and she was screaming in fear, save me! Seeing this, Su Jinyan then went to let me, but was grabbed by the hand by Zhang Yu to stop her, don't go. He seriously said, if you can't save her here, you'll only implicate yourself. As soon as the words fell, looking back, Lin Yue had been bitten to death by a group of zombies. Her eyes wide, small spots of light appeared around her body. Zhang Yu stood in the distance observing with some contemplation, the light symbolizes death, could it be that she already? Su Jinyan was also surprised, her number of resurrections has run out. Not giving them time to guess, the group of zombies rushed to attack again, along with scary roars. Zhang Yu turned his back, let's go, there's no time to mourn anymore, deal with the Tide of Beasts first. Su Jinyan hesitated and replied, okay. At this time, images of the happy past of Zhang Yu and Lin Yue appeared in his memory. At that time they were still a happy couple. The group of zombies began to go deeper into the city, looking for the next prey. On this side, everyone has also begun to divide areas to cope with the tide of beasts. Zombies are still roaring around. Zhang Yu and Su Jinyan were hiding behind a wall. Su Jinyan sighed, "It's already the third wave. Why hasn't the tide of beasts ended yet?" Zhang Yu looked around and then reassured. "Don't worry, there are only 3 waves at most in a day. Now it's almost over, just wait for the tide of beasts to retreat." At this time, the system displayed a notification. Second World Zombie Sieges setting, the apocalypse has come, the world is plunged into disaster, humans are shrouded in darkness, gradually zire out mutation. Zombies are about to surround the city. As a survivor in Notting City, you must protect the city with everyone, otherwise wait until the city that Thursday, you will not have anywhere to run. World Quest 1, Pass a Secret Realm, Progress 0 out of 1, World Quest 2, Participate and defeat 3 waves of Zack True Success, Progress 3 out of 3, Note, complete the above tasks. You can activate the second world boss Foban Gate, defeat the boss, you can enter the third world. Zhang Yu seemed to be Tramgam, the secret realm just now had to yield to 400,000 people, to enter World 3 soon. I still have to quickly find a secret realm to pass. After calculating, he then opened the space gate. The tide of beasts must be about to end. You should stay here to recover first. Hearing this, Su Jinyan was stunned. What about you? But Zhang Yu still stepped in. Only leaving one word, I still have some things to do. Su Jinyan worried. What to do? People also want to go with. At this time, at the zombie hospital level 17, the sky was dark. Before the tide of beasts ends, conveniently found Quan this secret realm. Zhang Yu slowly stepped inside. A horde of zombie thralls immediately picked up the scent of prey, and he smiled slightly, as if things were going according to plan. Then, without hesitation, he summoned, Silver-Armored Scorpion, come forth. Its massive figure appeared, protecting him from behind. A wealth of experience awaits you. Inside, it had become chaotic, but on the outside, nothing had changed. A pile of copper coins spilled out from the zombie thrall's corpse, the light dazzling the space. At the same time, the system continuously announced, "Congratulations on clearing the level 17 zombie hospital. Received rewards, experience plus 200,000 gold coins plus 1. Energy plus 30,000 W, received a 10-fold increase. Received equipment, Janma Ring plus 1. Received skill book, Thunder Technique plus 1. Received elite grade pet egg plus 1. You have completed the second world quest. The entrance to the second world boss has been activated. Defeat the boss to enter the third world. Congratulations on leveling up to level 19. Congratulations on leveling up to level 20. The next level up requires 120,000 experience points. Zhang Yu happily tossed the copper coins in his hand. With these, you can also evolve. Becoming a myth is only a matter of time. He manipulated something on the system screen. Not bad, I got a new skill, and new equipment too. Attack power and health have both increased. Once the zombie tide recedes, I'll prepare to clear the second world. He examined the items. Super Thunder Technique Grade A. Effect: summons a lightning bolt to attack a single enemy, dealing 300% magic damage. Special effect: 30% chance to paralyze the enemy for 1 second. Paralyzed targets cannot perform any actions. Consumption: 95 mana. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Purgatory. Janma Anvu, Level 20, Gold, Quality 3 stars, Class, Magician, Beast Tamer, Magic Attack Power, 155 Bonus, Intelligence plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Attribute Janma. Each attack burns 200 mana from the enemy. When the opponent's mana is exhausted, corresponding life points will be deducted. Description: Legend says this ring seals demons. It comes from hell, leaving into the darkness. In the outskirts of Notting City, it was currently midnight, but many people were entering the city. Su Canyon wondered, why did you bring so many people? Lu Yao explained, I know you're invincible, but this is still the ultimate boss of the second world, so it's better to bring more babysitters for safety. Zhang Yu said helplessly, alright, whatever you like. Just then, a system notification popped up, drawing their attention. World quest completion detected. The second world boss dungeon channel can be activated. Defeat the boss to enter the third world. Multiple players detected. Do you want multiple players to enter the second world boss dungeon? Zhang Yu immediately condensed a ball of light in his palm. It flew straight to the yes and no options on the system screen. The space portal opened immediately afterward. They were all waiting. Faintly visible behind was the scenery of the second world. The system immediately displayed a notification. Second world boss dungeon has been activated. Zhang Yu calmly ordered, "Let's go." Su Canyon was a little worried. Okay. Lu Yao also immediately obeyed, turning around to call out, "Go, follow the boss." They were all ready. Everyone quickly walked towards the space portal. The entire city was now ruined, desolate, and filled with smoke, with only one monster still alive. Everyone appeared inside the dungeon. The monster sensed the scent of prey, turned around, its pupils flashing red, and bared its sharp teeth. Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise, "It's huge! This is the second world boss." The black-haired guy observed and said, "It's not on the same level as the wild boar in the first world at all." The brown-haired guy also panicked, "Boss, we almost died at the hands of that level 17 boss in the secret realm. This monster is level 20. Can we really do this?" Zhang Yu, in front, reminded, "Don't move rashly." Then he turned to Su Canyon, "Stay away, don't get close to the boss, it can one-shot you." She listened obediently, "Okay," and simultaneously activated magic to prepare for any situation. He released a surge of dark energy and simultaneously ordered, "Silver-armored scorpion, it's time for you to show off." It heard the order and roared excitedly. In his heart, he calculated, "Before, I obtained a lot of experience and pet eggs during the beast tide in the secret realm. So the distance between the silver-armored scorpion and the boss has been greatly reduced." The Shi Huang's eyes flashed with disdain. "Humans? Do you want to taste death too?" The Shi Huang was caught off guard and was bitten in the chest by the silver-armored scorpion. Zhang Yu jumped high, using his staff to condense power. Taking advantage of its restraint, he smashed a ball of power straight down, causing it to roar in pain. Zhang Yu assessed, "Not bad, the newly purchased equipment has significantly increased my attack power." In this case, the boss was just a wild monster slightly stronger than ordinary wild monsters. The Shi Huang was angered, and uncontrollably cursed, "Get out of here, you stinky bug." The Shi Huang was angered, and uncontrollably cursed, "Get out of here, you stinky bug." It swung its hand and sent the silver-armored scorpion flying. It seriously assumed a fighting stance. "You humans who want to die, I'll let you know how powerful I am." With that, it plunged its hand straight into the ground, using the skilled Death Rift. Tentacles emerged from the ground, heading straight for where they were standing. The ground shattered, and everyone scattered in panic. "Ouch! Ah!" Without hesitation, the silver-armored scorpion flew over and attacked the Shi Huang again. The Shi Huang angrily returned a blow, sending it flying. "Get lost!" The silver-armored scorpion was unable to resist and was sent flying away, its massive body sliding across the ground. Lu Yao panicked and ran over. "Hurry, it's the strongest tank! Quickly heal it!" Those people immediately used healing magic, a green light enveloping the silver-armored scorpion. After getting rid of the silver-armored scorpion, the Shi Huang lunged at Zhang Yu. But before it could reach him, the silver-armored scorpion, having recovered slightly, rushed over to stop it. Su Canyon also tried her best to use magic to support him. The silver-armored scorpion also tried to restrain the Shi Huang's movements. "Zhang Yu, hurry up, I can't hold it for long." Su Canyon attacked and taunted the Shi Huang. "It's not that we're shameless, it's just that you're too weak." In a corner, Zhang Yu was still motionless. It turned out that he was preparing a powerful move, Fire Missile. Then he launched a series of attacks at the Shi Huang, its stats quickly dropping. -754, -67 fire damage, -50 cold damage, -1242 critical hit, -418, -770 critical hit, -770 critical hit, frozen, -50 ice damage. Lu Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap! A 3-star level 20 boss lost a quarter of its health in an instant. Zhang Yu's combo damage is too high. The aura around Zhang Yu changed drastically. It's time to end this. A giant beam of light appeared, piercing through the clouds. This was the Super Thunder technique, striking the Shi Huang, leaving it with no way to escape. taking the full brunt of the attack. A moment later, the attack ended, and the sky returned to darkness. The Shi Huang, burned and scarred, fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yao was excited. "My brother, you're awesome." Su Canyon also admired him. "That's right, Zhang Yu. It seems your damage is even higher now." On the Shi Huang's corpse, a strange change suddenly occurred, drawing their attention. The system quickly rang out 2 consecutive notifications. Warning, Second World Boss. Shi Huang, passive skill, Annihilation, has been activated. Warning, Second World Boss, Shi Huang, passive skill, Annihilation, has been activated. All the players standing on the rocks were extremely confused. What's going on? The Shi Huang's corpse crashed to the ground, sending rocks flying and creating a cloud of dust. Suddenly it turned into a stream of hot lava. "Damn humans, I'll take you down to hell with me." They were all extremely confused. Lu Yao, too scared, hugged his leg and cried, "My brother, what do we do now? I don't have any more resurrection scrolls. If I die again, I really won't be able to survive." The path to the space portal was gradually being swallowed by the lava. Zhang Yu secretly calculated, "It's too far, there's not enough time to run back there." Suddenly, he looked at the silver-armored scorpion. "I've got it!" He grabbed Lu Yao, who was crying, by the collar. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Then he swept Su Canyon into his arms, making her blush. "Ah!" Then, quickly gaining momentum, he used all his strength. No time to explain. He threw the 2 of them towards the silver-armored scorpion and shouted, "Silver-armored scorpion!" startling it. He was still accelerating, using all his strength. "Throw us to the exit over there." It quickly caught them with its 2 pincers, and replied, "Grayo." Lu Yao screamed in horror, "What are you doing, my brother?" Su Canyon was a little scared but could still endure it. Moving at such a high speed, Lu Yao couldn't help but open his mouth and cry, "Oh heavens!" Fortunately, they made it to the portal safely. Lu Yao slammed face first into the ground. "Ouch!" He angrily cursed, "Damn it, I thought I was going to die in there again." Su Canyon turned around to look for Zhang Yu. But Zhang Yu hasn't come out yet, and the exit is about to disappear. Because he threw them over, the distance became further and further. On the other side, Zhang Yu and the silver-armored scorpion were standing there. The silver-armored scorpion was holding Zhang Yu. He turned around and instructed, "Silver-armored scorpion, use all your strength to throw me out. As soon as you throw me, I'll recall you." As soon as he finished speaking, it powerfully threw him towards the portal. At the same time, he reached out, "Silver-armored scorpion, return," and recalled it into the ring. Lava began to engulf the remaining rocks on the ground. His speed was very fast, and the space portal was already in front of him. Suddenly, a force from below erupted, cutting off his path. "Ugh!" Causing him to lose his balance and fall down, he exclaimed anxiously, "This is bad, the momentum has been blocked." Immediately, he raised his hand and gathered a burst of power. He summoned his staff and stabbed it straight into the lava. The powerful impact caused the lava to erupt high into the air. Su Canyon was still waiting, anxiously exclaiming, "The teleport portal has disappeared." "Zhang Yu, he..." Lu Yao cried, "Oh heavens, my brother, are you just going to die like that? You sacrificed yourself to save me." Suddenly, as the portal was about to close, a strong light shone through, astonishing them. They happily turned around and exclaimed, "Zhang Yu, my brother!" The smoke gradually dissipated, and Zhang Yu appeared on the ground, looking incredibly cool. He flashed a triumphant smile. Su Canyon ran over to ask, "Zhang Yu, are you all right?" He nonchalantly replied, "I'm fine, it's just that the explosion was a bit strong." Not letting them wait long, the system then continuously announced, "Area announcement, Nodding City. Congratulations to the player with the profession Ling for defeating the second world boss and clearing the second world. Area announcement, Nodding City. Congratulations to the player with the profession Su Canyon for defeating the second world boss and clearing the second world. Area announcement, Nodding City. Congratulations to the player with the profession Jizuan Xingyao for defeating the second world boss and clearing the second world." After reading it, Lu Yao was extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly as he clasped his hands together. "I passed. I cleared the level. My brother, thank you. This is all thanks to you. I'll give you 500,000, no, 1 million as a thank you." He indifferently replied, "All right, the quest is complete. I need to go back and rest too." Watching his back, Su Canyon called out, Zhang Yu, wait. She reminded him, Chen Jun has left Yanwu Pavilion. From what I know of him, he will definitely find a way to take revenge on you. You have to be careful. He glanced back and replied, I know. The sunlight began to appear. Lu Yao and Su Canyon were chatting enthusiastically. He suggested, little sister, I think your control skills are spot on. We're the first new batch of professionals. To clear the second world, why don't we go to the third world together to develop a bit? She coldly replied, no need, you go yourself. He didn't prolong the conversation. All right, let's cooperate again if there's a chance. Hearing this, she sighed. Fate between people is truly magical. Clearly, we didn't like each other before. But unexpectedly, we've now become friends. In the third world, the god of death descended. A hand suddenly emerged from the layer of rocks. The brown-haired guy then reported, Boss, the safe area in this third world is too exciting. It's all a cemetery. Lu Yao, who was half buried in the ground, turned to reply, Brothers, we are the first new batch of experts to come to the third world. We should seize the time to develop and strive to become the #1 guild in Jiaming province. Just then, a foot stepped on his hand. He yelled madly, Damn it, which blind guy dared to step on my foot? You're tired of living, aren't you? The leader loudly asked, Are you Lu Yao from the Jizuan guild? Is there a guy named Zhang Yu in your team? Call him out here for me. Lu Yao stood up and pointed at his chest. Who are you? You think I'll call him just because you tell me to? Where's the face of this young master? The brown-haired guy softly reminded, Boss, they don't look friendly. They seem to be veteran professionals in the third world. How about we call you Go Over? Lu Yao replied seriously, Veterans, so what? You want me to betray my brother? No way. A hand gently pushed the sword sheath out. Not listening? Lu Yao panicked and heard him say, Then don't blame me for being impolite. The leader slashed at Lu Yao, but unexpectedly, the sword went straight through him, astonishing him. The second-in-command recognized it and spoke up, ineffective attack. The leader also nodded, They have newbie protection? How could newbies who haven't reached level 20 clear the second world? Lu Yao felt his chest. Luckily, the newbie protection has a limit of 10 levels, otherwise I would have been dead for sure. The brown-haired guy reminded, Guild leader. Let's take this opportunity to run. But the leader had already guessed this intention, and said slyly, Want to run? Not so easy. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people appeared from nowhere and continuously attacked Lu Yao's 2 disciples, catching him off guard. Their stats were continuously dropping. The second-in-command sneered contemptuously, I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean others can't. He's level 25, a first-class warrior, Assassin Lao Er, the other one is level 25. A first-class warrior, Assassin Lao San. Lu Yao's group was stunned. Guild leader, they are the mercenary assassin group, specializing in selling heads. The leader spoke up to persuade, I'll give you one last chance. Call Zhang Yu over here. If he doesn't come, you can wait to die. At Zhang Yu's place, a voice rang out, Mr. Zhang Yu, the patient has received the medical expenses you paid. He was sitting on the bed listening to the commitment on the other end. Please rest assured, we will take good care of your younger brother. Then he looked at the message Lu Yao sent, Thank you, brother, for leading me to fight the boss before, which ruined your previous plan. This is the compensation we agreed on. Plus a little bit of effort fee. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a rich second generation, very generous. With this more than 1 million, there's no need to worry about medical expenses anymore. While thinking, a sudden call came in. He answered the phone. Hello, the other side hurriedly informed, Zhang Gu, please come save us. Our guild leader is about to die. At that place, Lu Yao and his subordinates were kneeling on the ground. The leader and the others were still waiting for Zhang Yu. Lao Er looked up and observed and announced, Boss, someone's coming. It turned out to be Zhang Yu slowly walking over. His eyes sharpened as he ordered, Release him. The leader gently told him, You're Zhang Yu, someone paid to buy your life. Only one of you and your brothers can live. Hearing this, Lu Yao immediately spoke up, Who is it? I'll give each of you 1 million, please let us go. Believe me, my dad is the richest man in Linhai City. Lao Er's eyes lit up, a little hesitant, Boss, he's offering a higher price. The leader angrily scolded, Are you forgetting about your life when you see money? This time, the person hiring us has a huge background, not something we can afford to offend. He seemed to look down on Zhang Yu, just a beast tamer. Lao Er, kill him. Lao Er excitedly rushed up, charging forward. He swung his sword and slashed at Zhang Yu, first move, ice cone technique, but it was just an afterimage. From behind, he poured power into his staff and attacked him. Before he could react, he was frozen, exclaiming incomprehensibly, "What?" Seeing this, Lao San anxiously rushed over. "Lao Er, you bastard!" He still stood there calmly, condensing golden power on the head of his staff. Before Lao San could get close, he was blown away by him. Then he coldly looked up towards the leader. The leader broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible, he actually, instantly killed a level 25 warrior? His hand was already on the sword hilt. Then he used blink to appear behind him. Before he could react, he was slashed by him. The system immediately announced, "You have been attacked by the assassin's shadow strike skill from the profession player. The killer isn't too cold." Losing 1,425 health points. The two stood facing each other, surrounded by smoke, ready to fight at any moment. The leader spared no praise. "You can actually survive one of my slashes without dying?" Before he finished speaking, he rushed over. "You're nothing more than this." Zhang Yu also secretly assessed, "A level 30 assassin has higher agility than me. This move is too close, I can't dodge it." He quickly thought of a way, and immediately summoned Silver-Armored Scorpion. It appeared, taking the blow from the leader. But it seemed scared and whimpered a few times. It disappeared, revealing the leader rushing over to attack, making him a little surprised. His eyes widened. "I can't dodge." He was smiling triumphantly. "Die." Just as the sword was about to touch him, a purple force appeared, stopping it, surprising him. It turned out to be Su Canyon. She was worried. "Zhang Yu, are you alright?" Seeing the person who came, the leader was shocked and exclaimed, "This is bad." He couldn't care about him and was radiating a golden light. His expression changed slightly. "It's my turn." When he realized it, it was too late. His face was so terrified that it became distorted. The explosion sent his entire body flying away. His whole body was covered in Zhang Yu's flames, and he was covered in wounds. In the end, he still didn't understand. Just a level 20 beast tamer. How can he deal so much damage? "I'm an assassin, with all gold equipment, level 30. At this time, Zhang Yu spoke. "For 100,000 years, you have repeatedly appeared at critical moments, helping me solve the crisis. Thank you very much." Su Canyon then excitedly replied, "What are you saying? Aren't we considered to have a deep fate?" In her heart, she thought, "Fortunately, I'm always targeting Zhang Yu's online status. Otherwise, how could I create the opportunity?" Just then, Lu Yao and the others came over. He was remorseful. "My brother, I'm sorry. It's all because of saving me that." But he interrupted, "It's all right. What are they to me?" Hearing this, Su Canyon then affirmed, "It must be that Qingjun. Recently he has been acting very strangely. We have long suspected that he is plotting something. Zhang Yu, what should we do now?" Then she silently waited for him, and he turned to ask Lu Yao, "Do you know who those people are?" He then replied, "I know, they are the mercenary assassin group." Su Canyon explained, "The mercenary assassin group is actually a small assassin guild, established 10 years ago. It is said that there are more than 50 assassins in the group. But the level of each person does not exceed level 30. Lu Yao felt confused after listening, entering another world 10 years ago and now only level 30. How is it possible to control it like that? But Zhang Yu calmly continued for her, level 30 requires a second job change. As long as they don't change jobs, they will never exceed level 30. They must be relying on this bug. The brown-haired guy also quickly continued, Guild leader, these robbers hide in the third world all year round and make a living by robbing new professional players. The equipment and energy accumulated over the years have been refined into golden attributes. They are very strong. Lu Yao gritted his teeth. Most of them are moved by money, but even before the high price I offered, they refused to let me go. Hearing this, Zhang Yu speculated. If they don't want money, then there is another possibility, that they are being held by the throat. He seriously thought that they will definitely come back after this defeat. Hearing this, Lu Yao panicked. Then what should we do? The level gap is too big, we can't always be able to kill them. On the other hand, Zhang Yu was extremely calm. Last time, didn't you mention that your family is very familiar with the Shao family, the founding family? Can you ask them to help make a kind of Equipment? Lu Yao asked blankly, what kind of equipment? Suddenly, he placed his hand on Lu Yao's shoulder. Speaking with a hint of cunning, he said, any equipment at level 20 is fine, but there's one condition, it must be effective against the demon heart. The sooner, the better. After saying that, he resolutely walked away, leaving Lu Yao still wondering, no problem, but why do you need this equipment? He glanced at him and replied, whether we can survive in this third world or not will depend on it. At the same time, in a brightly lit office, a voice of cursing resounded, useless. A level 30 professional killer defeated by a level 20 beast tamer? How is that possible? An angry hand slammed hard on the table. Feng Qi bowed his head and explained, perhaps the brothers underestimated the opponent. But don't worry, Boss Chin. I will personally take action, he is Lao Dao from the mercenary assassin group. Assassin page. Qinju irritably said, don't disappoint me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Feng Qi firmly replied, understood. On this side, Zhang Yu's staff was emitting a strong golden light. Beside him, he was sitting cross-legged in thought, at my current level, fighting against the mercenary assassin group alone would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Suddenly, the system panel appeared, Third World, Death Descends, background, the ancient human metropolis, once prosperous, has been transformed into a graveyard after being swept by the death god. Caesar. The lucky survivors can only rely on moving to the tombs to avoid the attacks of the death god Caesar. Please ensure that the defense value of your tomb is higher than 100 points. Otherwise you will not be able to resist when the death god Caesar attacks. World Quest 1. Please increase the defense value of the tomb from the initial value of 300 to 2000. Progress, 300/2000. World Quest 2. Please complete at least one quest with a difficulty factor of no less than 300. Progress 0/1. Note: after completing the world quest, you can activate the challenge channel for the third world boss and eliminate the boss to enter the fourth world. The entire space around Zhang Yu was shaking. At the same time, a notification also appeared. Death Descends has caused 88 points of damage to your tomb. Please increase the defense value of your tomb in the third world by eliminating monsters, performing quests, and clearing secret realms. He observed the constant shaking of the space outside and secretly calculated in his heart, the death god Caesar will sweep through the third world at 12 o'clock every night, indiscriminately attacking all professional players, lasting for 10 minutes. If professional players do not return to the tomb, or if the defense of the tomb drops to 0, the professional player will be killed immediately. His face suddenly became serious. Then everyone will return to the tomb, including those assassins. So, to get rid of them, this is the only opportunity. Then he closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Now, I have to wait for Lu Yao. Just then, a message appeared, drawing his attention. It turned out to be Lu Yao. He sent good news, my brother, the equipment you wanted is done. Suddenly, a blue barrier appeared. A voice rang out, Yuge. It turned out to be Lu Yao, excitedly holding the new weapon and running over. Zhang Yu walked over to meet him. Unexpectedly, it was so fast, finished in just one day? Hearing this, Lu Yao proudly said, of course. My dad and the head of the Shao family are good friends. And as you said, this matter is extremely urgent, let alone those legendary crafting masters. They were able to create this superb equipment in such a short time. Zhang Yu excitedly raised the weapon in his hand. The system quickly displayed information. Dark, Eye of Darkness, level 20, quality, 2 stars, attribute, gold. Magic attack power, 100, additional, intelligence +6, wisdom +6, term, demon heart, in a state of full health, when receiving a fatal blow, will be immune to this damage. Description, refined from the eyes of the demon, a scepter forged in the black water, it possesses extremely strong demonic power, signature of the creator, Shao Fuba. At this time, Lu Yao asked Yuge, will we fight together next time? I heard the guild members say that those assassins are guarding outside the safe zone, specializing in killing people from our Jizuan guild. He calmly replied, no, I have other arrangements. Just then, the system rang out again, area announcement. Holy Light Cemetery. All professional players in the Holy Light Cemetery, please pay attention, the death god Caesar will attack in 5 minutes. Please retreat into the tomb as soon as possible. After reading the announcement, Lu Yao also loudly ordered, the death god is coming, we must hurry back to the tomb. But he noticed that a group of people was walking towards them. He exclaimed in horror, "It's the assassins!" But Zhang Yu calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, this is a safe zone, they won't dare to attack." Feng Qi, who had just arrived, threatened, "You stinky brat, I'll see how many more days you can hide. Wait until you come out, I'll make you die a very ugly death." When everyone was trying to hide, he stepped out, "You guys hurry into the tomb." Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, where are you going? The death god is coming soon. If you go out now, wouldn't you be walking into death?" But he just glanced at him and instructed, "Don't leave the Holy Light Cemetery until I come back. If you need anything, you can go back to the second world to develop." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped through the blue barrier. Lu Yao worriedly said, "Zhang Yu, what exactly do you want to do?" Red murderous auras began to appear. The safe zones of the tombs were gradually being covered by the red murderous aura. Sharp thorns emerged. A fierce, blood-red eye. The death god Caesar, with a huge, grotesque figure, appeared. In the safe zone, the tombs were still protected by barriers. Zhang Yu was walking alone outside. Suddenly his eyes lit up, found it. At this time, the tomb guard Leva was terrified, holding the crucifix. "That damned death god Caesar, he has come to sweep through our Holy Light Cemetery again." Just then, he stepped forward. "Hello, may I ask if you need any help?" Leva exclaimed in horror, "Adventurer." Leva pointed in one direction, "You came at the right time. Can you go to the City of Death in the east of the Holy Light Cemetery, and eliminate the Dry Bone Legion there?" The system then jumped out with a notification, "I don't know when." These things that were originally hidden in the west came surging forward. The Dry Bone Legion is the main legion under the command of the death god Caesar. Leva continued, "As long as you eliminate them, you will definitely reduce the death god Caesar's morale." He seriously replied, "That's right, we can't let him bully us forever, leave this to me." Leva happily gave a thumbs up, "Then I'll wait for your good news, adventurer." Immediately, the system panel appeared before his eyes. Accept quest, confronting death, ordinary quest, difficulty factor 440, description, the Holy Light Cemetery is facing constant threats from the death god Caesar. Professional players, please go to the City of Death and eliminate the Dry Bone troops there. Quest progress, Dry Bone Warrior 0/300, Dry Bone Archer 0/300. Dry Bone Mage 0/300, Dry Bone Armor Guard 0/800, Rewards, Experience plus 250,000, Tomb Defense Points plus 500, Gold Coins plus 1, Energy Points plus 30,000, Spirit of Death 2-star Set Equipment plus 3. Skill Book plus 1, Pet Egg from Common to Elite plus 1, Time, 3 days. After reading it, he sighed, although it's an ordinary quest, the difficulty is even higher than the king-level bounty quest. Zombie Crisis, in the Second World. Zhang Yu silently pondered, during the death god Caesar's invasion, once you leave the Holy Light Cemetery, there is only one path to death. At this time, the death god Caesar was spitting out sound waves to attack, it roared fiercely. He was being protected behind a shield with a purple light. The system continuously announced, "Your tomb has been attacked by the death god Caesar and lost 91 defense points. The remaining defense value of the tomb is 121 points. You have been attacked by the death god Caesar, the effect, Demon Heart, of Eye of Darkness has taken effect, you have successfully resisted the death god Caesar's fatal damage." He glanced at the weapon in his hand with satisfaction. "Luckily, I had Lu Yao make this scepter." He thought about the battle. The effect of Demon Heart can indeed resist the death god Caesar. The death god Caesar's damage is, no matter how much health you have. As long as you are in its attack range, you can achieve the effect of instant kill. The scepter lit up, and the buff of Demon Heart, just in time to be immune to its skills. He recalled the battle from before. "This is what I accidentally learned when conquering the fourth world in my previous life. In the third world, unless forged by a master, such equipment would not be possible to appear." At this time, he suddenly smiled lightly. "Fortunately, Lu Yao knows a legendary crafting master. So this time the equipment is better than in my previous life, and it didn't take too much time." He said to himself, "I must quickly go back, and continue to move forward." In the safe zone within the tomb, Lu Yao said in a cold sweat, "It scared the hell out of me, that death god is too powerful." The brown-haired guy reminded Boss, This is just the beginning, if we can't go out to level up anymore. When the tomb's defense drops to 0, we will really die. Suddenly, a group of people appeared, led by Qinjun. Isn't this young Master Liu Yao passing by? Why are you staying in the safe zone and not daring to come out? He provoked. Or are you afraid that if you step out, you will never be able to return to the third world again? Feng Qi suddenly spoke. Boss Chen, seizing the time to go out and level up is more important. He angrily gritted his teeth. Do I need you to teach me? Don't forget, your task is to catch Shang Yu. If you don't succeed, you know what will happen to her. Feng Qi's eyes were angry, but his attitude lowered. I will protect you, but if you dare to touch a hair of Qi, then I will not forgive you. He smirked. This depends on your behavior. If you obediently listen, then your daughter will be fine. Then Qinjun left. Young Master Liu, I advise you to hand over Zhang Yu as soon as possible, otherwise, even if we don't kill you, you don't even think about living past tonight. Liu Yao angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it, just relying on having a high level, and looking down on others. Out of nowhere, Su Canyon ran over. Where is Zhang Yu? I have something very important to tell him. The brown-haired guy quickly replied. Zhang Yu got the equipment that the guild leader gave him, and then ran away. Su Canyon was stunned after hearing this. This is impossible. The brown-haired guy said firmly, we thought that Zhang Yu wanted new equipment because he wanted to deal with the assassin group, but in fact, he just wanted to resist the death god Caesar's attack, and then escape from the encirclement of the assassin group. The black-haired guy continued, he abandoned us, and went to develop alone. Now, the only ones left waiting to die in this holy light cemetery are us. Liu Yao then spoke up and interrupted, don't talk nonsense anymore. If you use someone, don't doubt them, and if you doubt them, don't use them. Zhang Yu is not the kind of person you just said. The brown-haired guy said angrily, guild leader, why do you still believe him so much? Just then, a message from Zhang Yu appeared on the system screen. Help me with something. Immediately, Liu Yao felt triumphant. Look, Yuge is looking for me. I said Yuge will never abandon me. Making Su Canyon jealous. Really, why did he ask you for help? If there's something to help with, why doesn't he ask me? Then, resolutely thought, no, I have to make Zhang Yu understand that I am much stronger than Liu Yao. On this side, Liu Yao has opened the chat box to report the situation here. Zhang Yu, Qinjun has arrived in the third world. He is very tightly protected by more than a dozen high-level assassins in the group. In addition, Qinjun has blackmailed the assassin group to work for him by kidnapping the daughter of the most powerful person in the group. He replied, I know. He then asked, if you believe me, can you tell me where you are? Along with a cute sticker, he also did not hide anything and replied, in the City of Death. At this time, in the City of Death, the scene was dilapidated and desolate. Su Canyon observed the surroundings and thought to herself, according to the data, most of the monsters in the City of Death are level 25 to level 28, based on our level. It should be impossible to deal with the monsters here, so what is Zhang Yu doing here? Suddenly an arm appeared from under the ground, startling her and causing her to scream loudly. She regained her composure. That scared me. But she didn't know that a zombie was about to attack her from behind. But a voice rang out, ice cone technique, and then the zombie was frozen before it could touch her. She immediately recognized it, turned her head back. This voice is. A hand appeared and reached out to her. She was pulled into his arms. Su Canyon shyly exclaimed, Zhang Yu. Another move caused the fleeing zombie to burn black. Su Canyon blushed and looked at him, feeling touched in her heart. He came to save me again. At this time, the system displayed the information of the zombie just now. Bone Warrior, Physical Type, Ordinary Monster, Level 25, Physical Attack Power, 565, Magic Defense Power, 380, Health Points, 4420, Skills, Heavy Slash, Charge. Description: it is a human who died in the hands of the death god Caesar. They have turned into a skeleton, and sleep underground. When someone disturbs them, they will revive. In a deserted tomb area, a black-haired guy wondered, brother, isn't our task just to kill Zhang Yu? Why did the boss personally lead Qinjun to level up? Feng Qi calmly replied, regardless of whether it's killing people or leveling up, as long as the sponsors give us money, we just do what they say. He frowned and continued, as long as Zhang Yu dares to come out, I will definitely take revenge on him. and make him die without a burial place. At the same time, he also noticed someone wearing a black cloak moving in the distance. He immediately shouted loudly, "You stinky brat, you want to sneak attack? Dream on!" Perhaps that person also heard it, so he paused for a few seconds. Feng Qi angrily stood up and cursed, "I spit, you good for nothing, you just die in there, it's good that there is a grave inside to save you from digging, you waste." But what he didn't expect was that the person was running towards Liu Yao and the people in the guild. Liu Yao happily asked, "How is it? You weren't recognized, were you?" He also happily replied, "No, those people are cursing someone named Zhang Yu, saying that he should just die in the cemetery." Liu Yao shook hands with him and instructed, "Then that's good. If you have nothing to do, then the money will soon be transferred to your account. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Understand?" He then replied, "Thank you, boss." The brown-haired guy angrily spoke up, "Boss, that brat Zhang Yu wants to use us, helping him pretend that he is still in the cemetery. But why do you want to help him? If you tell the assassin group directly, maybe they will give up the siege of our Jizuan guild." Liu Yao just glanced and replied, "Zhang Yu told us to wait for him to return to the safe zone." The brown-haired guy couldn't stand it and retorted, "Boss, are you confused? He is just one person. Even if he comes back, how can he deal with so many high-level professional players from the mercenary group?" These words made Liu Yao angry and shouted loudly, "All right." Liu Yao's eyes sharpened, "I believe in my judgment, Zhang Yu will definitely live up to it." On this side of the City of Death, Su Canyon was standing opposite Zhang Yu. "Thank you." Then she curiously asked him, "Zhang Yu, are you trying to level up again like this?" He admitted, "Yes, but it's only been one level for so long, so it's too slow." Hearing this, she also helplessly said, "It's slow? I've only not seen you for a day or two." Zhang Yu placed his hand on his chin and thought, "The defense value of the tomb can only withstand 3 attacks from the death god Caesar. In other words, if it's 2 more nights. Then the people in the light cemetery, if they are not killed by the assassin group, they will also be killed by the death god Caesar." Thinking about it, he turned to ask, "Do you have potion water here?" Su Canyon quickly replied, "I have it. How much do you need?" He then said, "Time is very urgent. The more the better. I will pay you 120% of the market value of these medicines." She tapped the item bag on the system while wondering, "So much?" Then a number of bottles of medicine appeared. "Fortunately, my sister prepared a lot of things for me." Su Canyon then speculated, "You want so many bottles of medicine, you must want to quickly level up and improve your strength, and then go back and kill those mercenary assassins." "Right." He took the medicine and replied, "I am trying to strengthen my strength so that I can overcome them in 3 days." Hearing this, she was terrified. There is a limit to the survival of human beings in different worlds, in such a short period of time. "Are you sure?" Without saying much, he only replied, "I have to do it." Su Canyon did not ask any more questions than, "I'll help you," but he dissuaded. "The next monsters are all very high level, very dangerous." She immediately turned around and showed him, "It's okay, my sister found me a new set of equipment, so my attack and defense capabilities have increased a lot." The sparkle made him sigh. No wonder it's 400,000, really generous. Seeing this, he also agreed, "All right, then let's make a new battle plan." In his heart he thought, with 400,000 helping, the efficiency will be higher, but the premise is to ensure her safety first. And she happily replied, "Okay." The system panel also quickly appeared. Quest, confronting the god of death, ordinary quest, difficulty factor, 440, description. The Holy Light Cemetery is facing the constant threat from the god of death Caesar. Respectfully, the professional player enters the death cemetery and kills the dry bone generals there. Quest progress: Dry Bone Warrior 33 out of 300, Dry Bone Archer 6 out of 300, Dry Bone Mage 22 out of 300, Shield Guard Bone 68 out of 300. Rewards: Experience plus 250,000. Tomb Defense plus 500, Gold plus 1, Energy plus 30,000, Spirit of Death 2-star Mage Set plus 3, Skill Book plus 1, Pet Egg Normal, Elite plus 1, Time, 3 days. As Zhang Yu entered deeper, he pondered, according to the current progress, it is really difficult to upgrade the equipment and level within 3 days. He frowned. "I remember that there is Dry Bone Island, a secret realm level 25 in this third world. It is like the secret realm in the second world, it can be upgraded to a secret realm. If the reward is a secret realm scroll, plus completing the task, then it is almost like that. Before touching him, he informed, then I will trouble you to go and fight this secret realm with me. When the space portal opened, she wondered, this is the secret realm of the third world, Dry Bone Island. Both of them simultaneously stepped into the blue door. Walking through it, Su Canyon was carefully looking at something. It turned out that the place they were standing on was a dry land. You could see the huge skull with red eyes. At the same time, a Lowry mage NPC also appeared. He came over to ask Guardian, are you here to help the lonely old man seal this place full of monsters? He then replied, that's right. He handed out a token, smiling slyly, take it, I hope you won't die because of your recklessness. He squeezed the token in his hand. At the same time the system then displayed information, Ordinary Secret Order, Level 25 Dry Bone Island Secret Realm Exclusive. Description: the holder of the Secret Order when killing a skeleton, can get the opportunity of 10 times of refining. Each refining consumes 20 energy points and has a certain probability of getting a Golden Secret Order. Note, this item is automatically linked and cannot be traded or discarded. After the NPC left, Su Canyon worried, his expression is weird, is this secret realm mission very difficult? And he was still calculating, the Secret Order opens the secret realm. There is a chance to refine it into a Golden Secret Order, this takes some time. Hearing this, she then said, killing monsters is easy, but the refining ability is low, and it consumes a lot of energy. How can ordinary people have so much energy? But he smiled and reassured, don't worry, what I don't lack the most is energy. Next is a series of moves to kill zombies along with the notification, you killed the Dry Bone Shield Guard level 25, experience points plus 220, tomb defense plus 1, energy. The power is again condensed on the head of the staff. The system continues to notify, you killed the Dry Bone Shield Guard level 25, experience points plus 220. Tomb defense plus 1 energy, you killed the Dry Bone Shield Guard level 25, experience points plus 220, tomb defense plus 1 energy. The surrounding smoke obscured everything. John Yu held the token in his hand and looked, we have defeated quite a few monsters, but why is the Secret Order still not changing? Not yet. Persevere more, don't give up. As soon as he finished speaking, the Secret Order flew up and changed. The whole Secret Order turned golden and emitted light. The system immediately displayed, congratulations on refining the Golden Secret Order, exclusive Secret Realm Skeleton Island. Please upgrade the Skeleton Island Secret Realm with the Golden Secret Order within 2 hours. The Golden Secret Order will disappear when it expires. Zhang Yu happily exclaimed, success. Looking at the brightly glowing Secret Order in his hand, Zhang Yu sighed. The probability of refining a Golden Secret Order is less than 1 in 10,000. It seems our luck isn't bad. Su Canyon added, it's lucky your alien energy was sufficient, otherwise we couldn't have tried again and again until we succeeded. However, he still slowly pondered, judging by the time, Death Caesar should be appearing soon. We've accumulated quite a bit of defense value. The safe zone being attacked once isn't a big problem. She agreed, the Golden Secret Order only has a 2-hour validity period. Let's quickly enter the secret realm, and incidentally avoid a direct clash with Death Caesar. He replied, okay, let's listen to you. As the spatial gate began to open, some information was also displayed. Sure enough, some equipment only appears in high-level dungeons. With them, the chance of dealing with the mercenary assassins will be greater. You have used the Golden Secret Order to upgrade the Skeleton Island Secret Realm into a hidden secret realm. Congratulations, you have received a Secret Realm activation reward. 5 gold optional undead equipment set treasure chest, 2 stars, level 25, plus 3. The system announced again, activate quest, eliminate 40 skeleton warriors, defeat the fake Secret Realm Guardian Skeleton General Hera. Su Canyon panicked, what's going on? Zhang Yu frowned, be careful, they're coming. As he finished speaking, a mist began to spread outwards from the gate. From within emerged Skeleton General Hera, level 27, physical type, Lord Monster. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered, soldiers resurrected from darkness, heed my command, eliminate the intruders before you. The subordinates quickly rushed towards Zhang Yu and Su Canyon. He turned to instruct her, they're coordinating with the Lord-level Skeleton General. It's difficult to deal with. First, lure the skeleton warriors away, then solve them group by group. She quickly replied, okay. After a while, she asked Zhang Yu, how long do we have to run? He changed the subject, 400,000. When you attack with all your strength, how many people can you control at the same time? She was flustered. I've never tried it before. He swung his staff, accumulating energy, and shouted, I'll lure them away, find a hiding place, and try to control as many as possible, helping me to quickly eliminate them. She quickly ran in another direction, replying, understood. He then swung down, delivering a terrifying blow to them. Unexpectedly, those who were eliminated were immediately replaced by others who stood up to fight. He also activated his fighting spirit, his eyes flashing, his whole body blazing. When the time was right, he shouted loudly as a signal, 400,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple energy surged over. The skill was Galaxy Explosion. She struggled and shouted, Zhang Yu, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. He stepped 1 foot forward as a support. The two weapons combined, fire missiles and lightning spells, fire and electricity intertwined, the attack was extremely powerful. The destructive power was so strong that the entire Skeleton Legion disintegrated. Witnessing the scene before her, Hera was furious. They dare kill my soldiers. He raised the weapon in his hand, then use your blood to atone for your sins. At the same time, his information also appeared, Skeleton Leader Hera, level 27. Physical type, Lord Monster, physical damage 800, physical defense 450, magic defense 450, HP 19800, skills, charge, sweep, piercing attack. Description: Leader of the Skeleton Legion. Guardian of Skeleton Island, commands a terrifying Skeleton Legion. All intruders are mercilessly eliminated by the Skeleton General. The information panel made Zhang Yu a little worried. The attributes are really strong. My skills are still on cooldown. If I get hit, I'll definitely fail here. Su Canyon couldn't bear it and called him Zhang Yu. She thought to herself, I'm done for. I forced myself to use multi-target control just now, the consumption was too great. But he wasn't doing any better either. Hera's weapon was close to his face. She was also trying to use Streamer Spell to hold on. Fortunately, he successfully dodged Hera's first blow. But unexpectedly, this was Zhang Yu's plan. At this distance, the long spear in your hand is useless. He immediately used Lightning Spell, Ice Decay, and Fire Missile, at the same time, surrounding and attacking Hera. When the skills ended, it was also when his endurance was exhausted, and his heavy body fell down. He struggled to say each word, damn intruders. Only then was he satisfied. Sorry, I consumed too much just now, I could only try my best to deflect his attack. She also looked in that direction and replied, you did a great job. Unexpectedly, he glanced over and continued, I hope you can help me with one more thing. She exclaimed in surprise, what thing? On the other side, Skeleton General Hera was struggling to stand up. At this time, Qinjun's side was still waiting. One of them asked, Boss, the refresh cycle of the resurrection scroll hasn't arrived yet. Why do we have to stay outside this secret realm? Qinjun explained, the secret realm has been activated and the permissions have been changed, not allowing outsiders to enter. I have to see who is so daring as to swallow the first reward of this secret realm. Hearing this, Feng Qi wanted to remind him, but was interrupted by Qinjun. Talk less. Are you just a bunch of useless people? Just then, someone's figure faintly appeared at the gate. Qinjun snorted angrily. When that guy comes out, you guys rush up and rob him. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, area announcement, a holy light. Congratulations to player Su Canyon for clearing the level 25 hidden secret realm Skeleton Island. And receiving the reward, level 25 plus 1 reward scroll. Qinjun exclaimed in surprise, why is it Canyon? He stepped forward and asked, Canyon, did you activate the Skeleton Island hidden secret realm? Su Canyon replied, that's right. He wondered, if you activated the secret realm, why did you close the gate? We could have gone in to help you. She already knew, so she replied perfunctorily. It's my secret realm, I want to take the reward alone, is that not allowed? Moreover, I don't need anyone's help. Then she left, get out of the way, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. He had to step aside, okay, as long as you're happy. Suddenly, a loud shout stopped her, wait, causing her heart to be shocked. Feng Qi behind him was suspicious, Normally, no one knows that, according to the setting of the Skeleton Island Hidden Secret Realm, the person who activates the secret realm, when clearing it for the first time, will not receive the reward scroll. You definitely didn't enter the secret realm alone, did you? Even in this situation, Su Canyon remained calm. My team consists of me and a friend. She opened the secret realm, so I cleared it first. Is there a problem? Feng Qi still asked suspiciously. Where is she? She showed impatience, turned her face away. She's offline. Then she turned around and said angrily, Chen Jun, your people seem to be treating me like a criminal interrogating me. Chen Jun immediately explained, oh no. No, Kenyon, don't be angry. This guy is a bodyguard I hired. He doesn't understand things. He called after her, come back, I'll treat you to dinner, okay? She refused. Humph, don't follow me. After she disappeared, Chen Jun glanced at Feng Qi. I told you to keep an eye on Zhang Yu. Make sure he's still in the safe zone and hasn't come out, right? Feng Qi affirmed. My brother said they saw him trying to get out, but because our people were guarding the entrance, he went back. Hearing this, Chen Jun was extremely smug. Tonight is the third night. As long as he doesn't come out, and at 12 o'clock tonight death will attack, his manor's defense value will be 0. Haha, Zhang Yu, and that Lu kid too, you're both dead for sure. Arriving at a secluded place, Su Canyon walked while looking around. She loudly called out, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu came out from behind a rock. I'm here. Seeing him, she was relieved. I was afraid you'd be discovered by Chen Jun's people. Only then did she have time to ask, you told me to come out first, you must have known that Chen Jun was there, right? He explained, he hired a lot of assassins. At this stage, they're probably the most powerful people in the third world. As soon as the announcement about the first secret realm entry was made, with his personality, he would definitely come to see who took his reward, and incidentally, take it back. Now she understood. No wonder you asked me to help you deliver the final blow to the boss. It must have been to conceal your identity. He didn't mind admitting it. Sorry, I can't show myself now, also to avoid trouble. I owe you this time. Hearing this made her flustered. It's nothing, she said shyly. I'm very happy to be able to help you. He was also relieved. Thank you. Let's clean up a bit, and then let's check the spoils. She agreed. Then they looked at the token. The system displayed, Super Magic Shield, Quality, A grade 0/10, cannot be upgraded temporarily. Effect, condenses magic power to create a magic shield that can resist damage to oneself or allied units within 30 steps. Skill of the shield's protection value, triggered based on 300% of magic attack, lasts tens. Special effect. During the magic shield, increases the user's defense ability by 15%. Consumption, 155 magic points, cooldown time, 20 seconds. He read it and thought to himself. Not bad, it's actually a life-saving skill, and there's an undead equipment set treasure chest to choose from. The two sat next to each other to discuss a plan. Zhang Yu said, now, as long as we stay away from Chen Jun's people and return to the cemetery to hand in the quest, we can successfully reach level 25 and resolve this dilemma. Hearing this, she hesitated a little. The opponents are all level 30. Are you sure level 25 is enough? Or should I still use my sister's connections? Seeing that she seemed worried, he patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, it can be resolved. He didn't know that this action made her blush shyly. He immediately steered the conversation to another topic. Right, just now when clearing it for the first time, I also received this golden scroll. Do you think we should open it? She explained a little about it. Quests in other worlds are usually divided into 3 types: common quests, hidden quests, and bonus quests. Among them, hidden quests have the lowest probability and the highest rarity. Bonus quests have the highest degree of uncertainty, but most of them are related to monetary rewards, so they're not as important as hidden quests. After speaking, she patted her chest confidently. The amount of medicine consumed in these 2 days is very large, so this is a good opportunity to earn some supplementary money, right? Suddenly, a strong golden light shone straight down next to where the two were sitting. Amidst the thick smoke, a large figure appeared. Su Canyon was horrified. What's going on? After a while, its figure became clear. It was a skeleton monster. At the same time, the system announced, please note, a bonus quest has been refreshed on the first map where you are standing. Death City Boss, Golden Skeleton King, Level 28, Physical Type, 3-star Boss. Congratulations on activating a hidden opportunity. Do you want to upgrade the completed quest? Resist death, into a rare hidden quest, Hunt the Skeleton King? There are two options, yes, no. She looked at the system panel in confusion. Zhang Yu, what does the system mean by announcing the upgrade of the completed quest? He explained, choosing to upgrade the quest means giving up the rewards of the original quest. If you don't complete the upgraded quest, then it will be a waste of effort. He calculated to himself, under normal circumstances, I would definitely choose to upgrade the quest. But because Qinjun is currently nearby, he must have noticed the commotion. If he rushes to catch the boss, then all previous efforts will be in vain. Seeing that he seemed hesitant, she urged, hidden quests can only be encountered but not sought. Why are you still hesitating? While Qinjun's group hasn't come over yet. Let's accept it, and then talk. Hearing her say that, he happily agreed, okay. Having said that, he didn't hesitate any longer and touched the word yes on the screen. Immediately, the system displayed more information. Congratulations on upgrading and receiving the hidden quest, Hunt the Skeleton King. Quest rewards have been increased. Experience value plus 500,000, manners defense value plus 500, gold coins plus 10, alien energy points plus 100,000, undead set, level 25 2-star complete 7 pieces, self-selected profession plus 1. Self-selected skill book plus 2, elite pet egg plus 3. Note, all rewards belong to the person who kills the Golden Skeleton King boss. Countdown time, 59 minutes 55 seconds. The rewards made Su Canyon excited, double experience, complete set of equipment, skill books, and pet eggs. The rewards are much richer than previous quests. This time it's very worthwhile. But Zhang Yu was different, a little troublesome, just based on the two of us, wanting to kill the enemy within an hour. But before they could discuss it, a voice interrupted, made a fortune, so we encountered a newly spawned boss. Seeing the person who came, she exclaimed, it's him. He quickly covered her mouth to stop her. Qinjun smiled smugly, killing this monster, the rewards will definitely be a lot. Fengqi was stunned, level 28 3-star boss. This guy only needs to lift a finger to send him to see his great-grandmother. They all stared at the Golden Skeleton King, and it was also observing them. Qinjun didn't hesitate and ordered, you guys beat it down to a little blood, so I can last hit it. One of the assassin team members roared, you clearly want us to die. But Fengqi stopped him, never mind, second brother, third brother, your task as tankers is to attract attention, support pay attention to buffing heals, the assassin and I will deal damage. Let's strike quickly and win quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengqi took the lead and rushed to face the Golden Skeleton King. When the distance was right, Fengqi swung his sword and slashed at the Skeleton King. This strike caused it to roar in pain. Then it struck down, causing everyone to dodge. Fengqi quickly ordered, Nanny, cast a spell to weaken it. He cast the spell while replying, okay. In the blink of an eye, the nanny's weakening skill surrounded the Skeleton King, weakening it. Su Canyon poked her head out to observe and asked curiously, Zhang Yu, you wanted them to wear it down for a while first? He calmly replied, this is called the praying mantis stalking the cicada, the Oreo behind. One person was gathering energy into his war axe. They all attacked the Skeleton King at the same time. The Skeleton King's stats decreased continuously because of being hit. Su Canyon observed and sighed, no wonder they're elite assassins, just a few people, yet they can deal so much damage. He agreed, there's even a nanny arranged in front. The coordination is also very good. Suddenly, Fengqi sensed something. Wait, do you feel any aura? But Qinjun over there was still yelling, hey, what are you guys stopping for? Hurry up and take down this monster. If I don't level up and don't get the rewards, you know what the consequences will be. One of the subordinates complained, boss, this guy is really bullying people too much. But Fengqi just slashed towards where he suspected, get out of here. Zhang Yu, who was hiding behind the rock, immediately noticed the danger. In the blink of an eye, the entire rock was shattered. Even so, he was still very calm. Unexpectedly, I was discovered. Fengqi sneered, you dare play tricks in front of us. This is really underestimating our assassin team too much. Qinjun interrupted in surprise, Zhang Yu, weren't you trapped in the safe zone? Why are you here? And you're even with Canyon? Canyon, how could you be with him? Su Canyon replied uncomfortably. I said it a long time ago. It's none of your business who I'm with. Qin Jun went berserk and ordered, kill him, and I'll immediately release your daughter. Feng Qi glanced at him. You must keep your word. Then he ordered his subordinates, you go to the safe zone and call everyone here for support. He replied, understood. Immediately he rushed towards Zhang Yu. In the blink of an eye he saw him. He sighed, the speed is really fast, and pushed Su Canyon aside, get out of the way. As soon as he arrived, Feng Qi's first skill blew away 208 points of his life. He immediately bounced back to keep a safe distance. Feng Qi smiled mockingly, if you've left the safe zone, then I'll take your life. He shouted in response, keep dreaming. Unexpectedly, Su Canyon's familiar purple light surrounded Feng Qi, making him unable to move. Feng Qi roared in anger, rotten girl. Unexpectedly, she was not afraid and replied immediately, I won't let you bully the weak. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yu used 3 skills at the same time, lightning spell, fireball, ice shard. The 3 skills just turned huge and crashed down on Feng Qi. He struggled to resist, thinking to himself, how can this kid's damage be so great? Before he could rest, the battle on the Skeleton King's side fell into a crisis again. Boss, hurry up and come here, we can't hold on anymore. Before anything else could be seen, the Skeleton King reached out and summoned a rain of fire. The fire fell directly on them, and painful cries echoed everywhere. Feng Qi hesitated a little and glanced towards Zhang Yu. Then he took momentum and ran towards the Skeleton King to support his brothers. Zhang Yu took the opportunity to discuss the plan. We must find an opportunity to delay them, and take down the boss first. Su Canyon understood. On this side, the manor area was still dark and quiet. A member of the Supreme Guild couldn't bear it and spoke, Boss, what should we do? There's not much time left. If we don't get out, we'll die. If I had known, I would have sold Zhang Yu to the assassin organization, at least we could have left here. Suddenly, the assassins guarding them stood up at the same time. Lu Yao was surprised. Everyone, look, the assassins are gone. The brown-haired man was overjoyed. It's true, the bloodthirsters finally left, thank goodness. But Lu Yao still wondered, why did they suddenly retreat? Could it be that Zhang Yu's whereabouts have been discovered? The black-haired man spoke, Boss. The mercenary assassins finally agreed to retreat. Now is a good opportunity for us to go out and farm monsters and increase the defense value of the manor. Don't worry about that Zhang Yu anymore. Someone else agreed. That's right, otherwise we'll really die here. But Lu Yao had a feeling of unease. Zhang Yu said that he would return our freedom before tonight. If he is surrounded by the assassin organization, then it's very likely that all efforts will be in vain. I can't be unrighteous. These words left the brothers in the guild speechless. Then Lu Yao waved his hand and ordered, gather all the members of the guild immediately, and go to Death City. As long as anyone participates, the monthly salary will be doubled. Looking at his back, they sighed, the boss is so righteous, I don't know if it's good or bad. Thinking too much is useless, let's go, don't miss out on the money. At this time, in the battle with the Skeleton King, Feng Qi was rushing straight towards it. Feng Qi turned to instruct, Nanny, pay attention, continue to weaken it, leave the rest to me. He replied, okay. He immediately used Streamer Spell. But before he could do anything, the Skeleton King's large hand was already over his head. That power just pressed down on him, smashing him down, causing the ground to shatter. He screamed in pain. Just one wave of his hand caused everyone to stop. Zhang Yu and Su Canyon observed it with sharp eyes. The Skeleton King's eyes flashed with a terrifying red light. Feng Qi was also looking at it with angry eyes. Witnessing the stalemate, Qin Jun weighed the pros and cons. Now they're 2 versus 1. Before the assassin organization arrives, I should still be careful. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King also began to attack. It slammed both hands on the ground. Zhang Yu and Su Canyon were forced back by the rubble. He shouted, Su Canyon, I'm counting on you. Understood, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, she used the Streamer Spell to control the Skeleton King's movements. Taking this opportunity, he shouted, now is the time. But Feng Qi didn't give up easily, and quickly rushed over, you little brat, I will never let you achieve your goal. The relentless pursuit made him turn his head to observe. Just then, a ball of light shot from somewhere. trying to chase after Feng Qi and attack him. Feng Qi cursed furiously, "Damn it, who dares to hinder my good deed?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people with vigorous momentum arrived. "Uge, the boss is sitting behind, sending us to help," the guild leader said. "Protect Uge, if you get defeated once, you will be compensated 30,000, let's go." The situation made Feng Qi even more irritated. "They are all ants that know how to bite people, where are you?" The assassins also rushed over, being locked up like crazy dogs for several days. "Now you dare to mess around, kill them!" The high-level assassins, the guild's essence was no match, and the guild members kept screaming. Zhang Yu also seized the opportunity to strike the Skeleton King, Super Fireball. The Skeleton King was hit and flew backwards, roaring angrily. Seeing this scene, Feng Qi couldn't help but be surprised. This kid is only over level 20. How can he have such high damage? Zhang Yu and the Skeleton King stood opposite each other in an attacking posture, with Feng Qi rushing behind. Thinking that if he continued like this, the boss would be snatched away. But Su Canyon was already waiting and used a suppression skill. "You are not allowed to attack him." As soon as he was hit, Feng Qi was controlled, making it difficult to move. His eyes became fierce out of respect for Qinjun. "I didn't attack you, now that you want to die, I will fulfill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he strained himself and broke free from her restraint. Before Su Canyon could react, he stabbed her in the chest. This scene shocked Zhang Yu and he exclaimed, "Si Shi Wan." Even so, Su Canyon struggled to say, "Zhang Yu, hang in there." He gritted his teeth in anger. 3 skills, Lightning Spell, Ice Shard, and Fireball, crashed down on the Skeleton King. He tried his best to control the skills with his staff. Not to be outdone, Feng Qi used the 1,000 Army Sweep skill, and shouted, "Die!" But the Skeleton King still aimed a punch at Zhang Yu. He quickly opened the super magic shield. The demon heart on the staff began to glow red. The fire missile with terrifying destructive power hit the Skeleton King. The powerful flames seemed to burn it into pieces. The system displayed, "Congratulations on killing the level 28, 3-star golden boss, Skeleton King, receiving the reward. Experience plus 42,000, expression points 55% plus final hit 20%, alien energy amount plus 28 million. Then the system issued another announcement, "Congratulations on completing the hidden quest Kill Skeleton King." Seeing the system announcement, Lu Yao immediately exclaimed, "The boss has been killed, it must have been killed by Uge. Uge has risen, let's go up quickly." Meanwhile, he was still thinking, "Fortunately, when I cleared the secret realm just now, I received a defensive skill, so I was able to block the boss's final blow." Looking at the bones on the ground, he thought to himself, "Now I have to hand in the quest to level up, first collect the spoils." At this time, the system announced again, "Congratulations on activating the Undead Mage class effect during the process of killing the Golden Skeleton King, Undead Harvest. Do you want to collect the Golden Skeleton King boss as a pet?" He happily chose yes. On this side, Qinjun was furious, "My boss, what's the use of you? Quickly snatch the spoils back from me, otherwise I will kill your daughter immediately." These words stimulated Feng Qi. He held his sword and rushed to Zhang Yu. "Bastard, want to run?" He just glanced coldly. "Don't worry, I will quickly come and take your heads." When Feng Qi swept his sword, he disappeared. Qinjun couldn't swallow this anger, and cursed furiously, "Waste, all are waste. I see you don't want to save your daughter at all, right? Wait for me to get out." Feng Qi couldn't bear it and shouted, "Shut up!" and pushed Qinjun down. He stomped hard on Qinjun's chest. With a fierce aura, "I warn you, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will tear you to pieces." Qinjun quickly explained, Misunderstanding. Qinjun hurriedly excused himself. "I mean, that kid just killed a level 28, 3-star boss, and snatched all the boss's spoils. His strength will definitely skyrocket. If we miss this opportunity, it will be even more difficult to kill him later." Hearing this, Feng Qi turned his back disdainfully. "Humph, whenever I want to kill him, it's as easy as flipping my hand." Qinjun was surprised. "What?" At this time, the members of the Supreme Guild were dazed. Big brother, he ran away, boss, we bet wrong this time." Feng Qi observed and ordered, "Kill the people of the Supreme Guild." But Qinjun stopped him. "Wait, don't kill him yet." Qinjun smiled slyly. "This guy is the best bait to lure fish to bite the hook." At this time, Zhang Yu was chatting with Leva. completed the hidden quest Kill Skeleton King, received the reward, experience plus 500,000, crypt defense value plus 500. Gold plus 10, alien energy amount plus 100,000, undead set, level 25, 2 stars, enough 7 pieces, self-selected profession plus 1, self-selected skill book plus 2, elite pet egg plus 3. Congratulations on reaching level 25. He operated on the screen and sighed unexpectedly. The boss can become a pet. If I raise it up, no monster will be its opponent. Suddenly a conversation appeared. From the World Channel, a message was sent. Yanwu-ge, General, Shan Yu, do you want to come to the death room? See, I do, to visit your brothers. Lu Yao is kneeling at my feet now. Licking my shoes. Yanwu-ge, General, give it up. Looking at you like this, you must be afraid of death, cowardly as a mouse, waste who doesn't dare to come. Otherwise, why did you rush to run away after taking the boss's spoils? Before he could think, Su Canyon hurriedly sent a message. John Yu, Chen Jun is waiting for you to fall into the trap. You must not go, or wait for me to go with you. Responding to her concern were 2 words, no need. His eyes became sharp. It's time to protect everyone. At the same time, in Chen Jun's place, Lu Yao was surrounded by them. His face was bruised and swollen, and he cried, Zhang Yu, Yu-ji, you must come. After a while, Zhang Yu came from afar, surrounded by smoke. Chen Jun was excited. That stupid guy, he really fell for it. Seeing him come, Lu Yao cried, big brother, save me. He walked to keep a certain distance. I'm here, didn't you want to kill me? Release Lu Yao first. Feng Qi whispered to discuss the plan. Wait for him to get closer, and we will rush up together. This time we must kill him. Chen Jun was puzzled again. To deal with a mere beast tamer. Do we still need to sneak attack? Feng Qi didn't answer and turned to his subordinates. Go, he nodded yes. He went to kick Lu Yao. Get out. Lu Yao went to hug his arm and complained. Yu-ji, I knew you would definitely come. He glanced and said, you go back first, leave the rest to me. But Lu Yao cried even more miserably. Brother, let's withdraw together. We can't beat the people of the assassin mercenary group, as long as we return to the city. They won't be able to catch us. Seeing this, he just left a sentence and stepped forward. It's okay, no need, you go back, don't get in my way. Hearing this, Lu Yao took out a scroll and insisted, don't worry, I will immediately arrange manpower when I go back, as long as there are still surviving brothers in my guild. I will do everything possible to help you. After speaking, he disappeared. On this side, Chen Jun and Feng Qi and a group of assassins stood proudly. Only Zhang Yu was alone. He grinned, come here. Feng Qi waved his hand and ordered, rush. The mercenaries rushed up immediately. A mere beast tamer, see how I, too, Su, send you to heaven with one move. They seemed to underestimate the enemy and shouted, brothers, whoever succeeds first, that person will find the boss to claim the reward. Someone responded, okay. He quietly took out his staff, stomping it hard on the ground, gritting his teeth and ordering, darkness. Bone King. Immediately the dark boss appeared behind him. Chen Jun was shocked. How is it possible? How can he summon the Golden Bone King? Feng Qi also couldn't believe it. What kind of person did you touch? He leisurely grinned. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Returning to just now, he took out the pet egg to calculate. Now, although I have reached level 25, those people are all level 30 masters. The Silver Armor Scorpion strategy is still a bit weak. He merged the 2 pet eggs and the system rang. Do you want the Golden Bone King to inherit all the skills and experience of the Silver Armor Scorpion? After the 2 pet eggs combined, the system continuously jumped out of announcements. Your pet Golden Bone King devours the pet Silver Armor Scorpion, elite level. Evolution point +1, current evolution point 10 out of 10. Congratulations, elite level pet Golden Bone King has evolved into a rare level Dark Bone King. The next evolution needs to devour 10 rare level pets. Congratulations, pet Dark Bone King inherits the charge into battle skill from the Silver Armor scale. Congratulations, pet Dark Bone King comprehends the new skill Golden Sword Formation. During the upgrade process, congratulations, pet Dark Bone King comprehends the new skill Emperor's Body during the upgrade process. Looking at the pile of announcements, he smiled softly. Scorpion Child, sorry. Zhang Yu opened the system to select the full set of undead. The system provided a brief overview. Full set of undead, level 25, 2 stars, skill set, 7 dedicated pieces, summoning technique, summon a warrior with the same level as yourself. The Bone Warrior inherits 130% of all attributes, cooldown 180 seconds, consumes 300 points of mana. He was also surprised. Summon a Bone Warrior of the same level. Doesn't that mean I will have 2 pets? If I refine it to the gold attribute, the effect will definitely be stronger. He ordered, start refining. Very quickly, the light gradually opened. When it was fully opened, the golden light inside was even stronger, displaying the items inside. He exclaimed, success! He looked at the dark beast in his hand. Now I just need to give the equipment I have prepared to the Bone King. It will be even more powerful than the defensive Scorpion system. Plus his warrior attributes, both attack and defense. Zhang Yu affirmed, this time I won't let the Qingjun Guild survive. Returning to the reality of the battle, his eyes flashed. Then softly ordered, rush, Dark Bone King. The fearless mercenary still rushed over, a mere beast tamer, what are we afraid of, kill. The Dark Bone King immediately raised his hand to summon, Shadow Sword formation. The group of mercenaries was knocked down on the spot by a sword. Feng Qi was shocked, high defense, strong damage, is this the strength of that kid? Seeing this, Qingjun urged, what are you doing in a daze, rush, don't you want to save your daughter anymore? Feng Qi glanced at him. Burning with anger, I know what to do. In his heart, Feng Qi thought, because of this guy, I have lost so many brothers, wait until I save my daughter, I will definitely chop him into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qi appeared behind Zhang Yu, little bastard, as long as I solve you first, your pet will have no use. But unexpectedly, he turned back in time to block his sword. Then he grinned, you thought I wasn't prepared. Immediately another skeleton king appeared behind Feng Qi. He turned back in shock, how is it possible, the second pet? Before he could dodge, he was hit by a sword. He also took the opportunity to use a combination of skills, lightning spell, ice shard, fireball. A series of attacks struck at the same time. Feng Qi quickly jumped back to avoid them. He exclaimed in shock, so powerful, it's absolutely impossible for a normal level 20 professional, is it top-level equipment, or some special prop? At the same time, 2 assassins were fighting with the Dark Bone King, but the attack only reduced its life by 500 points. The subordinate shouted loudly to report, boss, this bone cuckold is bloody, our level 30 gold equipment can't cut it. Hearing this, Feng Qi immediately ordered, if it is a Beastmaster's pet, then solve the Beastmaster first, leave 2 people with high agility to stop the Bone King. And the rest will focus on attacking Zhang Yu. As long as this kid reveals an opening, then I don't believe he can withstand the attack of our level 30 professionals. The subordinates replied, understood, and rushed to him with their swords. The attacks were overwhelming, but he easily avoided them. He turned around and used fire missile to fight back. One person took the opportunity to rush behind him to sneak attack. But before he could do anything, he was hit by lightning spell. As soon as he finished, 2 people rushed from both sides, die. The assassin's whole body was covered in golden light. Because it was too fast, he set up a protective barrier. At the same time a voice rang, the guild leader has ordered, protect Zhang Yu. Someone responded, understood. Zhang Yu heard and looked over and asked, you are? The leader stepped forward to introduce himself, hello Mr. Zhang, I am the vice president of the Supreme Guild, Li Xiaoyao, our president Lu Pai sent us to support you. Hearing this, he was relieved, thank you everyone, if you encounter danger, don't fight hard. Li Xiaoyao replied immediately, I understand. Then he waved his hand and ordered, have you heard, don't fight hard, we must unite everyone, then we can have the power of unity, heal if you can, harass if you can, understand? The guild members replied in unison, understood. The attacks like bullets made the assassins constantly avoid them. Feng Qi also roared, damn it, these crazy people don't want their lives anymore? Just a slight carelessness, and someone came to sneak attack, giving him a stab, luckily he dodged it. Above, an ice circle was gathering, someone was using ice shard. Feng Qi also struggled to avoid it. Seeing this, Zhang Yu had to praise, no wonder he's the leader of the assassin organization, his agility is really high. Feng Qi landed, unless you can control like that girl, with a 100% probability of detaining enemies of that level, otherwise killing you is only a matter of time. He was not afraid, really, then try. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 skeletons turned back to stand behind him. The 2 stared at Feng Qi and challenged him. Suddenly a conversation appeared next to Feng Qi. Inside was a message from a subordinate. Boss, rest assured, the second young lady of the Su family has sent someone to rescue Qi Qi. Now Qi Qi is with me, very safe. Attached a photo of the two. As soon as he saw the photo, Feng Qi shouted to order, everyone stop. This made all the fighting subordinates stand still. Even Zhang Yu was dazed. Only Qin Jun reacted first, and went to scold, what are you doing? Continue fighting, don't listen to my orders anymore, you don't want to see your daughter, right? Before he could finish speaking, Chen Jun was choked by Feng Qi. Chen Jun panicked, ugh, let me go. Feng Qi said each word, the day you kidnapped my daughter, you should have known that you would have the end of today, right? Feng Qi threw Chen Jun to the ground, and coldly drew his sword. Stepping on Chen Jun's chest, big brother, please spare me. I will call people to release your daughter, please spare me. But Feng Qi just glared and replied, no need, my daughter is home. Feng Qi plunged his sword straight into Chen Jun's chest. Until Chen Jun disappeared, Feng Qi was still standing there blankly. Zhang Yu went to warn, the power behind him is not small, you killed him like this, aren't you afraid? Feng Qi plunged his sword into the ground, our job is originally a blood-stained blade, if we can't even protect our family, then what kind of man are we? Then he knelt down on one knee, I, on behalf of the assassin mercenary team, apologize to you. He was puzzled, what does this mean? He lowered his head and explained, your friend saved my daughter, I can't thank you enough for this great kindness, these days. We have killed how many of your people? Let all be counted on me, please use my life to pay. At this time, Li Xiaoyao angrily spoke, let me remind you, your group of assassin mercenaries has killed a total of 235 members of our Supreme Guild. Hearing these words, the assassins were furious, what do you mean, do you want to die? Let me fulfill you. But Feng Qi shouted loudly to interrupt, no one is allowed to move, this is an order. Zhang Yu raised his staff high. If you have requested it yourself, then I will not be polite. A blow struck down, this one hand is in place of 400,000. Feng Qi's body slowly disappeared, and couldn't help but sigh, the damage is really great, this person. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary person, and then completely disappeared. The subordinates shouted loudly, boss, this kid killed the boss, brothers kill him, avenge the boss, yes, avenge the boss. Zhang Yu calmly stood there looking at them. Suddenly, the screen jumped out of an announcement that made them dazed. The boss sent a message. I also received it, me too. Inside was a message, Qi Qi is back. It was Zhang Yu's people who helped me find her. I promised to repay the debt with my life. A man must keep his promise. From now on, anyone who dares to oppose him will be expelled from the guild immediately. The group of subordinates read it, and fell silent. Zhang Yu and Li Xiaoyao stood there observing their movements. Then the assassins approached him. Li Xiaoyao worriedly exclaimed, Mr. Zhang, he interrupted to appease, don't panic. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins knelt down, I am willing to atone for the people who died in everyone's supreme guild, I am also willing to atone for everyone's people. At my head, just beg you not to hold a grudge against our boss alone. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoyao was stunned speechless. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment before speaking, as a long countryman, with everyone's edge, you must face outwards, not resist our long countrymen. Killing your own people is not considered a skill, protecting your family, protecting long country, is the meaning of the existence of a professional. He turned around and left, go tell everyone's boss that this debt is considered over, but it will be replaced in another way, the economic damage, the loss of materials in the past 2 days of the Supreme Guild, you must pay double, in addition, from now on you will be responsible for taking all the people of the Supreme Guild to pass the third world. The assassins happily raised their heads and shouted, no problem. Zhang Yu disappeared behind the space gate. Li Xiaoyao thought for a while and smiled. I can understand some of the reasons why the boss highly valued him. A moment later he entered the city. Everyone saw him and whispered. The girl was surprised. Wow, the skeleton behind that little brother beast tamer is so cool. Is that also his pet? Someone continued, really, isn't that the Skeleton King boss of the Death City map? Are you missing a little brother? Is the beast tamer so popular? The system displayed the updated information. Dark Skeleton King, rare level, evolution level 0 out of 10, physical attack 640, growth 14 stars, physical defense 555. 12 stars, magic defense 533, 12 stars, life points 6088, 18 stars, mana points 511, 5 stars, rare pet, special effect number 1, divine might, increases the Dark Skeleton King's attack power by 20%. And defense power by 10%. Special effect number 2, unbreakable, increases the Dark Skeleton King's life points by 20%. Skill Shadow Supreme, passive, level A reduces 20% of the damage that the Dark Skeleton King takes, increases 20% of the Dark Skeleton King's damage. Shadow Sword Formation active, level A summons 10 huge swords from the sky to trap the enemy, making any enemy unable to escape and take 120% damage from the Dark Skeleton King every second, lasting for 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Looking at this information, he thought with satisfaction, worthy of being a boss. The growth value is even higher than an ordinary professional, but the skills are still a bit few. He operated on the screen. I remember that the quest reward at that time also included 2 skill books that could be given to the Bone King to learn. The system displayed information. Fatal Taunt, taunts up to 3 monsters within a range of 30 meters, forcing them to attack you and reducing 30% of their damage to you, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 20 seconds, does not force professionals to attack, only has a damage reduction effect. Super Light Slash, launches a super speed light slash at the enemy, dealing 270% physical damage. This damage will ignore 40% of the opponent's physical defense. The cooldown time is 5 seconds. He did not hesitate to throw both to the skeleton. It seriously studied. Just then, Su Canyon ran from afar. Zhang Yu. Seeing her come, he was a little surprised. Why did you come here? She asked breathlessly. Did you kill Chen Jun? He lowered his eyes in disappointment and replied, I wanted to do that, but there was no opportunity. Feng Qi killed him. At this time, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it wasn't you, he wondered. Why do you say that? She explained to him. Chen Tianxiang only has one son, Chen Jun, so he is extremely protective of him. Whoever kills Chen Jun, he will definitely investigate to the end. Suddenly, he put his hand on his chin and speculated. Before, you sacrificed your life for me without hesitation, and now you have come to tell me all this. You, Su Canyon, a little anticipation. Unexpectedly, he innocently said, you are really a very righteous person. She was disappointed. That's right, I had to sacrifice a resurrection for you, and even got downgraded. How are you going to compensate me? He thought seriously. Then he concluded, how about this, you go back and rest first, tomorrow night I will take you to past the third world. Okay. She was also very excited about this idea. A moment later, at Zhang Yu's house in the real world, he opened the door and sighed tiredly. Finally, I can rest. As soon as he finished speaking, a call came. A strange number? As soon as he answered the phone, the other side shouted, Thank you, brother. He was a little surprised. Feng Qi, how do you have my number? Feng Qi on the other side leisurely replied, I asked the second young lady of the Su family. I have no other intention. I just want to thank you for being willing to give us a chance to change. He looked at his daughter playing happily. Chi-Chi is everything to me. For her, I am willing to do anything, so it is because of this that I was muddled and led by others. I will rise from the mud and do what you have ordered. After leading the people of the Jizun Guild to pass the third world, then we will continue to climb up. And no longer stay in the third world to do those petty things. Hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Having this idea is really good. The next day when the sun was high, he was sleeping when he suddenly woke up with a start. He vigilantly got up and asked, Who is it? The outside replied, Express delivery here. As soon as he opened the door, he was urged by the delivery person, Hello, please sign here. He was confused. I didn't buy anything? When he received the delivered items, his face looked serious. Inside was a letter with neat words. Zhang Yu held the paper in his hand, and his face darkened visibly. Suddenly the phone rang, pulling him out of his thoughts. The person on the phone urged him in a panic, Zhang Yu, quickly watch the news. He curiously clicked to see the latest news. What? The hot news was broadcasting an important news live. The 100th Grand Glory Conference of Professional People is about to begin. The MC continuously broadcast hot news. The headquarters of the Professional People's Guild has been massacred. 42 professional people and a 9-year-old girl have died tragically. Zhang Yu was surprised to hear the news. It's Feng Qi and them, and even his daughter Chi-Chi. He frowned angrily looking at the tragic event and couldn't help but feel sorry. The entire assassin guild has been wiped out, even children are not spared. What a beast. John Yu hurriedly took his coat and planned to go out. They were killed at 6 a.m., and then I received a mysterious letter. Could it be that these two things are related? He put on his coat, covering his appearance with the hat. No matter what, I can't stay here for long. I have to find a new place to stay. John Yu strode on the street, observing everything around him and thinking to himself, I have changed 3 taxis, circled the city center 3 times and strolled around many residential areas. Several times, even if there is someone following, I can still cut them off. He had already planned carefully. After making sure that no one is following, then I will follow the next plan. Now I need to find a new place to live. The agent smiled and greeted him when he arrived. Young man, are you here to rent a room? John Yu politely hummed. The agent started to work. I have a room that is especially suitable for you. It is right next to the neighborhood. I will take you over there to see it. She immediately took him to the cheap room he wanted to rent. While Zhang Yu went around to explore, the agent followed him and kept introducing. Shiyu Yating is the most famous residential area in the area, located in a convenient location. Although this is an old house, it is very economical. You look at this main bedroom. It is spacious and has a good view. He looked at the direction of the bedroom according to her words. Not bad. The agent was happy to close the deal so quickly. Okay, then I will prepare the contract now. At that time, Zhang Yu received a call and temporarily could not hear the agent's next sentence. The price is also very affordable, and the roommate is also very easygoing. It was Su Canyon. She sat on the chair and asked about his situation. Zhang Yu, is our plan for today unchanged? She laughed and excitedly said the last words before ending the call. That's good, I'll wait for you. Back to the room rental, Zhang Yu read the agreement and signed the contract. I will rent this room. I will transfer the money to you now. The agent happily agreed. Okay. She signed the contract and quickly left. He looked around the house and thought, okay, now let's cross the third world. Su Canyon had entered the game and waited for him. Her beautiful appearance attracted many eyes. 2 hooligans immediately went to tease her. Beauty, do you want us to take you to fight the skeleton? Su Canyon was disturbed and only awkwardly glanced elsewhere. No need, I have a friend. The 2 did not let her go and kept approaching. Don't be like that, Beauty. Where is your friend? Call him out for us to see. Su Canyon began to uncomfortably step back. If you don't leave, don't blame me. Zhang Yu also came at the same time. He frowned and said loudly, I am her teammate. Su Canyon was happy to see him and went to greet him. He smiled and greeted her back. You came. Lu Yao also went over and grabbed the hooligan's collar tightly. He growled and lifted the hooligan's collar like a dog and cursed, You dare to touch my big brother's beauty. Li Xiaoyao reminded Lu Yao with good intentions, Guild leader, you are too hot-headed, this will cause trouble for Mr. Zhang. He was startled to realize that his actions were a bit excessive. You have a point. He glanced down at the 2 rats who had just caused trouble, and impatiently waved them away. Get out. Lu Yao smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, looking over at Zhang Yu. Yu, I was just quick-mouthed. Zhang Yu looked at the 2 with some curiosity. You are. He immediately introduced, the assistants that I called, Xiaoyao can support, and Shini is the nanny. Zhang Yu saw that everyone had arrived and turned to leave. No need to bother. Later, you protect yourself well. Stay away from the battlefield. Let's go. Lu Yao smiled and replied, okay. Su Canyon followed behind him, showing a hostile attitude and mentioning the matter. Chen Tianxiang is too cruel. Even a little girl is not spared. Clearly everyone knows that Chen Tianxiang avenged his son, but there is no solid evidence. Even the police can't convict him. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and pondered. It's not simple. Some things can't just be seen on the outside. She frowned and looked up. I'm afraid that if Chen Tianxiang really did it, then the next target may be you, because he knows that you and Chen Jun have also made enemies. Su Canyon said softly with a blushing face, It's okay, I can protect myself. The 3 Lu Yao, Shini, Li Xiaoyao walking behind felt like they were being the light bulbs. It seems that we are a bit redundant. 3 light bulbs, as long as Yu still remembers me. Arriving at the place, Zhang Yu turned back to look at everyone. Are you ready? The 3 excitedly shouted in unison, Ready. The system window also appeared. Does the team want to start? Challenge the third world boss? Zhang Yu immediately clicked yes. The system received the order to start creating a gate to another space to fight the main boss. Li Xiaoyao stood still waiting for the system to open the teleportation space. The gate gradually opened to a new place, leading to where the big boss was. Zhang Yu led the way confidently into the space gate. Then let's quickly win the battle. As soon as the 5 people entered, the system appeared. Welcome to the third world, the world of death descends world boss realm. Lu Yao glanced around, a little disdainful. Is this the boss's territory? It doesn't seem like there is anything special. All 5 people noticed a huge thing appearing in front of them. The big boss opened his red eyes and woke up, early discovered the ignorant humans invading its territory. It stared down at the group of people at its feet. Its tall and massive body was overwhelming, exuding a red aura showing its authority. Zhang Yu's team looked very small, only taller than the big boss's heel, but the will to fight was unusually high. Lu Yao stared at the boss in astonishment. This is the boss of the third world, Death Caesar. It doesn't seem easy to play. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and ordered the system in secret, start the detection technique. The big boss's information panel appeared in front of his eyes. Death Caesar, 3-star boss, magic system level 30, magic attack power, 1180 physical defense, 520 magic defense, 550 life points, 60,000 skills, Eye of Death, Roar of Death, Breath of Death. Zhang Yu carefully read it and began to think of a way to attack. Fortunately, although it is stronger than the previous boss, but now I have 2 pets, plus a full set of undead equipment, which greatly increases the combat power, so I can deal with it. Caesar leaned down and narrowed his eyes to look closely at the small thing at his feet. It roared and used the roar of death ready to attack the intruder. The bats in the cave heard its roar and were scared and flew all over the red sky. The undead on the ground were also awakened, and rose from the ground one after another. Zhang Yu did not flinch and called out his combat weapons, Dark Bone King, Bone Warrior. He coldly ordered, kill them. The Bone King received the order from the owner, and immediately used, Sword of Shadow. A sword divided into many clones to eliminate the newly risen undead. The bloodthirsty Bone Warriors cleaned up those who dared to approach the owner mercilessly. Zhang Yu had time to prepare and also went to battle. He used magic to use fire missiles to create many fireballs aimed at the skeletons. The skeletons did not have time to dodge and were burned to ashes by his hot flames. Shinny stood by and observed the battle in astonishment. What kind of damage is this? A team of 5 of us before could barely kill one skeleton warrior in a minute. Only him, yet in the blink of an eye he wiped out a whole area. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes to look at his teammates. Boss, I can eat it alone. Everyone is responsible for these minions, especially Lu Yao. You have not recovered. So stay away a little, don't let it kill you. It's good, king versus king, both are bosses. Let's see who has higher skills. Everyone happily followed his orders. Understood. Li Xiaoyao looked around. Understood. Where is the guild leader? Lu Yao, to ensure that he would not get in Zhang Yu's way, had found a safe place to hide. Thank you, Yuji, for your concern. Rest assured, I know how to protect myself. Good luck. Zhang Yu and the 2 skeletons rushed to attack. He glanced over and ordered them. Dark Bone King, you use deadly sarcasm to attract the attention of Death Caesar. And the Bone Warriors have the task of cleaning up the shrimp around. The Bone King received the order without hesitation and rushed straight to Death Caesar's face. It threw a basic punch at the big boss's nose, losing 20 health of Death Caesar. Shinny was startled and shocked. Oh my god, even the level 33-star boss can't beat it. This Bone King is really bloody. Zhang Yu took the opportunity while the big boss was fighting with the Bone King, and he used magic to attack at the same time. Fire missiles combined with ice shard. 2 ice and fire strikes attacked from 2 different sides, injuring Death Caesar a lot. It did not dodge and only stood still to take the attacks. Shinny looked and was stunned, continuously shouted loudly, damn it, the level 30, 3-star boss standing in front of you is no different from a small monster. Li Xiaoyao looked at him speechlessly. Damn it, can you be a little serious? Death Caesar was very weak at this time, and only needed a few more blows to take it down. Zhang Yu and the 2 bone subordinates immediately rushed to attack at the same time. The big boss, stunned, opened his eyes wide. Forced to accept death, the system appeared to give the reward. Congratulations on defeating the level 33-star boss Death Caesar. Experience plus 49,000, keeping 50% of the group of 5. Final hit plus 20%, alien energy plus 3,000 volts. Zhang Yu received the reward and landed lightly. Just like that, he easily succeeded in solving the boss. Lu Yao and everyone ran over and praised non-stop. it's really my UG. So quickly defeated the boss. Maybe we are the first group to defeat the third world boss. Zhang Yu smiled and looked at the group. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to go to the fourth world? Su Canyon looked at him. Fourth world? He carefully considered the team. Although I have taken everyone to defeat the boss, but with everyone's strength, dealing with ordinary monsters in the third world is already difficult. So I advise everyone to level up first. Su Canyon looked at Lu Yao. Both had the same thought. She spoke first. You are right, I should still stay in the third world to develop for a few days. Wait until my level is higher and then continue. Lu Yao agreed with his words. I will listen to you. Whatever you say I will do. Zhang Yu quickly said goodbye to everyone and returned to the real world to rest. He sighed tiredly. Take a rest. Tomorrow I will think of a way to explore the fourth world. Zhang Yu fumbled and went to bed, but touched a living person's body. He panicked and jumped back, suddenly seeing a strange woman in his house after being single all his life. Zhang Yu looked angrily at the strange woman sleeping on his bed. Who are you? The pink-haired girl in a drunken state mumbled and turned around. Get out of the way, don't pull me, I'll go home myself. He smelled the strong smell of alcohol and uncomfortably covered his nose, unable to believe that his house was broken into so easily. Zhang Yu went outside and called the agent. Hello, young man, he grumbled and asked, is the house you found for me a shared house? The agent confirmed, yes, I told you at that time that the roommate is very easygoing. He asked confusedly, when did you say that? She was helpless when suspected. Young man, don't talk nonsense. Our business does not deceive the old or trick the young. We definitely wouldn't dare to hide it. This sister has tried her best to introduce the house to you. You didn't say that you couldn't share a house at that time. Zhang Yu helplessly thought. It seems that I was too hasty. There are some details that I didn't pay attention to. He said confusedly on the phone. I don't like renting a shared house. Can you help me find another rental? The agent also had no choice but to say again, okay. Remember to say it early next time. This sister thinks that it's not easy for young people to earn money, saving as much as possible. I will call you when I find a suitable house. Zhang Yu hung up the phone, hesitated and went inside to check the situation of the person inside. He helplessly looked at the person sleeping soundly on the bed, and still didn't dare to go into rest. Zhang Yu secretly read the system announcement. The letter mentioned the National Professional Competition. The 100th Professional Competition will start in half a month. Massacre the world. Rich rewards are waiting for you to take. City-level selection competition, province-level competition, national challenge competition, and world finals are waiting for outstanding professionals. The registration rules for the professional competition have been announced. Ranking of the World Glory Table, 1st in Dingtao Country, 5th in Long Country. He frowned and thought, the strength of a country, in addition to the progress of conquering other worlds, is the ranking in the world finals. In my previous life, I died too early. This time I must break my previous record. Having said that, Zhang Yu hurriedly acted. He touched a light spot on his hand. The space gate immediately opened. He looked at the gate and determined, to participate in the professional competition, you need to reach level 30. I have to quickly level up. While thinking and calculating, a message came to him. Zhang Yu opened it to read. It was Lu Yao asking for help. Big brother, I am in a bit of trouble. Can you please come and help me? In the third wilderness area in the world, the place of shadows, Lu Yao stood in front of 3 people teaming up with some difficulty. The 3 girls impatiently urged him. Can you do it or not? If you can't, then forget it. That's right. We are wasting time waiting here. We are in a hurry to do the quest. Lu Yao had to persuade to stall for time for Zhang Yu to arrive. Stop. Men have never said they can't do it. Although my subordinates can't beat this map. But my big brother definitely can. The 3 silently looked behind him. Lu Yao also curiously looked behind. What's wrong? Zhang Yu had arrived at his place at this time. He was happy to see him. Brother Yu is here. The short-haired girl was a little disdainful. Just a weak beast tamer. You don't want to let him help us complete the quest, do you? Lu Yao didn't care and rubbed his hands and went to flatter Zhang Yu. Brother, help me, join my team and help us get through the level, as long as it's a team. Whoever kills it will be counted as completing the quest. He smiled lightly. Lead the girls? He also smiled, can't lose face. Lu Yao pointed to the space gate. There is a level 27 2-star skeleton boss in this map. I sent 90 people to attack but couldn't beat it, brother Yu. My brother, help me. Whether the subordinates have face or not, depends on you. Jiang Yu did not hesitate to help out of brotherly affection. Everyone wait outside, don't go inside, the three girls whispered. Why did he go in alone? Does he think he can kill the boss alone? The light blonde girl snorted lightly. Men all like to show off. Luck will never favor fools. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Yu finished and came out. The two girls seeing this couldn't help but laugh. Why did he come out? He must have found that he couldn't beat it, and came out to ask for help. He seemed busy and reminded Lu Yao, finished killing, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. He looked at him admiringly. No wonder you are my big brother, the top of the top. The two girls did not believe and checked the announcement board. You think I'm a fool? What? The short-haired girl was stunned. The quest is completed. He really killed the boss. He smiled and waited for the two girls to finish looking before speaking. I told you that my big brother is very top. How, according to the betting agreement? Who among you wants to be my girlfriend for 7 days? Ning Dian quietly left and was discovered by Lu Yao. Want to run away? She was startled and awkwardly looked at him. Sorry, I will make it up to you next time. She ran after Jiang Yu, shouting the name he didn't expect, Tu Luo. He stopped, mumbled, Tu Luo died in battle 100 years ago, doesn't she know? Ning Dian looked at him with certainty. No, he is not dead, he is here, he is you. Jiang Yu angrily grabbed her neck and lifted her high. Did you send the letter? Tell me. Who are you? She said with difficulty. You help me with one thing, I will tell you. He glared and tightened his hand even more. Are you threatening me? Ning Dian swore. Rest assured, as long as you help me with this, I will definitely not tell anyone about this, I swear. Jiang Yu carefully thought, if I kill her now, the clues will be cut off. He reluctantly let go of his hand. What do you want me to do? She clenched her fist and mustered her courage to say, I want you to lead me to participate in the professional competition. Jiang Yu frowned. You? Ning Dian said louder. Yes, just lead me through the city-level selection. Jiang Yu thought of the reason for money? She hesitated for a moment. Also, not really, I want to prove myself. Jiang Yu turned to leave. No matter what you are for, wait until you are level 30. Register for the job transfer competition and then talk. Ning Dian happily followed him. You agreed, can I add your contact method? Jiang Yu replied briefly. Whatever, she enthusiastically. I will find you again when I reach level 30. He impatiently said loudly, whatever? Suddenly Jiang Yu stopped abruptly, causing Ning Dian not to break in time and crash straight into him. He uncomfortably turned back to look at her. Don't follow me, I said, come find me after you register. She happily agreed. Okay. Jiang Yu, who is alone, open the system. Please select the world you want to go to. Leave, 4th world Longzigu. He clicked to go to the 4th world. The space gate opened and took him to the 4th world Longzigu. The system window appeared. Welcome to the other world, 4th world Longzigu. According to your login location Linhai City, the current safe zone is the Light Diocese. A magnificent and vast city immediately appeared in front of him, with several dragons circling back and forth. Jiang Yu looked at it, and couldn't help but admire. This is the world of dragons. He immediately brainstormed. Wait until I successfully reach level 30. Complete the second transfer, then I can open the battle position of the second pet, then making a flying dragon as a pet is also a good choice. Jiang Yu entered the city. Let's go get some tasks first. He immediately took the first task as soon as he entered the world. In the Black Mountain Range, Jiang Yu ordered the Skeleton King to fight the Black Dragon. And he was in a safe place watching the battle and reading the task. Increase GDM, common task, description. Please ask the professionals to hunt 12 dark giant dragons in the Black Mountain Range. North of the Light Diocese, increase GDM for the Light Dragon race, reward experience plus 100,000, skill amount plus 15,000, credibility plus 20, random equipment 2 to 3 stars plus 1. Silver coins plus 40, time 2 days. Jiang Yu read the information once, and thought to himself, the money to complete the world's tasks is to get credibility, and fighting monsters is the only way to increase the task level. The dragon spewed fire, causing the Skeleton King to be blown away by the flame. It quickly rushed back to the black dragon and slammed it straight into the dragon's mouth. The black dragon staggered and tilted its head to one side, losing its defensive ability. The skeleton warrior seized the opportunity of the dragon's defenselessness, and rushed to cut off the dragon's head. Jiang Yu observed the battle, and secretly assessed, fortunately, the high defense of the Skeleton King. The black dragon's damage can almost be ignored, plus the skeleton warrior. The two of them should be able to cope. Both skeletons under his command just finished dealing with the black dragon and brought the reward back to the owner. Zhang Yu read the dragon's information panel: Dark Magic Dragon, Magic System, Level 31 Common Monster, Magic Attack Power 1080, Physical Defense 500, Magic Defense 520. Blood 9800. Skills: Dragon Flame, Dragon Breath. Description: Giant dragon of the dark race. The strength they have is beyond your imagination, he pondered, and I have more time to study how to improve the efficiency of completing tasks. Suddenly a strange sound attracted his attention. Zhang Yu cautiously looked into the distance. What's the movement? A group of dragons following in a flock of 4 were flying in one direction. The leading black dragon was the commander. They flew quickly past Zhang Yu's eyes. He opened his mouth slightly, a little surprised. It's a hidden task. This is the first time I've encountered this hidden task. Zhang Yu shouted loudly, immediately upgrade. He smiled lightly and took his 2 subordinates to chase after the group of dragons. Little Black, Skeleton, let's go see the situation. The dragons were fighting each other. The fierce roars of the dragons echoed in the dark night. Zhang Yu also arrived just in time. They're already fighting so quickly. The black dragon was swallowed by the light dragon's flame, completely weak and unable to fight back. Zhang Yu did not rush to attack, but stood on the sidelines to analyze the situation. The situation is leaning to one side. These black dragons are not opponents of the light dragons at all. It seems that this task can be completed without much effort. He frowned. No, it's not that simple. The black dragon began to counterattack. It spewed out purple flames aimed straight at the light dragon. The light dragon roared, using its wings to wrap its body instinctively to avoid the heat. The Skeleton King quickly blocked in front of him, protecting him from the black dragon's flame. Dark War Dragon Lord, Level 35 Physical System, Lord Monster has appeared, reversed the victory. It opened its cold iron eyes, showing its authority as soon as it appeared, causing the light dragons to tremble. Zhang Yu stared at it. Level 35 Lord Monster, and there are 3 of them. Does this task want us to die here? The War Dragon Lord bared its teeth to warn. Human, the light race is about to die. You standing on the side of the light race only has the path of death. He was surprised and thought, it can speak human language. The dragon standing in front of him gave an attractive invitation. Give you a chance to abandon the darkness and follow the light, join our dark race, then you can be spared from death. Zhang Yu stood before its authority without fear. Join the dark giant dragon camp? He glanced at the 2 dragons next to him, 3 level 35 Lord Dragons. Refusing means handing over your life and losing ranks in vain. Task failure, equivalent to double punishment. Zhang Yu glanced at the Dragon Lord, and muttered in his head, joining them will at least not die. What kind of hidden task is this? It's more like a trap of the dark dragon race. He grinned, if I can't beat them, then I have to join. The War Dragon Lord roared with satisfaction, very good. It opened the space gate to welcome him to its place. Zhang Yu stood before the gate under the invitation of the War Dragon Lord enter. Zhang Yu was silent, pondering that there would be a trap behind, or something dangerous that needed to be guarded against. He cautiously stepped inside, after a few seconds of consideration. The dragons also entered with him to their place. The dark dragon lived in dark forests, covered by a thick fog, surrounded by mountains. Zhang Yu slowly landed in their territory, officially changing sides, Dark Diocese. The system appeared. Welcome to the other world, the 4th world Longzigu. The place where you are standing is the Dark Diocese. The Dark Diocese is not a safe zone. It is only a place for you to log in, log out and revive. The leader of the Dark Dragon Knight, Goya, who had been waiting for him for a long time, immediately greeted, welcome to the Dark Diocese. Let us destroy that false light race together and rule the entire Longzigu. The system gave him the next task. The leader of the dark race, the Dark Dragon Knight Goya, invites you to join the dark race. You will not be able to enter the light diocese, and you will not be able to receive tasks from the light race NPC. Do you agree? It's a pity, because the task is over time. The hidden task Crush Darkness has failed. You have suffered punishment, level reduced by 1, the credibility of the entire light race NPC reduced by 300. Zhang Yu thought again. According to what I know, since the other world came, no professional has ever betrayed the light race in the 4th world. Never mind, let's do this first. Goi gave him the task: to show your sincerity, go to the territory of the light race, and hunt some of the light race's giant dragons. He couldn't help but be surprised to look at the task board. In the light race, you can only receive tasks from ordinary NPCs, but unexpectedly you can receive tasks from the leader of the dark race. And the rewards are 50% higher than the total light. Confrontation with light, common task, difficulty factor 400. Description: the destroyed city is the place of year-round battles between the light race and the dark race. Professionals, please go to the destroyed city and help the dark race there to fight against 300 light giant dragons and 360 flame war dragons of the light race. Task rewards: experience points plus 180,000, alien energy plus 24,000, random 3-star equipment plus 1, goddess credibility plus 36, silver coins plus 75, time 2 days. Zhang Yu looked at the rewards and his eyes widened, and smiled secretly that betraying was a great choice. The strength of the light giant dragon is similar to that of the dark magic dragon. And conversely the content is the same, but the rewards are higher. Whoever I fight is fighting, sorry light race. At this time, Ning Dian texted to bother, hello, can I bother you to do a task? I don't mean to bother you, but this task is really difficult. I can give you money. Can you help me complete this task? I will give you 560 coins. Zhang Yu texted back, no need. I only agreed to leave the selection area. I have no obligation to help you perform tasks. She kept begging on the other side, can you help me with this? I will tell you a secret related to Tu Luo. I will wait for you in Death City. Ning Dian in Death City, wilderness area, was anxiously looking around waiting for him to arrive. Seeing that Zhang Yu really came, she was overjoyed. You came. Ning Dian was a little distressed. Sorry, I originally planned to do the task with my friends, but then they refused to take me. This task will expire in half a day. And there is no time to team up with others. Among the people I know, only you are the best. Zhang Yu interrupted her story. I don't want to hear the boring story between you and your friends. Quickly complete the task. Ning Dian awkwardly nodded, okay. He glanced elsewhere, and found that Su Canyon was also here. She looked at him and curiously asked, Zhang Yu, haven't you already passed the task? Why is it still a task in Death City? Su Canyon narrowed her eyes to look at the girl next to him. Who is she? Ning Dian hurriedly introduced. Hello sister, I am Ning Dian. I am his cousin. I asked my cousin to lead me to do tasks. She turned to whisper to him, rest assured, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Su Canyon politely greeted back, so it's a cousin, then I will help you too. Zhang Yu smiled and agreed, okay. The three quickly ended the conversation, and pulled each other to do the task, and there was a big explosion in the forest. Su Canyon helped him on the side. Zhang Yu, I'm counting on you. Zhang Yu cooperated with her, and while she held the zombies back, he used the big fireball technique. The zombies knew nothing and rushed in front of the raging fire. As a result, they were burned to ashes by his flames. Ning Dian only stood behind, admiringly looking at the two. This sister is also great. She rubbed her hands together a little self-deprecatingly, also very confident, unlike me, who only knows how to accumulate experience, but it's useless. A girl was attracted to watch the battle, saw that the monsters were cleared a lot and exclaimed, these two are great, they kill monsters so fast. Another girl went over and added, especially that beast tamer, if we can team up with them, we can complete the task easily. The two whispered to each other, isn't that beast tamer the one who helped us defeat the boss before? Why is Sugar Candy with him? When he killed the boss, she ran away. And is now hugging someone else's leg. The short-haired girl smiled contemptuously. I have to tell Diga that his girlfriend is cheating on him. After completing the task, Ning Dian thanked them profusely. Thank you sister, thank you cousin. Su Canyon hurriedly left first. I have to go level up Zhang Yu. Wait until I reach level 25 and then go to the fourth world to find you. Zhang Yu yawned lightly and watched her leave. When only the two of them were alone, he asked, speak, what secret do you know? Ning Dian looked at him. Tu Luo is currently living in Linhai City, Shiyiting residential area. Zhang Yu became vigilant, summoned two skeletons ready to attack. Who are you?